The heavens split open and dungeons appeared. The monsters that emerged from them were impossible to defeat with ordinary weapons. The only ones who could fight them were humans, whose supernatural abilities awakened simultaneously with the dungeon's emergence. Decades later, too many hunters appeared. Anyone with enough money could become an awakened hunter. Obvious problems arose, so the government instituted a professional exam. Only those who passed it were allowed to become active hunters. Institutions called hunter academies emerged, which the protagonist aspired to attend. Kim Seojun was an awakened hunter, gifted at birth with greater strength than others. However, to pay off the debts of his parents, who died in an accident, he has been transporting slain monsters for 9 years. The only thing that helps him endure such hard work is his dream of becoming a professional hunter. The protagonist's co-workers supported him in his goal. Having saved up $40,000, the protagonist thought he finally had enough for a year of study at the academy. Suddenly, an advertisement for the Transcendent Academy caught his eye. He decided to check out the classes, in one of which, the teacher demolished a mountain with a single blow. The protagonist couldn't fathom how such a thing was even possible, but he still took the risk by signing up for a lesson with the great sage. Creating an account cost $40,000, which greatly surprised Kim Seojun. Suddenly, the chain holding the monster snapped, and its body fell right on top of the protagonist. The poor guy was badly injured, and the surgery cost him all his savings. All he had left was the $3,000 Mr. Manchel had given him. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone received a notification from the Transcendent Academy. He was shocked, as the registration fee was only $3,000. The delighted protagonist rushed to register, and his money began to evaporate from the envelope right before his eyes. Kim Seojun was accepted into the academy, but something unusual began to happen in the room. A magical creature suddenly emerged from the phone, calling itself Mentor. The chibi proudly repeats that he is Seojun's mentor. Seojun asks if the mentor's name is literally Mentor. The little being clarifies awkwardly that he, Mentor, is Seojun's mentor. He doubles down, insisting his name is Mentor, as if that settles everything. Seojun wonders if this is the mentor from Greek myth tied to Odysseus, and the mentor happily says Seojun recognizes him. Mentor explains Odysseus was his first student and still contacts him, leaving Seojun stunned. Mentor brushes past the shock and moves on. He explains Transcendent Academy trains those who want to transcend the limits of their race. Seojun realizes this isn't a hunter academy at all but something aimed at becoming transcended. Mentor scoffs at comparing transcended to hunters, saying they're on entirely different levels. Seojun tries to argue that even S-class hunters are powerful, still struggling to accept the claim. Mentor insists their instructors could defeat hunters with just their fingers, then demands Seojun fill out a form. A transcended aptitude test appears, asking what field Seojun wants to transcend in. Mentor explains the survey determines what kind of transcended Seojun wants to become and assesses his current tendencies. He urges Seojun to answer honestly so the guidance will be accurate. Seojun taps through the first question, still overwhelmed by how real this feels. Mentor asks what's wrong as Seojun hesitates. Seojun admits he doesn't know how to answer the second question about his current skill level. Mentor asks if Seojun can do absurd feats like plowing plains or splitting mountains, and Seojun answers no. Mentor presses further about pulling out a mountain, and Seojun complains that even asking is ridiculous. Mentor mocks him as a scrub, wondering how someone so weak even registered. Then Mentor reassures him that membership is permanent, and he won't be kicked out. Cheerfully, Mentor tells him to keep answering. Mentor applauds as Seojun finishes the long survey. Exhausted, Seojun asks why there were 108 questions and feels relieved it's over. Mentor says Seojun has a free pass and will recommend necessary lectures after analyzing his profile. Mentor concludes Seojun prefers spearmanship and suggests an oriental key cultivation approach might suit him better than mana. He warns that Heaven's Great Sage is too advanced for Seojun's current level. Mentor offers 2 options for the free pass, including Siddhartha Gautama's mentality lecture and a compulsory combat intro course. Mentor notes Seojun is injured and emotionally unstable, implying the mentality lecture fits his condition. He recommends starting with Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, and Seojun reacts to the name in disbelief. Seojun asks if that means Buddha, and Mentor confirms students call him Buddha even if he denies it. Mentor explains Gautama is a famous instructor whose mentality lecture is required for the Transcension exam and normally expensive, but offered to save the poor. A registration prompt promises that completing the lecture grants unwavering heart at SSS rank, and Mentor says it's essential for breaking through most fields. Mentor warns Seojun to watch the entire lecture even if it feels like he'll lose his mind. Mentor vanishes, saying he'll contact Seojun again after analyzing his profile, while Seojun tries to stop him. Left alone, Seojun decides to watch the lecture anyway. He presses play to begin the lecture. The Buddha lecture opens by asking where Seojun believes the world exists. Seojun watches, awed by the Buddha's radiant presence that looks like a living golden statue. The lecture declares that since the word I does not exist, therefore I do not exist, and Seojun already feels it's too hard. It continues with paradoxes about existence without comparison, deepening the mental strain. Seojun feels himself drifting into a starry void as the lecture's concepts overwhelm him. Realizing this is what Mentor warned about. A cosmic Buddha looms as the lecturer insists Seojun does not exist and is simply the world itself. Seojun feels like he's going insane, and the progress bar barely moves from the start. The strain knocks him out cold in his hospital bed. 1 week later, the doctor is astonished by Seojun's incredible recovery speed. Seojun, now visibly healthier and stronger, surprises the doctor, who says he has never seen anything like it in 30 years. Seojun realizes the change is real and not his imagination. He credits Siddhartha Gautama's lecture for calming his heart and accelerating recovery, even though listening still feels like losing his mind, and he's only 1.3% through it. A doctor suggests the young man stay hospitalized longer, but he's already fixated on what will happen when his growth reaches 100%. He eagerly accepts and feels he's finally found something real in Transcension Academy. Now able to move, he decides to register for Chiron's compulsory combat Transcension course to gain the Metamorphosis ability. He weighs the A-class Metamorphosis against his SSS-class Unwavering Heart, and concludes Unwavering Heart is the truly absurd skill. The lecture begins with the instructor introducing himself as Chiron. Chiron is explained as a centaur, half human and half horse. The narration frames Chiron as the legendary teacher behind heroes like Hercules and Theseus. More famed pupils are listed, emphasizing Chiron's mythic status as a mentor to nearly every Greek hero. Chiron states the course's goal is to prepare students to ascend into the early stages of Transcension. He clarifies that this class will not teach combat techniques in depth, and the protagonist isn't surprised by the Academy's strangeness anymore. Chiron announces the first step to becoming transcended, prompting the protagonist's curiosity. Chiron's tone hardens as if about to issue a harsh command. Chiron suddenly yells at the student to get up and move immediately, shocking him. Startled, the protagonist flails off the bed as his phone flies, forced into action. He lies stunned, realizing he's being pushed whether he likes it or not. A notification sound snaps him back as a new system message arrives. The system announces a daily individual task tailored to his current level. The daily task list appears, demanding extreme exercise quotas including a 30 km run and hundreds of reps. He stares at the task in disbelief, trying to process what it means. He panics that this is far beyond a normal daily routine and worries about overexerting himself. Remembering the doctor's warning not to push himself for a week, he hesitates. He tries to ignore it and just binge lectures until discharge, but the system blocks him with an incomplete task warning. Confused, he taps again, only to get the same demand to complete the task. Multiple warnings flood his screen, and he realizes the system somehow knows he hasn't done the daily task. He slumps, the pressure sinking in as he can't bypass the requirement. He admits he got complacent, telling himself a week off was fine, and now he's paying for it. He decides to focus on Siddhartha Gautama's lecture first, but notices something odd about the interface. He discovers his free pass has a countdown, with only 83 days remaining. Outside, he freaks out at the idea that the academy access expires, drawing attention from bystanders. He reasons that since it's an academy, it makes sense there's a limit on lecture attendance. He calculates the free pass was likely a 90-day trial, and he's already burned through time. He realizes progress requires genuine understanding, yet despite attending, his lecture progress barely moved. After a week of repeating the same lecture, he's only reached about 1.3% progress and feels stuck. He admits he has no confidence he can finish the lecture before the 83 days run out. Accepting the free pass is just a trial, he starts exercising again for the first time in ages because now he has a reason. He begins the daily regimen with push-ups, counting through the pain while recalling his past labor hauling monster corpses. He reflects that carrying heavy corpses for years made separate exercise feel unnecessary back then, and keeps counting. Even without mana control, he trusts his awakened body's sturdiness, and pushes himself to complete the set. He pauses to catch his breath, hands trembling from exertion. He steels himself, telling himself 9 years of hardship make this manageable, and prepares to continue. Checking the tracker, he's shocked to see only 81 push-ups counted instead of what he thought he did. He wonders why the system refuses to count many reps, suspecting something is wrong. He guesses the system might only count repetitions done with proper form. When he corrects his movement, the counter finally increases, confirming form matters. He realizes the system is judging quality, not just quantity, and braces for a long grind. Grinding through proper reps, he finally completes all 300 push-ups despite the strict counting. He suffers through 150 pull-ups as well, cursing the unfairness while the system still counts them. He finishes the remaining sit-ups and squats, exhausted but forced to comply with every requirement. He completes the full 30 kilometers run by sunset, screaming in disbelief at how insane this daily routine is. He confirms on his phone that every item on the daily task list is finally marked complete. Collapsed on the ground, he declares he can't keep doing this, embarrassed as passers-by stare. He realizes this is an everyday demand and despairs about when he'll even have time for lectures, while Chiron offers no sympathy. A few days pass, and his visible improvement draws surprised reactions from other patients. An elderly woman asks why his body looks so much better and whether he's going out to exercise again. She praises his hard work, but a grumpy middle-aged man interrupts with a pointed cough. News breaks that a 4-star monster behemoth appeared inside Seoul, catching the protagonist's attention. The report says the behemoth was asleep, but a corpse delivery service unknowingly moved it into the city where it woke up. The broadcast warns it could have caused mass casualties, but an awakener nearby prevented any loss of life. They reveal the hero was a Jaeon Academy cadet influenced by S-class hunter Jung Hunyang, and the protagonist notes, hunters saved lives again. The elderly woman admires hunters as noble people, and he quietly agrees. She remembers he said he's an awakener too, and he confirms it. She excitedly asks if he'll become a hunter and appear on TV like the heroes, leaving him awkwardly unsure. He gently reminds her that not just anyone can get on TV, hinting at how hard the path is. The grumpy man watches them with a judgmental glare, ready to lecture. The elderly woman says becoming a pro hunter is now incredibly rare, and the protagonist notes how much the world has changed. The man turns his attention to the protagonist, preparing to give unsolicited advice. He tells the protagonist to give up on becoming a hunter since he isn't even a cadet yet. The words sting, flashing him back to his years of menial corpse hauling and being told his dreams are pointless. Anger rises in the protagonist's eyes as he refuses to be dismissed. The elderly woman protests the man's harshness, insisting he's only trying to help, while the protagonist clenches his fist. The protagonist asserts he will decide his own life, infuriating the man. He bluntly tells the man to worry about his own life first, shutting him down. The man is left speechless, stunned by the pushback. Recovering, the man scolds him for disrespecting adults who offer advice out of concern. The protagonist walks away with grim resolve, refusing to be intimidated. He internally rejects the idea his goal won't happen, reaffirming he's a Transcension Academy cadet, and that becoming a pro hunter is possible there. His expression hardens into determination as he commits to proving it. He runs off, declaring he will definitely become a hunter. Elsewhere, a long-haired female hunter coldly complains she hates being a hunter. She questions what the point of establishing an academy even is as danger erupts around her. A monstrous beast lunges, but she stands her ground, remarking that everything still costs money. With lightning-charged power, she cleaves through the monster, implying the academy's failure to produce cadets is a serious problem. The aftermath shows the monster struck down, the violence punctuating her frustration. Standing atop the corpse, she says she'll be annoyed to death, disgusted by the situation. The monster's claw twitches weakly, then goes still. Night falls over the city, signaling a transition back to the protagonist's life. The protagonist finally returns home and collapses onto his bed in relief. He reflects he was hospitalized for 2 full weeks, yet feels happiest in his small home. He settles in, exhausted but calmer now that he's back in familiar surroundings. He remembers the hunter exam is about a year away, adding urgency to his training. He worries about his finances and asks himself how much money he has left. Silence answers him, underscoring how bleak his situation is. He admits he has almost nothing, feeling trapped by poverty. He suddenly realizes he finished today's daily tasks early enough to attempt another lecture. He reasons that if he can complete tasks within the same day, he might finally have time to progress lectures properly. A prompt appears asking if he will register for the next lecture, and he reacts with excitement. Chiron approves his decision, as if acknowledging he's finally ready. Chiron mocks him for only now having enough strength to start moving forward, like a toddler learning to walk. Chiron insists that since he can move now, he must move, and reiterates the first step of transcension. Chiron names that first step as developing sense. The system shows his lecture progress jumping to 5.7%, a huge improvement. The next morning, he's surprised the lesson wasn't as dramatic as expected, yet it clearly changed something. At work, a supervisor threatens him over past trouble and reminds him he's only there because he needs the job to survive. The protagonist notes the supervisor seems guilty enough to let him stay, but the situation still feels precarious. He looks over the worksite, resigned to grinding for money. He concludes money is the core issue since working to eat leaves little time for lectures. He realizes skipping Chiron's daily tasks blocks lectures entirely, forcing him to prioritize the regimen. He decides he should at least review what he learned, recalling Chiron's emphasis on sense. Chiron's lecture echoes in his mind, explaining that the 5 senses are crucial in combat. Chiron lists sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, describing how they process stimuli through perception, recognition, and judgment. Chiron calls that process too slow and promises to teach a way to drastically shorten it. He introduces something separate from the 5 senses, hinting at a deeper faculty. Chiron reveals it as the hidden 6th sense. He names the 6th sense intuition, as the protagonist's coworker greets him by name, Kim Seojun. The coworker notices Seojun's odd timing and looks confused by his sudden awareness. Seojun reacts sharply, as if he sensed something before it happened. The coworker asks if Seojun has eyes on the back of his head, amazed he dodged without seeing. Seojun silently credits the lesson, recognizing he's starting to grasp what Chiron meant. The coworker worries about Seojun carrying 3 massive loads, warning it's around 200 kilograms and he'll get hurt. Seojun insists he's fine and tells them to load it up anyway. He walks off with the enormous burden as if it's manageable, startling everyone watching. The workers stare after him, shocked by how casually he moves under that weight. The supervisor admits Seojun seems fine and orders everyone back to work after the break. Seojun feels strange power surging through him and wonders why he's getting stronger the more he works. He considers doing the daily tasks during work since he won't have time afterward, and starts squatting under the load. Sweating, he decides to check whether the system is counting his reps correctly. He's stunned by what he sees on the tracker. He discovers 1 squat is being counted as 3, implying the added weight multiplies progress. He deduces heavier loads increase effectiveness, while the supervisor yells at him to stop and take a break. Seojun realizes this is an incredible loophole and gets excited by the efficiency. A coworker offers to carry the heavy load for him, worried he'll get hurt. Seojun refuses, deciding he can combine work and training without separate time, even if his form is unconventional. He drops into push-ups under the burden, calculating that higher weight boosts the count even more. He celebrates that he can earn money and save time at once, planning to tackle the rest of the tasks next. Back home, he collapses again, feeling like he's dying from the strain. He admits doing tasks while working is efficient but brutally difficult, though he laughs at how shocked his coworker looked. He sits up, deciding at least he should check today's task status. The daily task screen shows he's completed everything, including a slightly longer run total. The system confirms daily tasks finished, and he's satisfied he managed to save time. Even after completing both Chiron's and Siddhartha Gautama's lectures, it's only 10 o'clock, but he worries rushing like this wastes potential learning. He pauses the lecture, debating whether reviewing would help at all. He decides it might be better to start another lecture rather than rewatch without progress gains. Since paid lessons cost money, he chooses to use the free pass to register for another free lecture. He finds a free lecture by instructor Xianyu promising mountain pulling strength. Recognizing the name, he wonders if it refers to the Hegemon King Xianyu. The lecture description confirms Xianyu's legendary overwhelming power, and Seojun considers the potential value. Seeing it's free, he registers, learning it will grant the mountain pulling spearmanship ability. The instructor Xianyu appears, loudly mocking students who want to learn the spear. Xianyu insults the class as trash who don't even know basics, making Seojun flinch at the hostility. Xianyu declares he'll teach them anyway, boasting as the Hegemon King of Western Chu and dismissing any need for polite formalities. After a curt spear lesson, a system notification assigns the student a personal daily task tailored to his level. He's stunned to see the task demands he swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times from zero. Alone in his room, he doubts that a lecture that short could really be all he gets before being thrown into training. The task window blares again, and the tiny mentor spirit mocks him for wanting to learn properly instead of just grinding swings. That night he grumbles that everything keeps turning into daily tasks, as if he's trapped in a routine. At a worksite, a confident female hunter reassures the crew their safety record is spotless, and nothing will go wrong. She is introduced as B-Class Hunter Park Seoyun, who asks them to recheck details of the recent behemoth incident. The site manager eagerly agrees to her request, practically tripping over himself to comply. Workers whisper about how submissive the manager is to her, and wonder who she really is. Someone identifies her as the Sword Star's granddaughter, and the student freezes at the legendary name. The story shifts to the famed Sword Star Park Minchul, an intimidating figure of mythic reputation. A narration explains that a century ago, when gates first emerged, Park Minchul was an early awakened active in that chaos. Back then, without systematic knowledge, monsters were far more brutal and civilians were helpless. Those monsters roamed city streets, making survival uncertain for ordinary people. In the flashback, Park Minchul cuts down a monster with overwhelming lightning-charged swordsmanship to protect a mother and child. The child clings to the mother, wide-eyed at the sudden salvation. The narration emphasizes that Park Minchul fought as an awakened in that era's harsh world. He is credited as one of the people who restored civilization by pushing back the monsters. To the public, he became the world's savior, a true hero. Even now as an old man, he remains a heavyweight capable of competing on the global stage. Back at the worksite, the student steels himself to avoid getting involved with such a famous lineage. He loudly declares it's none of his business while hauling a huge monster corpse, drawing Seon's attention. Seoyun asks what he's doing, and the manager dismisses him as a harmless oddball who's been acting crazy for a week. She wonders if something is wrong with his head as he keeps counting swings and repetitions under his breath. The manager calls out to Minchul, announcing he'll leave the corpse here, implying the Sword Star is nearby. A stern, muscular older man prepares to deal with the delivered carcass. He asks how long the student will keep up this nonsense, but the student insists he must finish what he started. The monster's supposedly dead head twitches, hinting the situation is about to turn lethal. The student tries to justify his obsession as meaningful training, but the older man dismisses it as dangerous delusion. With a weary warning that chasing hidden meanings will get him killed, the older man tells him to leave if he's going to cause trouble. The older man sighs, standing beside the massive carcass as if bracing for a mess. The corpse shifts again, confirming it isn't safely dead. The student notices the movement and turns in alarm. The manticore suddenly erupts into motion, its body surging up with blood and debris. The older man is caught off guard as the monster's awakening triggers chaos around them. The manticore roars, fully revived and enraged. The student screams for the older man, realizing he's in immediate danger. Seoyun exhales in irritation, already tired of the worksite's incompetence. She thinks she finally escaped the manager's groveling and wonders how long she must endure this farce. The manager glares, frustrated by the mess unfolding under Seon's scrutiny. Workers whisper again about the Sword Star's granddaughter being present, raising the stakes of embarrassment. Seoyun reveals she can hear their whispers perfectly, making their gossip instantly risky. They're shocked she's only B rank, while Seoyun internally frames the Sword Star title as a burden rather than a blessing. She reflects that despite being trained by her grandfather since childhood, she could never surpass the wall of his greatness. Constant comparisons to her heroic grandfather weighed on her and shaped her choices. She remembers her original dream was simply to become an educator, not a hunter icon. But being the Sword Star's granddaughter denied her a normal life, and even her wishes were shut down. She compromised by founding a hunter academy, trying to carve out her own path. When people realized the Sword Star himself wouldn't teach there, they felt deceived and turned on her. Once the truth spread, outrage flared and her academy's reputation collapsed. Interest evaporated and everyone left, abandoning her effort. She clutched the remaining paperwork, left with only the hollow shell of her dream. She admits people enrolled for the Sword Star name, not for her, leaving her isolated when the illusion broke. Now the academy is so forgotten it barely exists, and she walks the site thinking bitterly about that failure. She longs for even one proper cadet who would stay and learn for real. A worker panics and tells her to run as the revived monster threatens everyone. Seo-yoon snaps in disbelief as the warning confirms a monster is loose right beside her. The student sees the manticore looming over the fallen older man and realizes no one else is stepping in. He panics that the manticore they carried was supposed to be dead, and the mistake could kill them all. The older man, injured and on the ground, orders Seo-yoon to run and save herself. He tells her not to worry about him and to escape, accepting he may die buying time. The student's fear spikes as he becomes certain the older man will be killed if nothing changes. He recognizes the brutal reality that a normal person, or even a man less awakened, cannot beat a 4-star manticore. He thinks hunters are the only answer, but realizes the only hunter present is Seo-yoon. He concludes that if Seo-yoon doesn't act immediately, the older man will die meaninglessly. He forces himself to accept someone must act right now, even if it's him. With the monster closing in, he decides someone has to move to save the older man. He hesitates for a split second, asking himself who could possibly do it. The manticore lunges with a murderous roar, leaving no time for deliberation. He grabs a steel pipe as an improvised spear and commits to fighting. He swings the pipe with practiced motion, stepping into the strike like a drilled routine. He shouts as he pours everything into the swing, refusing to freeze. The pipe slashes through the air toward the charging manticore, forcing it to check its approach. He orders Seo-yoon and the older man to run while he holds the monster back. The older man warns that if the student stays, the monster will overtake him quickly. The student decides he must be the one to stall until professional hunters arrive. Facing the manticore alone, he feels its overwhelming presence bearing down on him. He fights his trembling, telling himself not to hesitate and to move despite fear. A lecture's teaching echoes in his mind, urging him to observe the world and broaden his perspective. He enters a calm, reflective state, recalling Siddhartha Gautama's lesson as if it were guiding his body. The manticore snarls at close range, ready to tear him apart. He embraces the lecture's advice to set aside emotion and think beyond the immediate panic. The manticore's claws slam down, cracking the ground as it attacks. The monster charges straight at him, and he acknowledges his heart is still shaking. He deliberately steadies his breathing and begins to calm, forcing control back into his movements. The manticore's next step pounds the floor, closing distance fast. It swings a massive paw at him, threatening to crush him in one blow. He realizes thinking after reacting is too slow, so he must let his senses act first. The manticore's claws swipe toward his neck, a near-fatal strike. He twists away at the last instant, the attack grazing past as he narrowly avoids death. The manticore's tail whips through the air, following up with another lethal angle. Before he can fully process, he plants the pipe into the ground to pivot and redirect his body. Using the pipe as a lever, he flips and spins to evade while keeping his weapon aligned. The manticore snarls, frustrated that its attacks keep missing. Midair, he spots an opening and identifies a weak point to exploit. He debates whether to attack, knowing one mistake means death. Another lecture resurfaces, reminding him that uprooting mountains is not just strength but technique. He focuses on momentum and settles his mind, trusting the strike he has trained for. He tightens his grip on the pipe, committing to a decisive blow. He convinces himself he can split it, turning fear into certainty. He doubles down, insisting he must split it before the monster recovers. The manticore charges again, fully exposed in its forward rush. He channels the lecture's concept of pulling out mountains, preparing a single overwhelming swing. A surge of power and focus floods him as he brings the pipe down like a blade of lightning. The strike cleaves through the manticore's body in a clean vertical line. The impact detonates across the site, blasting debris outward with a thunderous shockwave. Workers and Seo-yoon reel in confusion, stunned by the sudden explosion and silence after. Seo-yoon stares ahead, trying to comprehend what could have caused that level of destruction. Through the settling dust, the student stands with the pipe, steady and intact. The manticore lies split apart, its massive corpse collapsing in two halves. The student pauses in silence, as if confirming the danger is truly over. He exhales, surprised at himself and the outcome. He awkwardly wonders if it really worked, still half disbelieving. A system window reports major increases in multiple lecture progress rates from the fight. Seo-yoon asks what on earth happened, staring at the aftermath. She is shocked that a non-hunter corpse mover with only a steel pipe could bring down a monster like that. The student realizes he's being watched and reacts with a small, startled sound. Seo-yoon approaches quickly, calling out to him as he starts to move away. The older man checks the student for injuries, while Seo-yoon watches closely, assessing him. Seo-yoon insists they go to the hospital in case he's hurt, while the manager apologizes for the inspection mistake. The crew swarms the student with praise and relief, treating him like a hero of the moment. Seo-yoon murmurs that she has finally found him, locking onto the student with intent. She labels him in her mind as the proper cadet she has been searching for. The manager orders everyone to keep quiet about today's incident, and they obediently agree. Work wraps up and people head home, with the older man still complaining about his ears from all the shouting. On the street at sunset, the student checks his phone, sensing something has changed. He's amazed the lecture progress rate jumped dramatically, far more than passive listening ever achieved. He guesses the increase came from actually applying the lectures in real combat, proving experience matters. He concludes the best way to raise progress is to use what he learned in real fights. But a practical obstacle remains. He worries that without joining a licensed hunter academy and getting a temporary license, he can't participate in dungeon raids. Seo-yoon calls out to stop him, and he turns back, puzzled. She asks him to spare time for a chat, and he recognizes her as the hunter who commissioned today's work. He wonders why someone like her would want to talk to him, as she says she'll be straightforward. Seo-yoon bluntly invites him to come meet her grandfather, the Sword Star. He immediately refuses, indifferent to the prestige and unwilling to get involved. Seo-yoon and her assistant are stunned as he starts to walk away, ending the conversation. She begs him to wait, but he only thinks about going home to listen to more lectures. Seo-yoon introduces herself as Park Seo-yoon, 31, admitting she's flustered by this unprecedented situation. She correctly deduces he's being asked to join her nearly empty academy, and is baffled by what he really is. She recalls his bizarre training behavior, and how it didn't match any normal hunter regimen. She remembers that even with the manticore weakened to a 2-star level, he still sliced a 4-star creature cleanly in half. Convinced he's trying to become a hunter, she offers him her academy's resources and even her own instruction, but he refuses again. Seo-yoon grits her teeth, frustrated that he won't accept help. She escalates by proposing that the Sword Star himself could teach him, trying to tempt him with the ultimate offer. He dismisses it as irrelevant and walks on, leaving Seo-yoon shocked that anyone would reject the Sword Star's tutelage. Seo-yoon refuses to let him go, arguing he still has the written test and licensing hurdles he can't solve alone. She presses that without academy affiliation he can't join raids, and that his talent will be wasted otherwise. He counters that her academy shouldn't help either without government authorization, and she reveals they do have that authorization and can get him raiding immediately. He slows and glances back, finally considering her offer. Sensing his hesitation, Seo-yoon pushes harder, promising a separate training location and accommodations even if he rejects formal academy teaching. Park Seo-yoon offers Kim Seo-jun a deal with huge perks, even waiving tuition and any payment. Seo-jun suspects strings attached and asks what duties he must perform for Seo-yoon in return. Seo-yoon explains he must compete under their academy's name before passing the Pro Hunter exams and publicly represent the academy. Seo-jun admits the offer would solve his worries but demands to know why she is pushing so hard. Seo-yoon bluntly says she is recruiting him because she recognized his potential. Her steady confidence makes it clear she is serious about investing in him. Seo-jun decides the proposal is acceptable and signals he is willing to proceed. He frames their arrangement as a mutually beneficial partnership rather than charity. They formally introduce themselves as Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yoon and seal the deal with a handshake. Seo-jun senses their partnership will eventually become something binding and consequential for both of them. The next day begins with Seo-jun receiving a call that something changed at his workplace. His co-worker Manchil angrily asks what Seo-jun did yesterday because the team leader was suddenly replaced. Seo-jun recalls asking Manchil to complain to the company about the leader, not expecting the man to be fired immediately. Manchil insists the leader would never resign voluntarily, but everyone is relieved he is gone. Manchil shifts to the real question, checking whether Seo-jun is on his way to the Hunter Academy. At the academy, Seon's staff hands Seo-jun his temporary hunter license. Seo-yoon confirms it was issued just yesterday, and Seo-jun realizes the academy truly pulled strings for him. Holding the license, Seo-jun feels he has finally taken a first step toward becoming a pro hunter. He declares this is only the beginning and asks Seo-yoon to teach him how to raid dungeons. Seo-yoon refuses to lecture and instead moves straight to practical training, leaving Seo-jun confused. She tells him to pick a comfortable training weapon from those prepared so they can start immediately. Seo-yoon smirks, clearly planning to test him hands-on. She reveals she already booked a raid appointment for him, anticipating he would need real experience. Inside the dungeon, a kobold lunges, forcing Seo-jun into his first real combat moment. After he downs one, Seo-jun complains Seo-yoon followed him despite their agreement not to meddle, and she says she cannot neglect their only cadet. Seo-yoon calls it a special one-on-one reserved for the academy's hopefuls, and Seo-jun accepts the honor. She warns him not to get careless even if the dungeon only has kobolds, while Seo-jun notes it is perfect for a beginner to experiment. Seo-jun reasons that, as with the manticore, monsters' mana defenses can be pierced, making this dungeon useful for him. He reflects that normal attacks without mana should bounce off barriers, yet his situation seems different. A sudden danger sense triggers as another kobold attacks, and Seo-jun reacts instantly. The kobold's charge continues, but Seo-jun stays composed and ready to counter. Seo-jun swings with precise timing, committing to a clean strike. His non-mana attack lands effectively, confirming his fighting style works despite his inability to use mana. He checks his phone and celebrates as multiple lecture progress rates increase from the fight. Though the gains are smaller than with the manticore, Seo-jun decides even modest increases from easy kills are worth it. He proposes speeding up the grind, and Seo-yoon watches him with wary disbelief. Seojun realizes he is essentially grinding experience like in a game, and commits to farming the dungeon. He charges into more kobolds with growing confidence, leaving Seoyun trailing behind. Seoyun tries to process what she is seeing from Seojun's behavior. Back at the academy, Seoyun is stunned by how obsessively Seojun studies and mutters about advanced threats like hydra poison. From Seoyun's perspective, he returns from the raid and then stares at a blank dark screen for hours, asking her not to look. She is baffled when he somehow makes the blank screen flash with strange effects she cannot understand. She concludes it is absurd that an untrained first-time cadet could slaughter kobolds like a veteran hunter. Seojun even turns corpse hauling into a cost-saving workout, further convincing Seoyun he is bizarrely intense. Seoyun worries she cannot hide having a new cadet from her grandfather forever and panics about keeping this situation under control. Late at night she doubts her decision as Seojun complains he still has lectures left past midnight. Meanwhile Seojun beams with satisfaction, energized by his progress. He checks his bank balance, and is amazed he earned $9,510 in a single day. He notes the payout is higher because he handled both corpse moving and dismantling himself, proving the effort had value. Still, he admits the time and effort are heavy, and he failed to finish all the lectures he planned. He considers hiring Manchel for logistics and even turning the corpse-moving idea into a real service. He decides to contact Manchel later and wonders how to use the nearly $10,000 wisely. Walking home, Seojun thinks saving is fine but wants to invest the money strategically. He reviews that raids earn money and raise lecture progress, but the growth is slower than he expected and sometimes stops entirely. He asks himself if there is a faster way to get stronger, thinking of legendary figures like Sun Wukong. The thought hits him hard, and he stops as if a new path just opened. He blurts out Sun Wukong's name aloud, startling nearby pedestrians. A new lecture preview appears about staff and spear arts taught by the Heaven's Great Sage, and the system asks him to register to learn the Great Sage's OGP. Seojun eagerly hits register, convinced this is the breakthrough he needs. The registration fee appears as $27 million, instantly crushing his excitement. He freezes in disbelief, unable to process the number. The shock lands fully as he repeats the figure, stunned that it is 27 million. Overwhelmed, he collapses into despair, realizing he cannot afford it even as a future pro. He forces himself to postpone the lecture dream and asks whether the Transcension Academy sells any items instead. Deciding he cannot buy lectures, he resolves to at least obtain equipment, while passers-by avoid the strange man radiating intensity. The system reveals a transcendent shop that sells training equipment personally created by accepted students. Seojun reacts with alarm, sensing something huge in that offer. He sees legendary items listed like elixirs, the Aegis shield, and even the Lance of Longinus. Even if they are copies, he realizes they are still mythic-level gear and questions how this can be called training equipment. He reasons that if accepted students made them, they may have been crafted by transcended beings, making them extraordinary. The idea that he could obtain mythic items so easily feels unreal, and he starts thinking pragmatically about what he can use now. He chooses the copy Lance of Longinus as his immediate target. He commits to the purchase and triggers the system to calculate a price based on causality. The shop finalizes the item listing for the Lance of Longinus, preparing the cost. At the academy, Seoyun counts to her training routine, focused and methodical. She pauses mid-count, sensing something off as she continues her repetitions. Seojun trains frantically while thinking the lance should be worth millions, and Seoyun notices his desperation and asks what happened. The price appears as $100,000, and Seojun panics, realizing he cannot afford it and cannot even resell it. The system confirms resale is strictly prohibited, and Seojun abandons any shady plan to flip the item. He sinks into frustration that everything comes back to money, and even $100,000 feels impossible compared to the $27 million lecture. Seoyun approaches and brings up the academy contention, catching Seojun's attention. He admits he has heard of it but does not know details, so Seoyun explains it is a contest between academies to show supremacy. She hands him the relevant files, describing it as a place where an academy's level is evaluated. Seoyun explains the contention is a 4th-level league event, and strong performance can earn entry into higher leagues. She emphasizes the stakes are high because success increases applicants and government authorization, so academies send their best hopefuls. Seoyun makes clear that no academy holds back resources for this, and Seojun realizes why she is briefing him. Seoyun confirms his suspicion, pleased he understands the implication. She directly asks Seojun to participate as Dream Hunter Academy's representative. Seojun immediately sees the contention as a way to massively boost his lecture progress through intense experience. Treating it as valuable experience, he agrees to participate without hesitation. Seoyun is surprised he accepts so easily, and Seojun asks what participants usually do during the contention. She explains the evaluation combines dungeon raid scores with a cadet tournament score. Seojun realizes his monster fighting experience is limited to a manticore and kobolds, and he has none against other cadets. Determined to prepare properly, he looks for someone to spar with and glances towards Seoyun. Seoyun meets his look, sensing what he is about to ask. Seojun asks Seoyun to spar with him, and she blurts out shocked disbelief that he means her. Seoyun internally questions what she is doing as Seojun needles her pride, implying she might be afraid. Seo-jun thinks it is a great opportunity because Seo-yoon is a B-rank hunter trained by the Sword Star. Seo-yoon stands poised with her sword, her aura hinting at the gap between a pro and a novice. Seo-jun is excited to see her true strength, while Seo-yoon asks if he is really serious about sparring. Seo-yoon reminds him she is B-rank, testing whether he understands the danger. Seo-jun answers confidently that he knows, refusing to back down. He asks her to go easy on him and takes a ready stance with his staff. Seo-yoon agrees to concede the first blow, inviting him to attack whenever he wants. Seo-jun lunges in, declaring he will not refuse the chance, and swings hard. Seo-yoon calmly prepares to respond, still expecting a simple lesson. Their weapons collide with a sharp impact, signaling the spar has truly begun. Seo-yoon finds the exchange awkward as Seo-jun's movement forces her to adjust unexpectedly. She notes his footwork is fast but sloppy, and his intent is easy to read. Seeing his predictable telegraphs, she intercepts his attack with effortless control. Seo-yoon concludes she overestimated him based on the Kobold dungeon and reclassifies him as just a cadet. Still, she cannot understand where his confidence comes from as she channels mana into a decisive strike. She commits to a single mana-infused blow meant to end the spar cleanly. Seo-yoon declares it over as her attack surges forward. Her eyes widen as something about Seo-jun's response feels wrong. Seo-jun blocks the mana-laced strike with his staff, stopping it head-on and shocking Seo-yoon. Straining under the pressure, Seo-jun admits the clash is brutally tough but holds the block. Seo-yoon is stunned that he blocked an attack containing mana when his weapon should have been knocked away. She realizes the weapon should have been deflected from his hands, yet it stayed locked in place. Seo-yoon counters with a kick and notes she should have been able to put her sword to his neck by now. Seo-jun is thrown back, and Seo-yoon is unsettled because the fight is not unfolding as expected. They reset positions, Seo-yoon watching him carefully as he steadies himself. Seo-jun's expression sharpens as he decides to change gears. He announces he will go at it for real, abandoning his earlier restraint. Seo-yoon senses the momentum shift as his attacks suddenly become faster and sharper. She braces and blocks a flurry, forced onto the defensive by his new tempo. Seo-jun recognizes the stark difference from before as his pressure starts to matter. A lesson-like directive forms in his mind: make obvious attacks to control the opponent's responses. He recalls further guidance to mix in feints and adapt tactics against thinking opponents rather than monsters. Seo-jun launches a high-speed aerial strike, forcing Seo-yoon to raise her guard. He keeps his attacks obvious to bait predictable defenses, watching Seo-yoon's reactions closely. Following the instruction, he pulls his staff back as if spinning it toward himself to set up the next sequence. He slams in again with a sharp follow-up, continuing the pattern to corner her guard. The strategy works as Seo-yoon is pushed into a position where she cannot block his real attack. The final instruction hits: when the time comes, put everything into the next strike. Seo-jun's eyes glow with focus as he commits fully, unleashing his strongest blow. Seo-yoon's danger sense screams as she sees the real attack coming too late. A massive blue impact erupts, blasting through the space with destructive force. Seo-yoon staggers in disbelief, unable to understand what just happened. She gasps as Seo-jun crashes into the wall amid rubble, blood spraying from the impact. Panicking that she used full power by mistake, Seo-yoon rushes to check if he is okay, and he weakly insists he is fine. Seo-jun laughs it off and says he ended up losing, confusing Seo-yoon with the word ended up. Seo-yoon is incredulous that he thought he could win against a B-rank hunter, even in a spar. She reminds herself that fighting a hunter is completely different from fighting monsters, struggling to interpret his attitude. Seo-jun reflects that this gap is the difference between him and a pro hunter, and admits he has a long way to go. Checking his phone, Seo-jun confirms his lecture progress increased exactly as he predicted from the spar. He concludes the system rewards varied experiences and asks Seo-yoon if she will be free until the tournament. He proposes sparring like this during downtime between dungeon raids, and Seo-yoon is shocked he wants to do it again. Seo-jun says sparring with her helps a lot, and Seo-yoon, despite guilt over hurting him, agrees because of his effort. By day's end, Seo-yoon promises to help Seo-jun however she can, even offering him all the prize money if he wins. Seo-jun learns the academy tournament isn't just for prestige but also comes with prize money. Seo-yoon tries to recall the exact amount as Seo-jun presses for details. Hearing the prize is about $100,000, Seo-jun's focus snaps into greedy determination. Seo-yoon tells him the tournament date, baffled by his sudden intensity. When she says there are only 2 weeks left, Seo-jun panics at the short deadline. He immediately demands training gear and even asks to tear out building fixtures, leaving Seo-yoon stunned. Seo-jun starts an absurd strength regimen by trying to lift a massive block, alarming Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon hurriedly redirects him to proper sandbags, admitting she can't keep up with his logic. Seo-jun vows he will absolutely claim the $100,000 no matter what. 2 weeks pass in a blur as the tournament day arrives. At the venue, crowds gather to watch hunters compete, and Seo-jun takes in the scale of the event. A nervous cadet with glasses arrives, relieved to finally be at the tournament site. He's surprised by how many spectators and participants have shown up. He overexplains to himself that scouts, guilds, mercenaries, and even government workers may be present, drawing odd looks. Remembering he's a participant, he asks a guide for the waiting room and is directed inside. He reaches the player waiting room and hesitates at the door. He freezes, unsure what to do next as anxiety spikes. Inside, surrounded by intimidating cadets, he feels too timid to even move. He gawks at the confident, heavily armed competitors and feels completely outclassed. Noticing one oddly calm cadet among the brutes, he's drawn to the contrast. The calm cadet stands out for carrying a shabby spear and improvised gear, confusing onlookers. People whisper that the shabby-looking participant must be from some obscure academy. They mock him as a forced entrant, while he silently decides to ignore them. The nervous cadet keeps watching, convinced the quiet spear user is just like him. He labels the spear user a fellow loner and feels sudden kinship. He rationalizes that the spear user is probably faking phone activity to hide being alone, just as he would. He stares with pity at Seojun, while Seojun senses he's being misunderstood. Seojun finally acknowledges the awkward approach with a flat greeting. The nervous cadet introduces himself as Lee Minji, and Seojun confirms his own name, Kim Seojun. As Minji tries to sit nearby, a hostile muscular cadet snaps at him, escalating tension. Minji identifies the aggressor as Jang Dukshul from Gochuri Academy, a power type who uses an axe. Dukshul and another cadet trade insults, making the waiting room even more volatile. Minji points out Dukshul's opponent is Lee Cholman from Mint Academy. Minji adds that Cholman is unusual for using twin daggers, while Seojun wonders why he's being briefed. Seojun remarks that Minji seems to know a lot, and Minji sheepishly admits he's just interested in gossip. Before the argument explodes, a stern red-haired cadet orders everyone to be quiet. His presence instantly suppresses the room's noise and aggression. The red-haired cadet introduces himself as Lee Junhwan of Revenant Academy and asserts dominance with few words. Minji explains Junhwan is the real favorite to win the entire tournament. Minji says Junhwan originally dismissed the competition as weak but joined after something happened at his academy, making his victory seem inevitable. Minji jokes it would be stranger not to know Junhwan, and Seojun awkwardly agrees. Minji mentions a rumor that the Sword Saint's granddaughter tried to scout Junhwan. He adds Junhwan rejected her offer, implying extreme confidence, while Seojun fixates on the name Seon. Junhwan privately fumes about being forced to compete with people he considers beneath him. He resents that even winning won't earn him recognition, only fulfilling his uncle's wish to raise their standing. Junhwan regrets not accepting the granddaughter's proposal once he realizes how annoying this tournament is. He recalls the cheerful recruiter and cynically thinks he should have exploited her connections and discarded her. Junhwan notices something that catches his attention. He spots Seojun and dismissively asks who the peasant is. Minji warns Seojun that Junhwan is staring, while Junhwan learns Seojun was someone Seon tried to scout. An announcement calls all cadets to finish preparations as the first match is about to begin. Minji notes the start is imminent, while Seojun stays silent and focused. Seojun reflects that he spent 2 weeks pushing Chiron and Xianyu lecture progress past 30% despite not feeling obvious power gains. He sensed a jump from 19 to 20% more than later increments, suggesting diminishing returns. He credits dungeon raids and sparring with Seon for filling his lack of real combat experience. Seojun steels himself, convinced he can handle either monster hunting or duels. The first match is announced, and Seojun psychs himself up with the prize money in mind. He is dropped into the first event, a dungeon maze race, and realizes it's not a simple fight. A status window shows his lecture progress rates, confirming his preparation targets were met. The stadium announces the first round has begun, and the crowd erupts. In the stands, a photographer excitedly calls out to his senior to watch. The senior complains about sitting in a corner, distracted by the commotion. A hooded girl in a cap bumps into him and apologizes, trying to stay unnoticed. Asked if she knows him, she dodges and asks instead about the first round details. The senior explains it's a dungeon maze race where attacking other cadets is forbidden and the goal is simply to escape. He speculates monsters inside the maze provide clues and that hunting them may help find the exit. He frames the event as a test of key dungeon raid skills like navigation and judgment. The photographer urges him to look at the big screen as action unfolds. On the Jumbotron, Junhwan annihilates a monster with overwhelming sword technique, shocking viewers. Junhwan's cold focus shows he's operating on a level beyond the other cadets. Spectators praise his movements as far above a mere cadet and demand to know who he is. The hooded girl confirms he is Lee Junhwan, widely believed to be the guaranteed winner. She's unsettled that Junhwan is here at all, as if his presence disrupts expectations. Recognizing someone nearby, she panics and resolves not to be exposed as the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Back in the maze, she worries about whether Seojun is doing well. Seojun tests the maze by striking a wall with his spear and feels the resistance. He concludes the walls are reinforced to prevent brute force shortcuts. Accepting that, he decides to solve the maze the normal way rather than breaking through. He places his hand on the wall to guide himself. He considers that with enough strength he could break a wall, but instead recalls Theseus and thinks a simple maze escape trick might work. A sudden sensation makes Seojun pause, as if something is calling his attention. He reaches a three-way fork and must choose a direction. He thinks of the wall-following rule that eventually leads to an exit, but worries about how long eventually might take. As he starts to follow the left wall, a strange intuition interrupts him. An indescribable feeling surges, making him question what's happening to his senses. He admits he doesn't understand it, or why it's happening. Despite planning left, he feels compelled to take the opposite path and wonders if this is Chiron's intuition training manifesting. He steals his expression, deciding to act on the sensation. He steps forward, still uncertain but moving anyway. He commits to trusting his intuition, and his status window remains visible as if validating the choice. Seojun finds it weird that his body seems to decide before his mind does. Announcements reveal other cadets are being eliminated by monsters, confirming danger elsewhere in the maze. Seojun wonders why nothing is happening around him as he keeps advancing. He suspects his intuition might be steering him away from monsters entirely. He jokes to himself that if this grows stronger, he might end up seeing the future in combat. Minji catches up and warns Seojun to be careful, while Seojun brushes off the concern. Seojun notes he met people instead of monsters, and Minji asks why Seojun emerged from that corridor and whether he knows the route. Horrified by Seojun's go-with-the-feeling approach, Minji insists he'll lead using proper maze-solving methods. Minji explains the left hand and right hand wall-following methods as reliable solutions for complicated mazes. Seojun refuses, saying it takes too long, and questions why Minji is following him at all. Minji declares they're comrades in the same lonely situation, leaving Seojun confused. Minji admits he joined alone and assumed Seojun did too, explaining why he approached first. Minji suggests weak participants should pool strength together, and Seojun reacts skeptically. Seojun questions being called weak but decides to indulge Minji by showing him something exciting. Minji proudly shows a photo of his younger sister, and Seojun gives a non-committal response. Minji tries to leave on that note, but Seojun walks off, and Minji desperately clings to him to stay together. Seojun notes Minji's tenacity and considers that a young awakener would naturally be scared alone in a place like this. Minji insists it's dangerous to travel alone, and Seojun grudgingly acknowledges he did provide useful info earlier. Seojun reminds himself Minji is still a competitor for $100,000 and asks if Minji's family came to cheer him. Minji reveals his parents are dead and only his younger sister remains, shifting the mood. A bleak memory flashes of hardship and confinement, hinting at Minji's past. Seojun goes quiet, gripping his spear as he processes the confession. Minji panics that he ruined the atmosphere and hurriedly apologizes, claiming he only meant his sister is too young to watch. Minji reaffirms they really are comrades in similar circumstances. Seojun, still unsure, allows Minji to follow if he wants. Seojun warns that there is no team and the first place prize money belongs to him alone. Minji hesitates but continues trailing behind Seojun anyway. Minji calls out to go together, refusing to be left behind. He struggles to keep pace, shocked by how fast Seojun moves through the maze. Seojun points out Minji is the one who insisted on following, ignoring his complaints. Minji is baffled by Seojun's lack of hesitation, as if Seojun is certain of the route. Even Seojun seems momentarily surprised by how naturally he's navigating. Minji gasps that they've hit a dead end just as he finally caught up. Seojun checks the wall and asks if this is the place he sensed. He presses his hand firmly against the wall, startling Minji who can't tell what he's doing. Minji watches in confusion as something about Seojun's action seems to trigger a result. The stadium announces the first maze breaker has appeared with a new record time of 27 minutes 12 seconds. Spectators erupt, insisting it can't be Junhwan since he's still fighting, and demand to know who broke through. The hooded girl realizes the name being called might be Seojun and starts to say it aloud. Minji also begins to blurt Seojun's name, risking drawing attention. The Jumbotron reveals first place is Kim Seojun, and Seojun casually notes he met no monsters, calling it a waste of experience points. Minji reels at how he ended up with Seojun and how that led to escaping the maze. The official results display Seojun in first at 27:12, Minji second, and Junhwan only third. Back in the waiting area, everyone gossips about the impossible time and the unknown dream academy that produced Seojun. Junhwan, irritated and distracted by the noise, admits it was unexpected that he placed third. Junhwan approaches Seojun directly, studying him with suspicion. The room falls silent as Junhwan stands over Seojun, and Seojun wonders what he wants. Seojun senses Junhwan scrutinizing him from head to toe and prepares for trouble. Junhwan's stare hardens, unreadable and assessing. Junhwan cuts off Seojun's attempt to speak and dismisses him as nothing special. Others echo the idea that Seojun was just lucky, trying to rationalize the upset. Seojun ignores the jealousy and focuses on finishing his lectures as an official enters to speak. The official announces the second round of the contention is about to be explained. He declares the second round will be a one-on-one tournament, banning mana-infused weapons but allowing mana body strengthening. He adds judges will stop fights if a cadet can't continue and confirms 32 people advanced, setting up a round of 32. With questions over, the official prepares to reveal the matchups as Seojun and Minji wait tensely. Suddenly someone announces they will forfeit, shocking Seojun. In the stands, the hooded girl admits she nearly got caught and tries to slip away. She cringes at having shouted Seojun's name in surprise, amazed he took first place. Deciding to return once the commotion dies down, she worries about what kind of matchups will be announced next. At the tournament venue, people realize the bracket has jumped straight to the semifinals because nearly everyone who advanced has already forfeited. Whispers spread that the sudden forfeits have killed the betting scene, making the whole event feel pointless to gamblers. At the counter, someone claims betting is pointless anyway since Lee Junhwan is expected to win, but the odds are too low to be fun. A mysterious hooded figure shocks everyone by placing an enormous bet of $1 million on Kim Seojun. The room erupts in disbelief at the reckless wager, drawing all attention to the cloaked bettor. A nearby cadet dismisses Seojun as a lucky nobody from the obscure Dream Academy and wonders who would back him. The hooded bettor's ominous presence unsettles onlookers, who can't figure out his identity or motives. Seojun, holding his spear, senses the atmosphere turning dull and tense as the forfeits pile up. Moments earlier, one cadet publicly announced he would forfeit, triggering stunned silence among the remaining competitors. Seojun's anxious friend Minji notes that forfeiting is common in League 4 since only top cadets usually matter. Rumors paint Lee Junhwan as dangerously violent, making cadets fear serious injury and decide the risk is not worth it. With too many strong contenders and big-name academies present, weaker cadets conclude they would only become stepping stones. The idea spreads that forfeiting is the cleanest option, and the crowd's resolve collapses. One after another, cadets join the wave and declare forfeits, accelerating the mass withdrawal. Even more cadets forfeit in a chain reaction, leaving Seojun and his friend awkwardly watching it happen. In the end, only 5 cadets remain in the tournament, and the last holdouts are mocked for lacking endurance. The first semifinal is set as Kim Seojun faces the axe-wielding Jang Dukchul. The other bracket pairs Lee Junhwan against Lee Minji, while Lee Choman advances by default with a bye. Minji nervously asks whether Seojun's earlier first-round placement guarantees overall first if he reaches the finals. Seojun notices Minji trembling and asks why he is shaking so badly before the match even begins. Minji panics about facing Lee Junhwan, but Seojun points out he still looks lively enough to fight. Seojun challenges Minji's defeatism, implying he is worrying about losing before even trying. Minji blurts that he already knows he will lose, and Seojun bluntly suggests he should forfeit too if that's his stance. Minji admits he cannot bring himself to forfeit. Just as staff announce Seojun and Dukchul are to head to the arena, Seojun tells Minji to fight to the end if he won't forfeit, because he might still win. Seojun grabs Minji's wrist, stopping him from sinking further into fear. He pulls Minji up and steadies him, forcing him to face what's coming instead of hiding. Minji asks if Seojun truly has no concerns about the danger ahead. Seojun answers that he has none, treating the fight as a chance to gain valuable experience. Minji can't understand Seojun's mindset as Seojun casually leaves, promising to return with prize money. The announcer opens the 63rd Academy Contention second tournament, praising that only the toughest remain after the mass forfeits. Seojun is introduced as the mysterious new record holder from the dungeon maze, and he wonders if Seojun is watching. As Seojun's opponent is introduced, a threat is directed at him that his luck will end here. Jang Dukchul boasts that tricks are useless before overwhelming strength and declares he will crush Seojun. Dukchul mocks Seojun for being unlucky to advance only to meet him, while Seojun calmly refuses to be rattled. Seojun coolly suggests they'll see who is truly unlucky once the match begins. At the start signal, Dukchul charges in furious, promising to make Seojun regret his confidence. Seojun remains composed, reading Dukchul's approach without flinching. Backstage, Minji hears the match has started and tenses up, worrying about how Seojun will do. Minji tries to focus but can't stop thinking about others, even as the danger of his own upcoming fight looms. He forces himself to stop worrying about Seojun, realizing he must prepare to face Junhwan next. Junhwan waits with cold impatience, radiating hostility as he anticipates his match. Minji shakes as Seojun's earlier words echo in his head, pushing him to fight rather than surrender. Overwhelmed, Minji clenches his fist and curses his own fear. He tells himself that named academy elites like Dukchul, Choman, and Junhwan are on another level from nobodies like him. Minji decides he should forfeit before he gets hurt, while Junhwan's looming presence makes the thought feel inevitable. The arena erupts as Seojun overturns expectations and the first semifinal ends almost instantly. The announcer declares Dream Academy's Kim Seojun the winner, leaving Dukchul stunned on the ground. Junhwan dismisses the remaining cadets as trash amusing themselves, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. Junhwan's eyes harden as he watches, his irritation sharpening into contempt. Minji approaches Junhwan with his sword, visibly nervous under Junhwan's stare. Minji tries to speak but hesitates, his courage faltering in front of Junhwan's cold aura. Junhwan's anger simmers as he prepares to deal with what he sees as an insult to his status. Back in the arena, Dukchul swings with full force, but Seojun slips away cleanly. The crowd marvels at Dukchul's power, yet Seojun keeps evading as if the blows are nothing. Even Dukchul realizes Seojun's performance isn't just luck, and confusion creeps into his aggression. Dukchul wonders what Seojun is, unsettled by how effortlessly his attacks are neutralized. Dukchul admits he has attacked non-stop to exhaustion, but Seojun has brushed everything off. Panting and furious, Dukchul can't understand why none of his attacks are working at all. Dukchul unleashes a powered-up strike, determined to force Seojun into a corner. Seojun deflects and sends Dukchul's massive axe flying, instantly flipping the fight's momentum. The axe crashes down away from them, and Dukchul freezes as he realizes he has been disarmed. Dukchul collapses backward in shock, unable to process how quickly he was beaten. The announcer emphasizes the match ended in the blink of an eye, while Dukchul stares in disbelief at his loss. Seojun stands over Dukchul as the victory is confirmed, and Dukchul can't accept losing in a contest of strength. Seojun privately sighs in disappointment, checking his progress gains and finding them smaller than he hoped. He complains that the progress rate barely increased and that mass forfeits reduced the fights he needed for growth. Seeing his limited time and resources, Seojun worries he won't finish his goals before his free pass runs out. Seojun resolves to win the prize money to buy a weapon and renew his free pass, making victory non-negotiable. Minji rushes in excitedly praising Seojun's strength, and Seojun dryly notes, he never claimed to be weak. A staff member interrupts to announce the second match is ready and tells them to come out when called. The names are called Cadet Lee Minji vs Cadet Lee Junhwan. Junhwan orders Minji to get out of his way, treating him like an insect. As Junhwan walks off, Minji calls after Seojun, reminding him of their earlier talk about being alike in the maze. Minji confesses he felt kinship with Seojun and was both happy and jealous when Seojun beat Dukshul. He admits he feels unlucky and talentless compared to Seojun, believing he can't match that kind of strength. Minji insists he still wants to be a brother his little sister can be proud of, just as he's summoned to the arena. Seojun tells Minji to do his best, and Minji answers with shaky determination. Seojun watches with a faint, confident smile, trusting Minji to at least try. As the match display appears, Minji vows to meet Seojun in the finals, trying to borrow Seojun's courage. Junhwan scoffs at Minji's self-encouragement, already irritated by his presence. Junhwan snaps at Minji for mumbling, demanding he stop being annoying. Junhwan complains he was forced into this embarrassing tournament, as officials repeat the rules before the fight. Junhwan sizes up Minji with disdain, seeing him as an unworthy brat of an opponent. Junhwan's glare sharpens, signaling he intends to dominate rather than compete fairly. Minji steps into the spotlight with his sword, trying to stand firm despite trembling. Junhwan calmly judges Minji without fighting, deciding he is easy prey. In Junhwan's mind, Minji is a helpless creature at the bottom of the food chain, meant only to be consumed. Junhwan imagines himself a predator, and labels Minji nothing but fodder. He convinces himself Minji advanced only by luck and should know his place. Junhwan believes he should have taken first in every round because he is above everyone else here, yet something still nags at him. Minji grips his sword with both hands, visibly shaking, while Junhwan curses the situation under his breath. Junhwan impatiently asks when they will start, and the referee says the announcer will begin shortly. As the second match is introduced, Minji gulps and repeats that he can do it like Seojun did. Junhwan decides there's no need to drag things out, and plans to end it instantly. At the commencement, Junhwan bursts forward in a blur, declaring he'll finish in a flash. Junhwan's first strike lands hard, snapping Minji's head back and staggering him. The announcer praises Junhwan's fast, precise assault while noting Minji looks overwhelmed and outmatched. Junhwan continues pressing, treating Minji like a pest to be swatted aside. Minji forces himself to act like he believes, meeting Junhwan's blade with his own despite the fear. A heavy hit sends Minji reeling, his glasses flying as blood spills from his mouth. Minji collapses to his knees in pain, and the crowd wonders if the match is already over. Junhwan looms over the fallen Minji as Minji thinks he is about to lose. Minji admits it isn't about winning anymore because he is no match for Junhwan at all. As Junhwan approaches, Minji despairs that he can't do anything despite his resolve to become strong like Seojun. Tears and breathless rage mix as Minji clings to Seojun's name as his last anchor. To everyone's surprise, Minji pushes himself back up, refusing to stay down. Minji tells himself it's enough if he can land just one meaningful strike. He stomps forward, committing to a single decisive attempt. Minji swings with everything he has, determined that even the tip of his blade must reach Junhwan. Junhwan stands still as the attack comes, confident it won't matter. The clash echoes across the arena, drawing a roar from the crowd. The announcer declares there was no upset and names Revenant Academy's Lee Junhwan the winner as Minji falls. Spectators praise Junhwan as expected and mock Minji for being no match. Even while acknowledging Junhwan's skill, the aftermath shows blood and the cost of his brutality. Junhwan pauses, startled to find blood on his own face, as if something actually hit him. He realizes Minji's attack reached him, and the crowd's murmurs swell at the unexpected detail. Junhwan scoffs, calling Minji a pest, but his glare betrays wounded pride. Humiliation boils as Junhwan fixates on the fact that nobody dared to hurt an elite like him. Junhwan tells the referee he will forfeit, confusing officials since the match is already decided. Instead of leaving, Junhwan lashes out again, striking the downed Minji while the referee shouts. The crowd reacts in shock as Junhwan declares he can't tolerate this place, or its weaklings anymore. Junhwan rants that accepting fools like Minji is why they're stuck in League 4, venting his contempt publicly. The referee warns Junhwan the match is over and threatens action, but Junhwan claims forfeiting and asks if they aren't angry too. Junhwan plants his foot on Minji's head, pinning him down in a cruel display of dominance. He sneers that pests keep crawling up without knowing their place, justifying his violence. As Junhwan prepares to continue, Seojun suddenly intercepts, blocking the strike with his spear and stopping him cold. Seojun admits he waited because they would meet in the finals anyway, but says he has changed his mind now. Seojun tells Junhwan he deserves to be beaten right now for what he's done. Seojun orders Junhwan to move, forcing him to step off Minji and back away. Junhwan, confused by the command, is told again to move his foot as Seojun holds him at spear point. Junhwan pretends innocence about the foot on Minji's head, testing whether Seojun will actually challenge him. Seojun makes it clear he won't tolerate it, and Junhwan pushes back, asking what if he refuses. Seojun knocks Junhwan away in a single motion, creating space and ending the immediate threat to Minji. Junhwan clicks his tongue as Seojun kneels to check Minji, while the referee calls out to see if Minji is conscious. Junhwan mocks Seojun's concern as a pathetic sob story between pests, while Minji weakly calls Seojun's name. Seojun confronts Junhwan directly, asking if it's really fun for him to look down on people like that. He demands to know why Junhwan would trample someone so helpless, refusing to let the cruelty slide. Junhwan answers that it disgusts him to see a pest not knowing his place, framing his contempt as simple truth. Seojun challenges that worldview, asking if Junhwan is saying pests are not allowed to dream, which Junhwan ridicules as naive. From the stands, people call the scene a mess and question why officials are not intervening as the argument escalates. Staff admit they were ordered from above not to step in and to simply watch, even though they don't understand why. In the audience, Seojun watches anxiously, whispering Seojun's name as the confrontation turns dangerous. Junhwan laughs at Seojun for being an imbecile and lectures that only the capable succeed by crushing others. He insists dreams have no place in that process, only winners and losers, trying to break Seojun's ideals. Seojun reflects that he once thought like Junhwan too, carrying Minji as he recalls his own hard-earned, bitter past. He remembers 9 grueling years becoming a pro hunter, constantly hitting walls of reality, and resenting his lack of money and talent. Seojun recalls concluding that hard work only maintained the status quo for him, and he often wondered if giving up earlier would have changed anything. Back in the present, Seojun asks the referee to take care of Minji as he admits fear and doubt used to control him. As the referee calls out to Cadet Seojun, Seojun steps forward with his spear, ready to confront what comes next. As the lesson lands that people often crumble when reality hits, Seojun refuses to be shaken and challenges what that means for him. He insists this isn't something to dismiss with casual judgment, signaling he won't accept being written off. Ignoring the official's protests that he's breaking rules, Seojun charges straight at Junhwan to force the issue. Even as someone screams for him to stop, Seojun commits to the attack, escalating the confrontation in front of everyone. Junhwan only sighs, treating the chaos as beneath him and showing contempt rather than caution. With a cruel grin, Junhwan mocks the situation as a joke, confident Seojun can't threaten him. Their weapons collide violently as Junhwan meets Seojun's rush head-on, turning it into a real fight. They trade insults at close range, each framing the other as inferior prey unworthy of respect. Seojun springs in with a kick while keeping his spear ready, trying to break Junhwan's rhythm. Junhwan whips his sword through with aggressive momentum, pressing forward to overwhelm Seojun. The exchange explodes across the arena as Seojun's counterforce sends Junhwan skidding back, surprising onlookers. Seojun realizes Junhwan is far stronger than expected, shattering his earlier confidence about not losing to Dukshul. Junhwan's predatory focus sharpens as the fight intensifies, making the present moment feel more dangerous than theory. Seojun forces himself to stop overthinking and instead move by instinct, trusting his sharpened senses. He drives his spear into Junhwan's torso line, landing a clean hit that jolts Junhwan's composure. Junhwan's eyes widen in shock, registering that Seojun can actually hurt him. They reset at distance amid debris and dust, both now treating the other as a genuine threat. When officials try to intervene, Junhwan roars them down and declares himself a predator above prey, refusing restraint. Seojun's gaze turns eerily intense, making Junhwan feel he's staring into the eyes of an equal hunter. Junhwan is rattled by seeing predatory eyes like his own on someone he considers a pest, and it destabilizes him. Junhwan laughs off Seojun's ideals as empty fantasies, trying to reassert dominance through ridicule. Seojun closes in and challenges Junhwan to keep talking once reality hits, daring him to prove it with force. Seojun blocks a crushing strike with his spear, the impact blasting rubble and proving his defense is real. Junhwan can't believe Seojun stopped that attack, and the shock turns into anger as the clash grinds on. Junhwan wonders if he's imagining it, because Seojun keeps meeting his sword with improving precision. Seojun pivots and sweeps, forcing Junhwan to adjust and preventing him from dictating the pace. Junhwan notices Seojun is rapidly learning to block more of his attacks, like watching a monster grow mid-fight. That realization unsettles Junhwan, who senses the balance shifting as Seojun adapts in real time. Their blows land in quick succession, both taking damage as the fight turns brutal and personal. They separate again across the scarred arena, each reassessing after the violent exchange. Junhwan realizes Seojun actually pushed him back, and the humiliation fuels his rage. Junhwan's fury erupts as he powers up, signaling he's about to cross a line to win. Seojun recognizes Junhwan has formed an aura sword and panics because he still can't control mana to match it. As people scream for Junhwan to stop, he declares he'll kill Seojun, and Seojun decides running is the safest move. Yet Seojun hesitates, feeling that fleeing would betray everything he's built toward and refusing to accept that ending. A mentor's story begins, recalling the Chu Kingdom War and a student asking why he once charged enemy lines alone. The mentor explains they asked if the battle was already doomed, implying he fought despite certain defeat. He admits it was a lost cause and the first time he despaired, terrified not of death but of losing. Even so he fought, and when asked why, his answer is simply that he did. He clarifies it wasn't heroics but necessity, something he had to do regardless of outcome. His advice to the brats is to fight like mad and believe in victory even when defeat seems certain, as Xian Yu once did. He warns that even mountain-moving power is useless without that fierce spirit, because without it you will lose. That unbreakable fighting spirit is what lets someone rise to become the hegemon king, defining true dominance. The lesson lands on Seojun. Strength plus world-overturning resolve is what decides who rules, not fear or calculation. Seojun surges forward in a blue aura rush, shocking Junhwan by refusing to retreat despite the killing intent. Junhwan grits his teeth, furious that Seojun is still coming at him. He screams that he's the predator who crushes pests, trying to drown out his shaken pride with violence. Both launch simultaneously. Red aura sword against Seojun's blue-charged spear, committing to a decisive collision. Junhwan curses Seojun to die as he swings with lethal intent, fully abandoning restraint. Seojun roars back and drives his power through the spear, meeting the killing blow head-on. Their energies crash in a massive impact that tears up the ground and sends shockwaves through the arena. The blast expands, swallowing the fighters in dust and force as spectators struggle to see what happened. A huge explosion blooms overhead, the arena shaking under the pressure of their clash. In the stands, people reel and stare, stunned by the scale of the impact. The dust cloud thickens and the crowd anxiously wonders who won, unable to see through the debris. As the dust begins to settle, Seojun turns his head, alert for movement. Seojun stands over Junhwan, who lies sprawled and defeated, his sword arm slack and the fight clearly decided. Seojun braces on his spear, exhausted but upright, confirming he endured the final exchange. Junhwan lies unconscious and bloodied, his earlier arrogance reduced to silence. From above, the arena shows the aftermath. Junhwan down, Seojun standing amid the wreckage. Seojun steadies himself, breathing hard as the crowd's noise swells around him. Junhwan stirs faintly but remains beaten, his hand dropping as his strength fails. The stadium erupts in cheers at the sight of Junhwan's defeat, the outcome finally visible. People call Seojun's name in disbelief, recognizing he just did something extraordinary. Seojun, watching, is stunned that someone who struggled against mana weapons weeks ago can now form an aura spear. She tries to process it, barely able to believe what she witnessed. In the stands, a hooded figure appears behind her, drawing her attention with an ominous presence. Seojun realizes the hooded person is someone she saw at the gambling center earlier, and she's confused why he's here. The hooded man panics, insisting this outcome is impossible, as if a fundamental rule has been broken. Seojun finds his reaction strangely excessive, like he's responding to some cosmic law being violated. She thinks it over, connecting his earlier behavior to what's happening now. She remembers he bet on Seojun winning, which makes his current shock even more suspicious. When she looks again, the hooded man is gone, vanishing before she can confront him. Later at sunset, Seojun walks away from the arena alone, battered and carrying his spear. He exhales wearily, the adrenaline fading as he processes what just happened. Officials inform Seojun he's been disqualified, abruptly undercutting the victory he earned in combat. They explain Junhwan had already forfeited and Seojun still intervened in what wasn't an official match, ignoring repeated warnings. Seojun accepts the rule violation but wonders why organizers didn't stop Junhwan sooner, sensing something off. He asks what will happen to Junhwan, prioritizing consequences over his own punishment. They rule Junhwan disqualified for attempted murder with an aura sword and ban him from the Pro Hunter exam for 5 years. In the end, Lee Choman wins the tournament by default, Minji takes second, and Dukchul ends up third as Seojun walks on. Seojun notes his progress rate skyrocketed during the fight, especially Xian Yu's lecture passing the 50% mark. He suspects the strange power he felt came from crossing that 50% threshold in Xian Yu's teachings. Thinking it might let him take another lecture, Seojun checks his phone, only to be tapped on the shoulder. Seojun catches up and calls out to him, worried but relieved to see him standing. She asks if he's hurt, and Seojun assures her he's sturdier than he looks despite the bandages. Seojun relaxes, grateful he's okay, while Seojun falls briefly silent. Seojun apologizes for intervening, and Seojun asks what she's apologizing for. She admits she might have cost him the win by stepping in, but Seojun tells her she owes him no apology. Seojun instead checks on her well-being, confused why she'd blame herself for stopping a murder attempt. Seojun points out he seemed interested in the prize money, making him realize what he forgot in the chaos. Seojun suddenly remembers the prize and reacts with a loud, pained realization. He blurts out his plan to buy the Lance of Longinus, and worries about needing another lecture pass, while Seojun asks what he'd do with the money. Seojun admits he was going to buy a weapon he'd been eyeing, and Seojun quietly takes note. Seojun says it's fine, accepting his motivation without judgment. Seojun confesses he has regrets but believes he'd regret it more if he hadn't stepped in back there. Seojun studies him, surprised by his sincerity and resolve. She tells him the money problem will work out somehow, trying to ease his anxiety. Minji comes running up shouting for Seojun, and Seojun recognizes him immediately. Minji pants and asks if Seojun is leaving, and Seojun confirms that's the plan. Minji hesitates, struggling to say what's on his mind as he faces Seojun. He steels himself, eyes trembling behind his glasses, preparing to ask something important. Minji asks if he can become like Seojun through hard work, laying bare his insecurity and hope. Seojun considers the question seriously, not dismissing it with empty encouragement. Minji waits tensely, desperate for an honest answer. Seojun pauses, choosing his words carefully rather than offering a quick comfort. Seojun tells Minji it will probably be difficult, refusing to lie about the harshness of the path. He explains Minji's talent lags behind what pro hunters require today, and that dreams alone can't brute force reality. Seojun advises him not to fixate on becoming a hunter, reminding him he can excel elsewhere, and he's still young. Minji laughs awkwardly and admits Seojun has a point, the honesty landing harder than praise. Minji says he only came to say a final goodbye, implying he's giving up on the dream he chased. Seojun stops him and tells him not to let anyone decide his limits, whether it's Seojun or anyone else. He warns people will call Minji talentless and say he'll never succeed, but those judgments are not destiny. Seojun emphasizes that others' opinions don't have to become Minji's reality, urging him to keep agency over his life. He leaves Minji with a simple rule: if you want something, do it, and Minji breaks down in tears. Seojun waves goodbye and promises to visit Minji with his little sister someday, turning the farewell into a future. As they walk, Seojun admits she's surprised by this side of Seojun, while he jokes he's just meddling again. Seojun says she thinks it's cool and declares herself his fan, and Seojun dryly suggests she'd be better as a student. Seojun regrets not suggesting the Dream Academy to Minji, realizing she missed a chance to help him. She watches Seojun walk away, quietly thinking over what she could have done differently. Seojun continues down the street at dusk, scratching his head as he moves on from the day's turmoil. Seojun repeats the thought of their academy, visibly touched by the idea of bringing someone in. Deciding on the spot, Seojun offers to buy Seojun a weapon as a substitute scholarship and drags him toward her grandfather's workshop. They arrive at a traditional-looking workshop compound, suggesting a place with craftsmanship and history. Inside, footsteps echo as they enter, the atmosphere shifting from streetlight warmth to serious selection. Elsewhere, Seo Munchil asks if the headmaster is present, and is told he's meditating and won't see anyone. Munchil insists it's an emergency and demands the headmaster be told he's here, overriding protocol. A door slides open abruptly, signaling the headmaster's attention has been forced. Munchil announces himself as Seo Munchil, the Sword Saint's close aide, pressing the urgency of his visit. The headmaster coldly reminds him he ordered no interruptions, making clear Munchil has angered him. A crushing pressure floods the room as the headmaster's aura pins the men down, demanding to know if his orders are being ignored. Munchil can barely move under the unbelievable force and blurts that Lady Seoyun participated in the recent academy tournament. The headmaster's expression tightens, the name catching his interest despite his irritation. He repeats Seoyun's name and confirms the report, shifting from anger to focused curiosity. As Munchil says they're still gathering details, the scene cuts to Seoyun excitedly showing weapons while Seojun evaluates them. The narration notes she seems to have recruited a new student, while Seojun rejects option after option with growing pickiness. Back with the headmaster, he decides he will handle the matter himself, refusing to delegate. Sword Saint Park Minchil declares he must personally see what kind of person Seojun is, setting a direct confrontation in motion. At Dream Academy, a counter ticks up toward 5,000, building anticipation as if marking a milestone. Seojun grips his spear, preparing to strike as the moment of reaching the number arrives. The counter hits 5,000 as Seojun completes the action, implying a threshold has been met. A system-like notice declares the daily task complete, and Seojun exhales while Seoyun watches him closely. Seon's stare sharpens into open suspicion, making Seojun feel judged even without words. Seojun mentions feeling a sharp glare on the back of his head, and Seoyun dismisses it as his imagination, while clearly not amused. She calls him out for being desperate to change equipment yet buying nothing after being overly picky at the workshop. Seoyun labels him a liar and notes he normally wouldn't refuse or care what others think, while Seojun admits normal weapons feel lacking after seeing transcended craftsmanship. Seojun blames his bad luck on causality, realizing even the Lance of Longinus price jumped, and he can't just ask for cash instead. He concludes causality punishes rewards not earned through proper hard work, making him afraid to take shortcuts. Seoyun glares in silence, unimpressed by his excuses and waiting for a real answer. She asks what kind of mana cultivation technique he uses, and Seojun repeats the term in confusion, realizing he lacks even that basic framework. Seoyun tells Seojun that to properly handle mana he must learn a mana cultivation technique, and his combat results suggest his potential is far above low class. Seojun realizes he has never actually learned any formal mana cultivation method despite using mana in fights. He's reminded that a mana cultivation technique is a method for using mana more efficiently. He learns these techniques vary widely, are ranked by efficiency, and are often patented as proprietary hunter methods. Seojun reflects that gaining access to such techniques is why he aimed for an expensive elite academy. When he asks about the Sword Saint's technique at Dream Academy, Seoyun admits it is forbidden by her grandfather. Instead, Seoyun reveals she teaches a mana cultivation technique she invented herself, stunning Seojun. Pressed on why he asked, Seojun awkwardly plays it off as curiosity while privately reassessing Seon's talent. He accepts that mana cultivation is fundamental and recalls how lacking mana use hurt him in his fight with Jun Huan. With time to spare, Seojun decides he should take a lecture focused on mana, while Seoyun senses he is dodging something. Seoyun chooses not to pry further and simply tells him to keep training as she leaves. Seojun asks where she's going, and she says she has business to handle. He jokes about her having business at all, and she snaps back, reminding him to lock up if he leaves before she returns. Seojun agrees and starts thinking seriously about which lecture to take next. Outside Dream Academy, Seojun waits for news about Seojun's mentor and feels annoyed at being made to check on him. Seojun begins a lecture titled What is Mana?, which frames mana as a force that can overturn the world's strict causality. The instructor is Archmage Merlin, who promises that learning mana will let him truly see the world. Seojun flinches as the lecture interface activates on his device. Merlin's lecture announces that completing it will grant a skill, and Seojun braces for another mind-bending lesson. Merlin abruptly stops explaining and orders the students to begin practicing. A daily task appears demanding he manifest 1,000 mana orbs, and Seojun is shocked it counts as daily training. Despite the absurd number, Seojun decides to attempt it. He focuses and draws out mana, a faint aura rising as he tries to shape it. He finds sensing and controlling mana manageable thanks to Chiron's training, but shaping it into a form is extremely difficult. Merlin explains that using mana means bridging imagination and physical reality by convincing the world it is natural. Merlin builds suspense, calling the next concept the prime example of this principle. He reveals the key is manifesting mana as aura, a unique power beyond ordinary forces. Seojun feels something gather between his hands as the concept clicks. He recognizes the sensation as the start of real manifestation. A bright mass condenses as his mana takes visible form. Seojun successfully creates a mana orb and blurts out his surprise at the result. He stares at the tiny orb, unsure if it truly counts. Merlin seems unimpressed, and Seojun worries his small orb might not satisfy the task's requirement. Still, Seojun reassures himself he will improve with time and practice. A terrifying presence bursts in as an older man storms into the room, startling Seojun mid-practice. Seojun turns, confused, asking who the intruder is. The man is identified as the Sword Saint, who came to see the new student at Seon's academy. Noticing the orb, the Sword Saint recognizes it as condensed mana and judges Seojun's talent exceptional. He immediately assumes Seojun joined Dream Academy to exploit his granddaughter, Seoyun. Under crushing pressure, Seojun introduces himself as Kim Seojun, while the Sword Saint demands his identity. Seojun nervously admits it's surreal meeting the famous Sword Saint in person. He mentions Seoyun just left on business, which makes the Sword Saint react sharply to her name. The Sword Saint's expression hardens, taking Seojun's mention of Seoyun as confirmation of his suspicions. He challenges Seojun's calmness, and Seojun doesn't understand what he means. The Sword Saint notes his killing intent should paralyze anyone below S-class, yet Seojun remains standing. Seojun realizes the pressure may be tied to his unwavering heart, and is ordered to state his true objective. Trying to defuse the situation, Seojun asks what the Sword Saint is talking about. The Sword Saint insists someone with Seojun's talent could go anywhere, so approaching Seoyun must have a motive. He advances with a threat, demanding the truth as his aura intensifies. Seojun panics and insists there's a misunderstanding, trying to explain himself. The Sword Saint scoffs that Seojun is giving in too easily and declares the situation dangerous. Without warning, the Sword Saint swings, blasting Seojun away with a strike that doesn't even unsheathe the blade. Seojun reels as he realizes the Sword Saint's attack was effortless yet overwhelming. He struggles to comprehend the gap in power, stunned and frightened. Elsewhere, Seoyun arrives at the main clan house and is told her grandfather is not there. She asks when he will return, but the staff only suggests Councilman Seo might know and offers to call him. Seoyun worries because she wanted to discuss Mr. Seojun with her grandfather. She urgently wonders where her grandfather has gone. Back at the academy, the Sword Saint orders Seojun to speak, pressing him again. Seojun steadies himself under the demand to reveal his objective. At the clan house, Seoyun repeats in disbelief that her grandfather is absent. The staff confirms the headmaster is away and again suggests contacting Councilman Seo. Seoyun realizes she can no longer keep Seojun hidden after the tournament, and feels the situation turning bad. She resolves to confront the issue directly and asks them to call Councilman Seo as someone announces her arrival. Councilman Seo appears, surprised to see Seoyun at the main clan house. He says he was about to contact her, leaving Seoyun confused about why. Councilman Seo explains he came to see her grandfather. He reveals the headmaster went to Seon's academy, shocking her. Seoyun bolts in alarm, realizing the confrontation is already happening without her. Councilman Seo and the staff are left wondering why she ran off so suddenly. Seoyun sprints toward the academy, blaming herself for letting her guard down and for his early visit. She steels herself that no matter what, she cannot let the two meet alone. Seojun, tense and bruised, watches the Sword Saint carefully for an opening. The Sword Saint studies him with cold suspicion, unshaken by Seojun's resistance. Seojun realizes too late the Sword Saint arrived before Seoyun could intervene, and the room is already wrecked. Seojun is bewildered by the Sword Saint's bizarrely overwhelming technique. He notices the Sword Saint attack using the scabbard, swinging without drawing the sword. Seojun concludes the Sword Saint is trying to restrain rather than kill him, which gives him a sliver of hope. He begs for a pause and asks who the Sword Saint really is, insisting it's a misunderstanding. The Sword Saint points out Seojun has already manifested mana, undermining his claim of innocence. He accuses Seojun of lying despite his impressive movement, and refuses to accept the misunderstanding excuse. The Sword Saint attacks again, calling Seojun a shameless liar as Seojun blocks with his spear. Seojun pleads that he doesn't know what Seoyun said and begs the Sword Saint to calm down. As the Sword Saint insults him, Seojun panics, unable to pinpoint what he said to trigger this hostility. The Sword Saint declares Seojun never intended to talk things out and calls his words lies. Seojun falls silent, realizing reasoning alone won't stop the assault. He decides to fight back anyway, shifting his stance with grim resolve. Seojun judges the Sword Saint could have killed him instantly, so he gambles on surviving long enough to prove something. The Sword Saint's legend is emphasized as his aura looms like a dragon behind him. Seojun thinks the Sword Saint is closest to his ideals, and sees this clash as a rare chance to test himself. He grips his spear and commits to pushing his limits despite the danger. The Sword Saint watches him with contempt, calling him a scallywag as Seojun's intent sharpens. The Sword Saint senses Seojun's atmosphere change as the young man becomes more serious. He reflects that he has met countless hunters over decades and measures them by their eyes. He notes only one person has kept fierce eyes even when facing him, implying Seojun is unusual. Seojun's footwork and control impress the Sword Saint enough to acknowledge his skill. Still attacking, the Sword Saint repeats the core accusation. Why did Seojun approach his granddaughter? Seojun blocks another invisible heavy blow, and curses that he cannot even sense the attack properly. He focuses intensely, trying to read the Sword Saint's movements through sheer perception. The Sword Saint's killing aura swells again, dwarfing Seojun and reminding him how close he is to death. Seojun admits even a simple strike from the Sword Saint is beyond his comprehension. Determined, Seojun decides to find out how long he can last and launches a flurry of attacks. The Sword Saint stands nearly still as Seojun's rapid strikes whirl around him to little effect. With minimal motion, the Sword Saint deflects and controls the exchange, unbothered. Seojun darts in and out, trying to create an opening with speed and angles. The Sword Saint dismisses Seojun's effort as trivial and swats him away again. Seojun refuses to let it end there, sensing something missing and pushing himself for one more chance. He realizes tricks won't work and that his only hope is striking while the Sword Saint is still holding back. Breathing hard, Seojun prepares for a single decisive attempt. He commits to ending it in one go because he knows he will not get another shot. Seojun panics over how to do it, searching desperately for a method that can reach the Sword Saint. He lunges in close, but the Sword Saint slips behind him and controls his balance with ease. The Sword Saint continues to dominate the clinch, turning Seojun's momentum against him. Seojun recalls Merlin's lesson about using will to convince the world and make imagined power descend into reality. He channels that idea into a desperate grappling hold, trying to restrain the Sword Saint with aura. Seojun unleashes everything he has in a single burst, shouting his attack as mana surges. A massive shockwave erupts from Seojun's strike, filling the room with violent aura. When the dust clears, Seojun is on his knees while the Sword Saint remains standing, untouched. The Sword Saint looks down in silence, barely acknowledging the attempt. Seojun winces, admitting the counter and impact hurt badly. The Sword Saint declares Seojun has shown his true colors, while Seojun protests that he was attacked first. Seojun complains that talking makes his injuries worse and asks when Seoyun will arrive. Hearing Seon's name, the Sword Saint's aura darkens as he agrees to indulge Seojun's request. He announces he will personally deliver death, escalating from restraint to lethal intent. Seojun realizes he is completely outmatched and thinks he is finished. Seoyun bursts in and shouts for her grandfather to stop, halting the killing blow at the last moment. She demands to know what they are doing, shocked to find them fighting. Seoyun, furious and shaken, addresses her grandfather directly. A staff member fusses over Seojun's bruises while he insists it's not a major injury, just painful. The Sword Saint mocks Seojun for being wimpy, and Seojun snaps back that anyone would be crushed by the Sword Saint. Seojun taunts the Sword Saint about hitting him again as Seoyun stands between them to prevent another strike. Seoyun is stunned by Seojun's audacity and the chaos her grandfather caused. She admits she has never seen anyone talk back to the Sword Saint and demands to know why Seojun was beaten first. Seoyun orders her grandfather to stop, asserting authority despite his reputation. She apologizes to Seojun for what happened, but he tells her it's fine and she doesn't need to apologize. Seoyun bows deeply, promising to explain everything later and repeating her sincere apology. Seojun suddenly notices something off, reacting with a sharp, silent realization. Seoyun looks troubled as the Sword Saint stands behind her, arms crossed, still imposing. Seojun decides to get checked at the hospital, and Seoyun insists she will cover the treatment costs out of guilt. Seoyun says she will be on her way and thanks Seojun for understanding as she prepares to leave. She pauses, conflicted, as if weighing what to say next. Seoyun turns back to address her grandfather, gathering courage. She asks him to talk, initiating a long overdue confrontation. They face each other in tense silence, the air heavy with unspoken history. Seoyun admits she chose to confront him but now struggles to speak, recalling years of being warned not to get close to suspicious people. She finally states firmly that Seojun is not suspicious, contradicting her grandfather's assumptions. The Sword Saint challenges her, demanding what she could possibly know. Seoyun reflects bitterly that for 31 years her grandfather has dismissed her opinions with the same cutting words. She recalls that even founding the Dream Hunter Academy as a compromise never freed her from her grandfather's interference. She remembers how her grandfather would always cause trouble whenever she accepted a new student, driving them away in fear. Seo-yoon admits she understands why her grandfather is harsh and why she couldn't stop people from leaving, yet she still can't accept letting Seo-jun go. Her grandfather coldly orders her to settle the matter by tomorrow, implying consequences if she fails. Seo-yoon's refusal hardens into open defiance as she decides she will not comply. She insists Seo-jun is different from the others, challenging her grandfather's usual assumptions. When pressed, Seo-yoon blurts out that she refuses to let Seo-jun leave, shocking even herself with the intensity. She confronts her grandfather head-on, demanding to know why she must always obey him. Seo-yoon argues it has been less than a month and declares the academy is hers, not his to control. Trying to rationalize, she claims she has no special feelings for Seo-jun and no shared history with him. Yet watching Seo-jun walk away leaves her with an unsettling pull she can't explain. She realizes that odd feeling is a desire to stay with him longer. Her grandfather scolds her for throwing a tantrum, but she snaps back that she doesn't care what she doesn't know. Seo-yoon admits she can't answer why she feels this way yet, hinting at confusion rather than certainty. She decides the only way forward is to find out what this feeling is. She declares she won't live under her grandfather's shadow forever, and he refuses to accept that. Even as she steels herself, Seo-yoon wavers for a moment under the weight of what she's doing. Her grandfather stares her down, unsettled by her sudden resolve. A tense silence hangs as Seo-yoon holds her ground. She apologizes for raising her voice, but the apology doesn't soften her stance. Seo-yoon leaves, stating she will not do what he wants this time. Left alone, her grandfather murmurs her name, shaken by the change. He wonders if she has ever asserted her will so strongly before. A sudden dungeon break erupts in the city, unleashing monsters and panic as civilians flee. An aide rushes in to report an incident to the headmaster. The report reveals the victim is his son, jolting him with dread. Grief and shock wash over him as he processes the loss. A memory surfaces of young Seo-yoon, small and alone, looking up at him. He recalls losing his son to a dungeon break and then facing Seo-yoon, now left without her father. He decided she needed strength to defend herself, and that decision shaped everything afterward. He admits that is why he became so strict with her. Even though she disliked swordsmanship, he forced relentless training so she could become a hunter, even in A class. He dismissed her own dreams, insisting all his teaching was meant for combat, not a quiet life. When she resisted, he shut her down and demanded obedience. The two stood back to back in bitterness, either willing to yield. He knowingly widened their emotional rift for years, believing it necessary. Now he recognizes the consequence of that choice in her rebellion. Alone in the empty hall, he names it for what it is, rebellion. Morning arrives with the city's ordinary sounds, contrasting the turmoil inside the academy. Seo-jun approaches on foot, heading toward the academy with purpose. He adjusts the long case on his back as he walks, ready for another day. Seo-jun reassures himself he's fine and that today's task should be manageable. The calm street scene lingers, a brief pause before more conflict. Seo-jun jokes about surviving the Sword Saint's earlier beating, admitting it could have been worse without Seo-yoon's intervention. He reflects that he hadn't known Seo-yoon carried such a heavy past. He recalls that Seo-yoon called him last night and explained the situation in broad strokes. Her call covered her current circumstances and the strained relationship with her grandfather. She also hinted at what happened to previous students, deepening the unease. Seo-jun senses she withheld details, but he still understood her feelings and why the Sword Saint hated him. Even so, he decides understanding doesn't excuse being attacked and thinks the Sword Saint owes him an apology. He arrives and resolves to prevent a repeat by confronting the Sword Saint directly. His system notes his lecture progress increased from the beating, making him conflicted about wanting it to never happen again. He half considers that another beating might be worth it for the progress boost as he greets the Sword Saint. Seo-jun braces, sensing the Sword Saint's presence and mood. The Sword Saint tells him to stop hovering and come inside. Inside, the Sword Saint sits cross-legged with his sword nearby, asserting control of the space. He orders Seo-jun to sit, and Seo-jun worries he's about to be beaten again. The Sword Saint recognizes Seo-jun has made some kind of deal with Seo-yoon. Seo-jun challenges him to confirm the full truth, and the Sword Saint insists he had nothing to hide. Seo-jun believes him, but the Sword Saint is baffled by Seo-jun's strength and talent for a mere cadet. The Sword Saint admits Seo-jun inexplicably makes his anger rise, then asks where Seo-jun thinks he's going. Seo-jun says he wasn't leaving, only planning to train, which sparks an idea in the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint decides to watch Seo-jun train to figure out what he's hiding and allows him to proceed. He admits the only thing he's certain of is that something about Seo-jun doesn't add up. Watching Seo-jun stare at a blank phone screen for hours, the Sword Saint concludes the boy is not in the right state of mind. He asks if Seo-jun is meditating, and Seo-jun awkwardly says it's something similar. The Sword Saint lectures that meditation strengthens mind and heart, and scolds Seo-jun for being excessive earlier. He grows irritated that Seo-jun seems uninterested in his teachings. To provoke a reaction, the Sword Saint offers to personally teach Seo-jun, which surprises him. Pleased at Seo-jun's immediate response, the Sword Saint admits his pride pushed him to offer instruction, until Seo-jun bluntly declines. Seo-jun adds that the Sword Saint is interrupting his progress and asks him to wait until later, infuriating him. Seo-jun arrives to speak about yesterday, trying to address the tension. She freezes when she sees her grandfather with Seo-jun, and he calmly acknowledges her arrival. Her grandfather says she came just in time, while Seoyun demands to know why he visited again. Seoyun threatens him not to bully Seojun again, but he whispers that Seojun is simply not right in the head. He rambles to Seoyun about Seojun's disrespect, still stung by being dismissed. He declares Seojun's behavior is bizarre and writes him off as nuts, while Seojun continues unfazed. Seoyun asks what exactly is weird, and her grandfather insists she can't seriously think Seojun's current behavior is normal. Seoyun gently says she used to think it was weird too, implying she's changed her view. She smiles softly, signaling she's starting to enjoy Seojun's presence rather than fear it. Stepping forward, Seoyun announces herself to Seojun, taking his side openly. Seojun greets her and asks when she arrived, and she checks on his condition instead of focusing on the conflict. The Sword Saint fumes that he dislikes Seojun, but notices Seon's obvious enjoyment and can't accept it. Seoyun laughs with Seojun, and the Sword Saint is stunned that their conversation seems genuinely fun for her. Her laughter continues, deepening his disbelief. He realizes he has never seen Seoyun smile like that before, and it unsettles him. Seoyun keeps laughing warmly, while her grandfather turns cold and silent behind her. The Sword Saint's shock hardens into anger. He sees that Seojun dares to act this way around Seoyun. He interprets Seojun's easy rapport as targeting his precious granddaughter and starts to move. An aide urgently interrupts, pulling the Sword Saint's attention away. The aide reports the Order of Truth has requested a meeting with the Sword Saint, which he dismisses with contempt. He says there's no need to go and tells them to come in person if they want something. The aide clarifies that Sir Kalia personally re-requested the meeting, startling the Sword Saint. Worse, Kalia specifically asked that Kim Seojun come as well. Everyone reacts in shock as Seojun looks up, confused by the sudden focus on him. Seojun points to himself, incredulous that he's being summoned. He processes that Kalia is looking for him, raising suspicion and curiosity. The Sword Saint accuses Seojun of being tied to the Order of Truth and demands how Kalia even knows him. Seoyun recalls seeing a suspicious hooded man at the Academy's gambling house and wonders if that person is involved. The Sword Saint doubts Kalia would care about something trivial, while Seojun admits he knows nothing about the hooded figure. Seojun complains about the hassle of going, and Seoyun is exasperated by his attitude. They explain the Order of Truth's immense status and that Kalia is the successor to the Apostle of Chastity, making the invitation extraordinary. Seojun argues it means nothing to him since Kalia is a stranger and he'd rather train. The Sword Saint begins to understand why Kalia is so highly regarded, sensing calculation behind the request. The aide reveals Kalia predicted Seojun might refuse, implying he anticipated this exact reaction. Kalia prepared a message. If Seojun comes, he will be given $100,000 to reconsider. Seojun is stunned that the offer matches the exact amount he needs, wondering how Kalia knew. They outline the Order of Truth as a powerful faith that worships truth itself, led by the veiled Grand Voice. The 7 apostles are introduced as central collaborators embodying virtues like chastity, diligence, and temperance. Their authority grew after the Cataclysm, when their proclaimed truth became treated like divine words. During the Cataclysm, they combined forces with countless heroes to restore peace and expand their influence. The narration hints the most decisive moment of that era is still to be revealed. That decisive moment was the subjugation of a giant berserk monster. When the world thought the Cataclysm was ending, the monster appeared, so powerful that even all heroes together were helpless. Only the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles defeated it, becoming the key to ending the Cataclysm. In the present, the meeting is set at a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. At the hotel, the Sword Saint notes the accommodation seemed plain for such a global religious power as he arrives to meet Kalia with Seojun. A hooded attendant greets Seojun by name, confirming they expected him. The attendant invites them inside, saying Sir Kalia is waiting. As they walk, Seojun suspects the money offer was bait tied to his misprize, but it still doesn't explain why Kalia has been watching him. They stop at a specific room, and the Sword Saint wonders whether Kalia knows something about him or about Transcension Academy. The attendant tells them to wait briefly, and the Sword Saint resolves to investigate Kalia's intentions afterward. Seated, the Sword Saint mutters that Kalia is acting as if he knew they would come. Someone asks if the Sword Saint already knows Kalia, prompting a tense pause. The Sword Saint admits this is his first time meeting Kalia in person, surprising Seojun, who assumed familiarity. He explains he saw the Apostle of Chastity during the Cataclysm but never met the successor face to face. Seojun reflects that he keeps forgetting the Sword Saint is a legendary hero, not just Seon's grandfather. Seojun asks about the Cataclysm and the Grand Voice, noting the Grand Voice only appeared during the Berserk subjugation. He presses whether the Sword Saint has ever met the Grand Voice, and the Sword Saint grows wary. Seojun answers plainly that he has not met the Grand Voice. The Sword Saint admits he only ever saw the Grand Voice from afar, never close enough to know more. Seojun senses someone approaching, his attention snapping toward the door. Kalia enters, greeting them with composed confidence. The Sword Saint complains that Kalia summoned them yet made them wait, challenging his manners. Kalia reveals himself as a blonde, blue-eyed knightly figure, confirming the name with calm authority. He is introduced as Kalia, the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. Kalia apologizes for the delay as spiritual preparation, and the Sword Saint bluntly dismisses it as nonsense. Kalia formally introduces himself as a believer spreading his God's words and walking the path of chastity, while Seojun tries to respond politely. Kalia thanks Seojun for coming, addressing him directly and respectfully. Seojun demands to know how Kalia knows him, and Kalia suggests clearing misunderstandings first by referencing the academy contention. Kalia explains a believer watched Seojun then praised him highly, so Kalia invited him to judge his greatness personally. Seojun doubts that simple curiosity is the real reason Kalia took interest in him. He presses for Kalia's true motive, and Kalia proposes they sit and hear the full story. The Sword Saint reacts sharply when Kalia brings up dungeon reconnaissance as the main topic. Kalia confirms he wants the Sword Saint to accompany him on a dungeon recon mission. The Sword Saint refuses, but Kalia counters that the cataclysm never truly ended, implying a looming threat. The Sword Saint is shaken into silence by the implication. Kalia reports a distortion in a Korean dungeon and says the Sword Saint should understand what that signifies. Ignoring the Sword Saint's protests, Kalia states the Order of Truth has decided the dungeon must be investigated. The Sword Saint realizes this is why Kalia came to Korea in the first place. Kalia adds that succeeding in this mission would also solidify his position as the Apostle's successor, revealing ambition behind the request. In a tense meeting, the Sword Saint makes it clear he cannot be fooled by excuses blaming the Order of Truth. When asked for help, the Order of Truth side answers that any assistance depends on what they can gain. The Sword Saint notes they seem to want nothing from him, then pointedly brings up that their leader's granddaughter runs a hunter academy. The mention of the Order of Truth triggers the Sword Saint's anger as he starts to speak about them. His killing intent floods the room, silencing everyone and forcing the others to freeze under pressure. Seojun realizes his body goes numb and understands what the Sword Saint's true intent to kill feels like. The Sword Saint warns that if they involve Seojun again, he will come after them without restraint. Kalia quickly admits fault and apologizes to defuse the Sword Saint's threat. The Sword Saint accepts the apology with cold finality, leaving the room on edge. Kalia offers to grant one request, but the Sword Saint mocks the idea of trusting someone who could later deny the deal. Kalia proposes swearing on the Order of Truth's name to prove sincerity, catching the Sword Saint's attention. She argues the oath won't decide the Apostle's seat but insists he cannot ignore what he now knows, and he agrees to help if she swears. They perform the ritual of the Vow of Truth, formally binding the promise. With the oath complete, Kalia turns her attention to Seojun as the next matter to address. Kalia straightforwardly offers that the Order of Truth wants to sponsor Seojun. Seojun objects that he already has an academy, and Kalia clarifies they will support him without making him leave it. Seojun asks what he must give in return if he accepts their sponsorship. Kalia claims they expect nothing back and that simply having a relationship with Seojun is enough. Seojun tests her by asking what happens if he refuses, and she says they will do nothing, though he suspects strings will appear later. He calls the offer unattractive but says he will consider it if she answers one question truthfully. As Kalia agrees, Seojun abruptly stops her and prepares a strange question. Kalia wonders if he can really force a truthful answer and decides the oddity is too suspicious to ignore. Seojun suddenly moves, committing to his test. He thrusts his smartphone toward Kalia's face, startling her into focusing on it. Seojun asks what she can see on the smartphone screen right now. Kalia hesitates, unsettled by the question and what it might imply. Seojun frames it as a question about souls and identity across reincarnation, implying the same existence persists. When Kalia questions his meaning, he repeats that he wants to know what she sees on his phone. Kalia calls it weird, while Seojun insists it is simple yet feels difficult for him personally. Kalia says she cannot force him to answer, leaving the choice to him. Seojun answers that the screen is black. Kalia confirms she also sees only a completely black screen and asks if that satisfies him, and he says it does. Kalia presses whether he will now view the sponsorship more positively, and he begins to respond. Seojun finishes by refusing the sponsorship anyway, smiling as if he has confirmed something. Later, Kalia stands alone at night, silently processing what just happened. She asks her subordinate Calcus whether he noticed any distortions, and he reports none. When she demands certainty, Calcus swears on the Order of Truth that his observation was accurate. Kalia concludes that Seojun seemed utterly ordinary at first glance. Yet she admits being shaken when he shoved the phone at her and asked if she could see anything. Feeling an unpleasant unease, Kalia considers reporting the incident to another apostle. She decides to simply watch Seojun for now and refocuses on the urgent dungeon distortion problem, noting 2 heroes remain uncontacted. She reflects that the Dark Saint and Soul Saint have not been seen, leaving their status uncertain. The thought of the missing 2 lingers like a dark interruption in her mind. Outside, the Sword Saint confronts Seojun for rejecting Kalia's proposal. Seojun says it left a bad taste, and internally notes at least Kalia seems unrelated to Seon's Transcension Academy. He adds he refuses goodwill from someone who hides their true intentions, while the Sword Saint praises Seon's honesty. Seojun asks what a dungeon distortion actually means, and the Sword Saint answers that it is magic power becoming warped. The Sword Saint explains distortions cause mismatches between estimated and real difficulty, often raising rank suddenly or triggering early dungeon breaks. Seojun is surprised such events occur, and the Sword Saint says they are rare nowadays. He adds distortions happened occasionally during the cataclysm, deepening Seojun's concern. Seojun worries Kalia's warning might still matter, but the Sword Saint dismisses it as a misunderstanding and insists the cataclysm is over. When Seojun asks where he is going, the Sword Saint walks off, telling him it is none of his business. The Sword Saint's footsteps carry him away, ending the conversation on his terms. Without turning back, the Sword Saint warns Seojun again that any suspicious move against Seoyun will bring consequences. Seojun jokes that at least the warning acknowledges him, while the Sword Saint bluntly says he will be watching. The Sword Saint's patience snaps and he prepares to discipline Seojun with force. Seojun panics at the threat of another hit, then flees with a forced farewell as bystanders laugh. The Sword Saint fumes that Seojun is a hopeless scallywag. Seojun reflects that the Sword Saint always tries to solve things with strength, and vows to improve fast enough to face him. Back at the academy, Seojun returns earlier than expected, surprising Seoyun. Seoyun asks about his grandfather, and Seojun says the old man came up but then left. Seoyun anxiously asks if the Sword Saint said anything, and Seojun reassures her nothing she feared happened. Seoyun apologizes for her grandfather's meddling, and Seojun says the Sword Saint's harsh manner isn't necessarily bad. Seoyun quietly considers his words, her expression softening. She decides the Sword Saint can change from here on. Seojun blurts that he can take a few hits if needed, then realizes how ridiculous that sounded as Seoyun thanks him sincerely. An awkward silence falls between them as both struggle to respond naturally. Seoyun breaks the tension by remembering Seojun's money troubles and asking about them. She says he talks about needing money constantly, and he sheepishly admits she is right. Seojun realizes money is urgent again with upcoming costs, and Seoyun reveals she researched and found an opportunity that fits. She presents information about the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest recruitment. Seojun repeats the name in confusion, trying to grasp what a Dungeon Sweep Contest is. Seoyun explains it is a contest to clear neglected dungeons that have been left untouched. She adds those dungeons are ignored because they do not make money, which makes Seojun understand the premise. Seoyun notes that unlike the Cataclysm era's duty-driven awakeners, modern pro hunters chase profit, leaving low-ranked tedious dungeons unattended. She warns that unrated dungeons eventually cause dungeon breaks that spill monsters, dangerous even if low-ranked. She explains the government once handled neglected dungeons with dedicated hunters to protect civilians, but using high-level pros for trivial monsters was inefficient, so the government created a new approach. Seojun confirms that new approach is this dungeon sweep contest, and Seoyun agrees. Seoyun says most neglected dungeons are manageable for cadets, and the contest also boosts academy evaluations, making it a clever system. She tells Seojun he could easily win first place, tempting him with confidence. She reveals first prize is $300,000, and Seojun realizes it also helps his lecture progress while rating. Seeing no reason to refuse, Seojun agrees to participate and Seoyun happily offers to register him immediately. Seojun notes she found all this without being asked, implying she quietly searched for ways to help him. He mulls over the contest, taking it more seriously than his initial excitement. Remembering how unexpected variables ruined him before, Seojun resolves not to underestimate the contest. He declares he will definitely win and asks Seoyun about the contest's exact progression method. Seoyun explains it lasts a week and participants receive a list of dungeon locations, then reserve targets through an app. She adds each reservation must be cleared within 10 hours and only one reservation can be held at a time to prevent hoarding. In simple terms, she says scoring depends on how many dungeons you sweep and how quickly, making speed the key. Seojun worries speed will be hard if they must handle monster corpses after raids, and starts thinking of shortcuts. Seoyun tells him not to bother with corpses because they are not worth much, then abruptly realizes what he is planning. She accuses him of intending to handle corpses himself just for extra money, while he argues there are no rules against it. Seojun insists small gains add up and he cannot throw them away, but Seoyun reminds him winning first prize is what matters. Seoyun concludes that his greed is exactly why she said the contest would be difficult. Seojun decides the prize money is the priority, and tells himself not to be stubborn. He pauses mid-thought and asks Seoyun to wait as he considers a better plan. Seojun asks for the exact rules so he can exploit nothing and avoid disqualification. A few days pass as the competition day arrives. On the day of the competition, Seojun checks his lecture progress and realizes some lectures have stalled, meaning he may need new triggers to advance. At the meeting point, Seoyun asks if he installed the contest app, and he confirms he prepared everything. Seoyun notes his helper has not arrived yet, but Seojun insists the man is excellent at navigation and won't be lost. Seojun boasts that the helper, Mr., might even outdo the Sword Saint at finding routes, and Seoyun is surprised. Seojun spots the helper and calls out to him to come over. The muscular man arrives, teasing that Seojun seems eager to announce something to the whole neighborhood, and noting he came early. Seojun snaps back that being late would invite the man's endless nonsense. The helper shifts to business, prompting Seojun to state what he needs. The helper asks directly what Seojun wants him to do now. In a flashback, the helper reacts to Seojun's sudden call and is surprised by the proposal to work together. Seojun explains he wants the helper to move monster corpses and drive, while the helper agrees to participate. Seojun clarifies the helper will move corpses while Seojun dismantles them, since dismantling is what consumes the most time. The helper says the offer is fine but questions whether just two people can be fast enough given the contest's emphasis on speed. Seojun assures him it is not about splitting profits, and insists he genuinely needs the helper. Seojun notes that high-earning dismantling requires real skill, and he trusts Mr. Manchel to handle it flawlessly. A notification arrives, signaling the contest is about to begin. The dungeon sweep contest officially starts, and Seojun announces it to Seoyun and Manchul. Seojun tells Manchul to get to work and says goodbye to Seoyun, who cheers them on. Seoyun checks that Manchul remembers the rules as they prepare the truck for rapid movement. Inside the truck, Seojun reiterates that the contest is about clearing the most dungeons, so speed is paramount, and outlines the key elements. He lists the two essentials as raid clear speed and travel speed between dungeons. Since most targets are low-star monsters and dungeon shape barely matters to him, Seojun focuses on minimizing travel time. Manchul studies the phone, waiting for Seojun's plan. Seojun shows him the full list of contest dungeons and their locations. Seojun asks Manchul to plan the fastest route between dungeons, and Manchul is shocked he is being tasked with navigation. Seojun insists because Manchul is faster and more accurate than any navigation system, leaving Manchul overwhelmed. Manchul tells Seojun to hold on tight as he drives aggressively to maximize speed. A supervisor named Go Sujin yawns on duty, unaware of what is coming. Sujin checks the entrant and notes the person who just entered the gate is Dream Academy's Kim Seojun. Judging by the academy, she assumes Seojun is average and expects the dungeon to take about an hour. She notices a tag-along and worries about cheating, but since he claims he will wait outside and it is not against rules, she allows it. Still uncertain, she wonders if the tag-along is merely a driver. The gate suddenly reacts as Seojun returns, and he tells Manchul to get ready. Manchul praises Seojun's speed, but Sujin panics that outside interference during a raid is a clear rules violation. Seojun calmly says he knows the rules, implying there is an explanation for what just happened. He states he already caught all the monsters and declares the raid finished, inviting inspection. Sujin storms into the dungeon, furious and incredulous at the claim of a completed raid. Inside, she finds the dungeon littered with dead monsters, confirming a massacre occurred. She is stunned that it is true even though only 10 minutes have passed since he entered. Sujin demands to know what Seojun is doing as she sees him hauling a corpse. Seojun brushes it off while counting bodies, and Sujin can only think how insane this is. Back outside, Sujin asks if he is still doing that crazy thing as Seojun keeps tallying kills. Seojun insists he cannot miss his lectures, confusing Manchul, and vaguely says it is just something like that. Sujin asks Manchul how long dismantling will take, and he estimates about 15 seconds per monster given the low-value parts. Seojun praises Manchul and tells him to keep working while he continues bringing more corpses, and Sujin protests that dismantling now is outrageous. Seojun confirms he will dismantle immediately and asks if there is any problem, forcing Sujin to respond. Sujin hesitates, admitting no direct rule issue, and Seojun presses that then there is no problem at all. Seojun keeps counting as he drags more corpses in, rapidly stacking their numbers higher. Manchul begins dismantling at high speed, slicing through monster bodies with practiced efficiency. Blood sprays as the dismantling continues, leaving Sujin overwhelmed by the sheer pace and brutality. As Seojun and Manchul sprint off to the next dungeon, Seojun asks for the best next destination and Manchul directs them to move immediately. A stunned officewoman reels as she realizes she may have just witnessed something unbelievable. A red truck speeds off with two men laughing about efficiently pulling off their plan. A butterfly lands delicately, hinting at a calm moment amid the chaos. A relaxed staffer enjoys the sunshine and idly waits for the person who made a reservation to arrive. His wait is interrupted when a truck suddenly tears past, jolting him out of his calm. People shout for the truck to move as it barrels through, forcing bystanders to scramble. Inside a dungeon, eerie blue-eyed skeletons surge forward, signaling a deadly encounter. Kim Seojun coldly declares he will finish the enemies instantly and commits to the strike. He whirls his spear in a sweeping vortex, shredding skeletons in a single overwhelming motion. Outside, the burly driver casually tells him to proceed while holding the collected remains. A nearby official is shocked as he notes the skeleton count is unusually high. The driver rapidly counts off as more remains are tossed in, emphasizing their speed and volume. With the job done, the pair rushes off again, leaving the stunned observer behind. The official watches the truck disappear, struggling to process what just happened. A butterfly flutters onto the official's head, snapping him back to the moment. At the ministry, someone asks Assistant Manager Kim for the Dungeon Sweep Contest Progress Report. Assistant Manager Kim confirms he compiled it and left it on the team leader's desk, earning praise. The team leader begins reviewing the report to verify the contest standings. He sees Lee So-yeon of East Academy cleared 16 dungeons and assumes she must be in first place. The ranking list contradicts him, showing Lee So-yeon only in second, which confuses him. He wonders who could possibly have cleared 17 and starts searching for the real leader. The report reveals Kim Seojun in first with 32 clears, an absurd number that shocks everyone. The leader calls Assistant Manager Kim back, demanding an explanation for the impossible result. He insists the report must be wrong because 32 clears in one day should be impossible, and Kim acknowledges the issue. Assistant Manager Kim explains he investigated every site and found no discrepancies, confirming the number is real. He adds that Seojun's routing was flawless and each raid took only 10 minutes, which sounds impossible. The leader suspects Seojun might not be a mere cadet, or may have received illicit help, but no rule violations were found. Still doubtful, he asks which academy the cadet belongs to. He learns Seojun is from Dream Academy, a small hunter academy in Seoul's Yunpyeong district. The name clicks for them as the staffer recalls it is run by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. An awkward silence follows as the implication of that connection sinks in. Nervously, they question whether the Sword Saint himself registered, and scramble to confirm. Elsewhere, Lee So-yeon formally apologizes for missing first place despite her strong performance. Her father berates her, warning the academy will suffer reputational damage if she does not win, and she vows to work harder. He presses her on whether 32 clears is even feasible, forcing her to confront the reality. She calculates that even with 10-minute clears, travel time makes 32 in a day effectively impossible. Her father suggests it becomes possible only if someone secretly assists, and she realizes what he implies. He orders her to keep doing her part, while he handles everything else behind the scenes. He frames the situation as an opportunity and asks if she feels it is unfair or cheap. He dismisses moral concerns, insisting everyone chases benefits and that outcomes matter more than process. So-yeon listens in silence as he reinforces that only winners and their rewards matter. Her father probes whether she is still hung up on Jin-soo, and she denies it. He reassures her Jin-soo was foolish and tells her not to worry, and she promises she will not repeat such mistakes. So-yeon leaves the office, her expression hardening as she walks away. Alone in the corridor, she steels herself, clearly unsettled but determined. A memory surfaces of someone telling her a pro hunter must have principles they never compromise. In that memory, she rejects the idealism, arguing hunters now do it for money, while the boy insists her brother will inspire people. She recalls pleading with him not to say such embarrassing things because it would reflect on her. When challenged, she admits she finds her brother deeply embarrassing. The remembered boy faces her calmly, absorbing the sting of her words. His gentle smile lingers in her mind, contrasting with her bitterness. She snaps internally that if he is dead, he should stop appearing before her, revealing unresolved grief. Anger tightens her stride as she pushes forward, refusing to be softened by the memory. Meanwhile, Seo-jun complains that his whole body aches from the relentless pace. Manchel praises Seo-jun's hard work as Seo-jun dreads having to keep this up for another week. Manchel grumbles that route planning while driving is exhausting, but Seo-jun teases him that the money should help. Seo-jun checks the earnings and estimates they have about $7,800 after fees and taxes. He proposes a 50-50 split, but Manchel stays stone-faced at the suggestion. Manchel insists on a 70-30 split in Seo-jun's favor since Seo-jun fought and hauled bodies, while he downplays his own role. He threatens not to show up tomorrow if Seo-jun refuses, then calculates his own 30% and rounds it up to 2,500. Seo-jun questions the sudden increase, but Manchel tells him to accept it as gas money and a fair thanks. Seo-jun agrees, recognizing Manchel's gruff generosity. Seo-jun asks why Manchel is not surprised by his dungeon clearing speed, and Manchel assumes he means the money. Seo-jun clarifies he meant the raids themselves, and Manchel brushes it off as expected. Manchel reveals he watched Seo-jun fight in the academy tournament, surprising Seo-jun. Manchel says contacting him would have only added pressure, leaving Seo-jun quietly moved. Seo-jun reflects that Manchel always acts rough but supports him when it matters. He recalls Manchel helped him survive crushing debt after his parents died, and Seo-jun suggests Manchel start his own monster delivery business. Manchel rejects the idea for now, telling Seo-jun to ask again when he is truly successful. On day 2 of the contest, an official recognizes them as the rumored dungeon dismantlers. Manchel scoffs at the nickname, but the official explains it stuck because they do more than clear dungeons, they dismantle them completely. The official says there are no issues and urges them to keep doing what they have been doing. The updated ranking board shows Seo-jun far ahead with 73 clears, while So-yeon trails with 36. Seo-jun is confident they will win if they keep this pace, while Manchel says losing after all this would mean the contest is rigged. Seo-jun cheers Manchel on with only 5 days left, and Manchel notes, he still refuses to even say the word rest. Seo-jun promises to treat Manchel to an expensive meal if they win and suggests inviting Manchel's daughter Seok-seon too. Manchel laughs and says he will demand something extravagant, enjoying the rare lightness. Seo-jun feels everything is going smoothly and focuses on staying the course to the prize money. By day 3, Manchel notices something off while checking the reservation situation. He shows Seo-jun the screen, asking what is wrong with the nearby dungeon availability. Seo-jun reacts in shock as he reads the reservation map. The app shows every nearby dungeon reserved, leaving none available in their area. Seo-jun realizes the closest available dungeon is at least an hour away, threatening their pace. They conclude the reservations are clustered too perfectly around them to be coincidence, and agree something is fishy. Seo-jun suspects competitors are interfering, but decides they should head to any available dungeon while they confirm the cause. At the next dungeon and the one after, the same reservation blockade happens again, enraging Manchel. As a result, Seo-jun only clears 10 dungeons that day, and the gap begins to shrink. Seo-jun admits the situation is truly strange and increasingly threatening. A woman explains it is not random at all, blaming second-place Lee So-yeon's side for orchestrating it, though proof is hard. Seo-jun worries that even if he is leading now, continued interference could cost him first place. He apologizes to Manchel and suggests postponing dismantling work to focus on widening their lead, and Manchel agrees victory comes first. Manchel admits he cannot fix the distance problem and can only optimize routes, but interference could still ruin them. Seo-jun announces he has thought of a way to respond, drawing their attention. He proposes a new tactic with a confident grin, implying they can turn the situation around. Nearby, other participants gather and watch, sensing a shift in the contest's tactics. A suited man warns his group not to relax and explains that once Seojun reserves a dungeon, they must reserve all nearby ones to block him. Someone wonders how Seojun raids so quickly, but another dismisses it and focuses on exploiting the advantage. The organizer shouts that Seojun has made a reservation, ordering everyone to move and reserve the surrounding dungeons immediately. They coordinate to reserve within an hour's distance in staggered turns so it looks less suspicious while still boxing him in. A teammate notices something odd on the device and asks what it is. Confusion spreads as they realize the dungeon Seojun reserved is right next to the one Lee Soyeon is currently clearing. Someone panics and tries to snatch the device, realizing they may have made a critical mistake. They belatedly remember reservations cannot be cancelled for 10 hours and must be cleared, meaning their own blockade traps Soyeon too. The suited man trembles as the consequences of their rigid plan become unavoidable. Inside a dungeon, a powerful slash tears through a monster with overwhelming force. Lee Soyeon calmly walks forward after cutting down the threat, unfazed by the carnage. Outside, a black car waits, signaling her team's controlled, professional operation. Soyeon tells her driver she is finished and wants to move to the next dungeon quickly, astonishing him at her speed. The driver hesitates, unsure how to respond to her demand. Pressed, he awkwardly acknowledges her and is urged again to start driving. He admits all nearby dungeons are already reserved, leaving him unsure where to take her, and she is visibly alarmed. The rankings update shows Seojun still leading, and he realizes they were baited into sabotaging themselves. Seojun concludes the opponent is deliberately reserving near Soyeon, so their blockade strategy backfires onto her. Soyeon reports to her father that if this continues she cannot surpass Seojun's score, frustrated by his counterplay. Her father tells her not to worry because he has devised a different method and orders her to continue as before. On day 5, Soyeon stands by a portal when someone approaches and calls her by name. She turns with guarded intensity, ready for confrontation. Manchel steps forward with Seojun behind him, claiming they are fellow victims of the situation. An official warns them that fighting between participants is forbidden and penalized, and Seojun insists he is only there for his reserved dungeon. Soyeon confirms Seojun's identity and introduces herself, setting a tense but formal tone. Seojun smiles politely, choosing diplomacy over escalation. He proposes they compete fairly regardless of who wins, insisting the contest began with good intentions. Soyeon bristles, saying he talks as if she is not already playing fair, while he denies accusing her. Seojun turns away with a self-satisfied calm, leaving Soyeon to watch him warily. Soyeon fixates on his words about good intentions, incredulous at the naivety. She coldly concludes there are no good intentions in this world and that his belief is laughable. Her worldview hardens as she reflects that humans act only for benefits, and never for justice or equality. She grips her sword, reaffirming that ideals like fairness are illusions in the pursuit of advantage. Back in the dungeon, she decides to finish quickly and leave as goblin-like enemies gather. Outside the portal, a staffer gushes that seeing the famed dismantling operation in person is incredible. Soyeon remains expressionless, unimpressed by the spectacle or the praise. Seojun and Manchel rapidly haul out multiple monster corpses in a practice routine, emphasizing their dismantling method. Soyeon notices Seojun is already done and is surprised he finished so quickly. Seojun asks if they can take the corpses she would otherwise discard, and she is momentarily confused by the request. Soyeon allows it without caring, and Seojun gratefully accepts. Soyeon watches as Seojun continues counting and collecting, trying to understand what he is doing. Seojun keeps hauling away bodies at speed while Soyeon stands behind him, increasingly perplexed. She finally asks why he is doing this, and he misinterprets it as a question about dismantling as exercise. Seojun laughs and answers that of course he dismantles to earn money, making his motive bluntly practical. Soyeon decides the exchange was pointless and walks away, declaring she wasted her time. She reaffirms her cynicism that hunters with good intentions do not exist, even as Seojun's earlier hopeful smile haunts her memory. She concludes that in this era being a pro hunter is merely a job, nothing more. A violent surge of energy erupts, signaling a sudden escalation beyond the contest's normal dangers. A sword is drawn amid the chaos, as someone questions how a supposedly 6-star dungeon produced such a threat. A massive drake's corpse lies sprawled out, raising the alarming question of why a 10-star monster appeared at all. Investigators argue the estimate was definitely 6 stars and suspect a distortion, but another insists this is too extreme and blames the Truth Society. An older man grimly compares the situation to an incident 30 years ago, implying a repeating conspiracy. A knightly figure swears the Order of Truth did not scheme anything as the Sword Saint rages, and a bystander begs them to stop fighting. A young woman in a wide hat arrives, saying she followed them to investigate, while the Sword Saint demands to know why she is there and where the Magic Saint went. She is introduced as Young Jimin, the Magic Saint's apprentice, and she bluntly explains her master has health problems. A young witch teases an older man for sounding like a grumpy grandpa, setting a casual tone before the real problem sinks in. At a wreck site pulsing with strange purple energy, the group senses abnormal magic but cannot confirm it is a dungeon distortion. Asked if anything felt off during the fight, the veteran dismisses it as routine and gets called out for his arrogant attitude. Even if it is not a distortion, They agree the situation is too unprecedented to ignore since nothing like this has happened since the giant beast berserk incident. They conclude a similar anomaly in another dungeon is unlikely but still possible, leaving everyone uneasy. The witch insists they must investigate further rather than assume the danger has passed. Word spreads to recheck low-rank dungeon estimates, and staff on the ground identify a suspicious gate tied to unusual cases. Investigators discover 3 dungeon gates physically linked together in one place, an alarming escalation. They confirm this is the first recorded instance of 3 dungeons attached at once. A contestant arrives expecting his reserve dungeon, only to realize the gate situation has changed under him. Another participant panics that he may have entered the wrong reserve dungeon, sensing he has made a costly mistake. A man casually apologizes for the mix-up, treating the confusion like a minor inconvenience while others fume. At Dream Hunter Academy, outrage erupts as people suspect the contest is being manipulated beyond coincidence. Kim Seo-jun's side suspects' interference has shifted tactics now that earlier methods no longer work, and they scrutinize the rankings. Seo-yun vows to file a severe complaint even using her grandfather's influence, refusing to accept the unfairness. A rule announcement reveals raid points can be transferred to the person who made the reservation, validating a loophole someone exploited. Kim Seo-jun notes the fix is late but at least prevents yesterday's losses from being completely wasted. He believes their opponents have lost a way to harass them, but his confidence is met with ominous silence. On the road, a suspicious driver blocks their vehicle and offers flimsy excuses, clearly trying to delay them from reaching dungeons. The stalling continues with a string of absurd apologies, confirming deliberate obstruction rather than bad luck. Despite the sabotage, the live raid ranking shows Kim Seo-jun has been overtaken again. An update says officials deny any connection to Lee Soyan, and the dungeon management team claims they will investigate later, which Kim's team reads as stalling. Digging quickly, they learn Lee Soyan is tied to a hunter academy led by headmaster Lee Suk-man, a name that raises alarms. They identify Lee Suk-man as a retired A-rank pro hunter acknowledged by the Sword Saint, implying deep influence despite questionable merit. Seo-yun bluntly says Suk-man's real power is connections, confirming their suspicion that politics, not skill, is driving the interference. They admit an investigation will likely reveal nothing until after the contest, and they cannot even reach the Sword Saint to intervene directly. With first place slipping away and no powerful backer available, the room sinks into dread over what to do next. Seo-yun apologizes to Kim Seo-jun, feeling she has not been helpful enough in stopping the sabotage. Kim Seo-jun insists she has helped a lot, and that they would be far worse off without her active support. Their teammate reassures Seo-yun that she has done her part, and that the rest is now on them to solve. He pointedly declares Kim Seo-jun must be the one to figure it out, pressuring him to reveal whatever plan he has. Kim Seo-jun answers with a confident, unsettling smile that suggests he has already decided on a counterplay. Another ranking shift triggers panic, and frustration boils over at how they keep getting overtaken. Elsewhere, Lee Soyan's camp realizes Kim is reserving only when near a dungeon, making his next target unpredictable, so they plan to block him by any means. They learn Kim can reserve and clear within 5 minutes, and propose bribing overseers for intel, escalating their desperation. But strict monitoring by the dungeon management team makes bribery ineffective, implying someone powerful is keeping the system tight. Lee Soyan's side demands to know which academy pressured management, and hears rumors it is run by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. The mention of the Sword Saint shocks the schemers, who realize they may be facing influence they cannot counter. At East Academy, leadership threatens punishment if they fail to win, ordering staff to find any workable method regardless of ethics. In the field, Lee Soyan surges ahead in points, showing she is aggressively clearing while Kim Seo-jun tries to keep pace. Kim Seo-jun responds by pushing his own score higher, briefly reclaiming the lead in a tight race. Lee Soyan continues clearing and closes the gap again, keeping the contest neck and neck. A decisive strike lands as the pace of clearing accelerates toward a final outcome. The ranking board updates to show Kim Seo-jun and Lee Soyan tied for first place, forcing a resolution. Contest officials protest that a joint first place is unacceptable and convene an emergency meeting to decide the winner. Kim's side accuses Lee Soyan of repeated cheating, while officials dismiss it as baseless speculation without proof. Tempers flare as Kim's camp insists the many accidents cannot be coincidence, but officials demand evidence and try to calm the room. Management announces they will not allow a shared first place, setting up a final match to break the tie. Because there is no definitive proof of Lee Soyan's cheating, she cannot be penalized, and her camp smugly proposes a solution. Shin Young-sik, leader of the dungeon management team, arrives to oversee the tiebreaker personally. Kim Seo-jun is called forward as an official participant in the final match. Lee Soyan is likewise summoned, calm and ready with sword in hand. Shin Young-sik explains that the final match rules will determine the contest winner once and for all. The 2 finalists face the 3 linked gates, weapons ready, as the tiebreaker begins. They are told each must choose one of the 3 dungeons to raid, leaving 1 dungeon unchosen. Victory goes to whoever clears their chosen dungeon first, and then raids the remaining dungeon, not merely the first clear. Shin admits they wanted a double dungeon but found none, so these linked gates are the closest substitute, and the leftover dungeon must still be dealt with. To avoid paperwork chaos, officials accept the odd format and confirm all 3 are rated 2-star, letting the finalists decide freely. Kim and Lee size each other up, both wary that even now someone could be scheming. Kim asks to choose first, and Lee grants permission without hesitation. Kim chooses the rightmost dungeon, and Lee immediately takes the left, leaving the middle gate as the final objective. They split toward their gates, each committing to a separate raid path. As they part, Lee tells Kim not to be too upset, a cryptic remark that distracts him. Before Kim can process it, the official calls both participants to prepare for the start. At the signal, both sprint into their chosen gates, the tiebreaker officially underway. Kim bursts into his dungeon at full speed, determined to finish quickly. He keeps thinking about Lee's odd comment, but forces himself to focus on winning. He decides to ignore the provocation and prioritize speed above all else. Inside, he is startled by the eerie silence, expecting kobolds but hearing no monsters at all. He advances cautiously, realizing this dungeon does not match the expected kobold scenario. After more than 5 minutes with no encounters, he recognizes the situation as highly abnormal and potentially dangerous. A sudden roar shatters the silence, and Kim braces for an unexpected threat. The sound chills him, and he realizes whatever is coming is far beyond a normal 2-star dungeon. A massive clawed limb appears, confirming the enemy is not a kobold but something far larger. A huge beast lunges into view, forcing Kim into an immediate defensive stance with his spear. Kim identifies the attacker as a manticore, a 4-star monster that should not be here. The manticore's strike crashes down, beginning a brutal exchange. Kim panics at the mismeasured difficulty, realizing the dungeon rating is dangerously wrong. He concludes this must be a mismeasured dungeon event rather than normal variants. Gritting his teeth, he curses the situation and commits to surviving the mismatch. He unleashes a powerful counterattack, driving energy through his spear to cut the monster back. The manticore recoils with blood spraying, showing Kim's strike landed despite the danger. Kim notes he killed it quickly but still lost too much time compared to a true 2-star run. He worries Lee Soyan is likely clearing a normal dungeon and gaining an insurmountable lead. Fearing she may already be moving to the remaining dungeon, Kim rushes to exit and continue the race. Back outside, he reports the manticore in his dungeon, shocking the officials. He insists it was real and demands they verify, while the staff realize he handled a 4-star threat alone. Kim calls the match unfair and demands a rematch, and Shin Young-sik acknowledges the request seriously. Shin refuses to cancel immediately, implying the situation can be resolved without restarting. He reveals Lee Soyan has not even left her dungeon yet, confusing Kim and raising new concern. Kim turns toward the red gate, sensing something is wrong if she is still inside. The red gate churns ominously, and Kim finds the behavior unsettlingly strange. Inside Lee Soyan's dungeon, she notes it has been a long time since she last entered a dungeon, hinting at personal history. She finds the dungeon eerily empty despite a looming presence, questioning why nothing has appeared yet. A flash of pain and a command to endure triggers a memory of harsh training and pressure. In the memory, a mentor mocks her toughness and scolds her for disobeying her father's orders, exposing the coercion behind her role. She admits she does not want to cheat just to win, even if her father demands it, revealing her moral resistance. The mentor tells her a pro hunter must not compromise their values, warning her not to take things too far. Another memory shows her berating the mentor for being a pushover and arguing that niceness only leads to loss in a corrupt world. She challenges the idea of uncompromising virtue, questioning whether true hunters or heroes still exist. The mentor insists heroes are gone and only ruthless pros remain, but his calm smile suggests he disagrees with that cynicism. Lee Soyan is startled when he flatly says heroes still exist, contradicting her worldview. He argues that just as honest politicians can exist, so can principled hunters, pushing her to reconsider. She scoffs at the optimism, but he jokes he will be the first example if none exist, planting a lasting impression. The mentor predicts she will someday meet someone who acts without regard for connections or excuses. The memory shifts to a rainy street where she forces through a crowd toward an emergency, echoing his words about such a person. In the rain, she looks shaken as the implication of that prediction finally hits her. She stands near a covered body as responders work, and the narration reveals her brother was the ultimate pushover. She reflects bitterly that her brother Jinsu died protecting a stranger, an act she once would have mocked. She remembers how he died saving someone else despite never finding his own place, deepening her conflicted grief. Facing her father, she vows she is different from her brother, and will never live as he did, hardening herself. Back in the present, the red gate's ominous churn mirrors her earlier unease, as if fate is repeating. Inside, she again notes how long it has been since she stepped into a dungeon, bracing for what comes next. A monstrous goat-like face looms over her in the red-lit dungeon, and she realizes the emptiness was a trap. Outside, Kim grows anxious that Lee still has not emerged, sensing danger rather than delay. Shin confirms Lee Soyan remains inside and points out Kim has effectively won already, urging him to clear the remaining dungeon to finalize victory. Kim hesitates, feeling something is deeply off and refusing to treat Lee's situation as irrelevant. He realizes the mismeasured dungeon may not have been a scheme by Lee's side at all, implying a larger threat. A staff member notices the magic measurement device behaving erratically, as if Lee's dungeon rank is rapidly rising. They report the device jumped from 3 stars to 4, shocking Kim and Shin as the danger escalates in real time. Kim recalls the Sword Saint's explanation that distortions warp magic, so estimated difficulty diverges from reality, often causing sudden rank increases or early breaks. The The team admits they have never seen the measurement device malfunction like this in decades, calling it a rare cataclysm-era phenomenon. Shin decides to call in pro hunters to investigate, recognizing the situation may be beyond contest control. An official tries to inform Kim of the developing issue with the linked dungeons, but the urgency makes the message falter. The field suddenly feels wrong as the linked gate's presence seems to vanish or shift, leaving staff confused. The red gate surges violently, signaling a catastrophic change in the dungeon state. Inside, Lee Soyeon is slammed into rubble, bloodied and stunned by the monster's overwhelming power. She steadies herself, grimly accepting how bad the situation is as she assesses her injuries. Sitting amid debris with her sword knocked away, she senses something far worse than a normal boss approaching. The monster reveals itself as Nerkura, a 6-star threat, and she bitterly wonders if this is the poetic justice her brother believed in. Nerkura roars and attacks, its sheer force confirming the dungeon has escalated into a lethal nightmare. Lee Soyeon insists poetic justice cannot be real, trying to deny the cruel irony of her predicament. The narration reinforces her belief that poetic justice does not exist in this world as destruction rains down. The monster's assault continues, and the narration calls such justice a fairy tale as Lee is pinned in a hopeless position. Resigned, she jokes she will at least die less stupidly than her brother, masking fear with bitterness. Nerkura lunges to finish her, jaws wide, turning her fatalism into imminent reality. Lee's eyes widen in shock as she realizes she is about to be killed. She looks up and recognizes someone intervening, stunned into a single accusatory word. Kim Seojun appears inside the collapsing dungeon, bracing his spear against Nerkura's maw as Lee demands to know what he is. Kim checks if Lee can move, prioritizing her survival over the contest as the monster bears down. He orders her to run even if it is difficult, promising to buy her time, and she cannot understand why he would do this. Kim strains to hold the monster back, while Lee, shaken, repeats her disbelief at his selfless choice. As Kim clashes with Nerkura, Lee yells at him for being there, torn between anger and shock at his sacrifice. Kim realizes that against a 6-star monster, merely deflecting attacks may be all he can manage for now. He taunts the goat-headed Nerkura to draw its focus fully onto himself. Kim confirms internally that he has succeeded in getting the monster's attention, committing to the role of decoy. Nerkura swings a deadly red-tinged attack toward Kim, escalating the fight into a desperate survival battle. Kim is battered by the monster's relentless blows, barely holding his guard as the cavern shakes. He calculates that a direct hit would be critical, forcing him to rely on timing and precision rather than strength. Having learned the rhythm of Nerkura's attacks, Kim prepares to turn that pattern recognition into a chance to survive and counter. Kim Seojun keeps deflecting the monster's blows while deliberately luring it toward a chosen direction. The horned beast's violent rush clips Seojun and sends him skidding hard, blood spraying as he clings to his spear. Seojun grits through the pain as the monster's momentum nearly crushes him. The beast roars and whips around, forcing Seojun to retreat and reset his footing. Seojun crashes down near the injured Lee Soyeon, the impact emphasizing how close they are to being overwhelmed. He forces himself up despite the agony, refusing to collapse while she's still in danger. The monster's aura flares ominously as it rises to full height, signaling a deadlier phase of the fight. Seojun admits Soyeon's earlier tactics were smart, but warns he cannot stall much longer, checking if she can move. Soyeon, wounded and shaken, demands to know why he is risking himself to this extent. Seojun snaps that saving her is not about gaining anything from her, rejecting her suspicion. He insists they could have simply cleared the remaining dungeon, highlighting how irrational his choice looks to her. Pressed about motives and money, Seojun openly admits he entered the contest for cash because he needs a large sum. Soyeon tells him to leave and focus on winning, refusing to accept his help as something to be grateful for. Seojun cuts her off with a firm refusal to abandon her. He condemns her past wrongdoing and makes clear he has no intention of forgiving her. Even so, he states that her sins do not justify her dying here. Soyeon, stunned, hears him say that someday she will meet someone who will be her hero. Seojun adds that the existence of such people is exactly why he should still help her, no matter what. He recalls how she once believed no one acts for relationships or reasons, setting up his rebuttal to her worldview. Seojun declares that saving lives is a better prize than money, directly challenging her cynicism. The monster bellows again, its killing intent surging as it prepares another charge. Seojun braces with his spear as the beast's sweeping attack tears through the air toward them. Realizing he's running out of options, Seojun tightens his grip and steels himself for a decisive move. His focus sharpens to a razor edge as he commits to acting on instinct rather than hesitation. Electro-like insight surfaces in his mind. Intuition belongs within the domain of thought, though most cadets misunderstand it. He remembers the lesson that thinking and judging too slowly is already too late, and that intuition must guide action. The teaching emphasizes that intuition is not mindless impulse, but a faster form of judgment. The phrase repeats like a mantra, reinforcing the mental state he needs to survive. Blue energy crackles around Seojun as his perception heightens, as if his body is reading the battlefield ahead of time. He resolves to merge thought and intuition, letting instinct carry the final decision. As the monster's attack surges, Seojun enters a heightened state that conjoins judgment and instinct. His eyes glow with clarity as he fully activates the intuition of the transcended. Time seems to stretch as he slips into the monster's blind spot, moving before its strike can connect. The beast's massive swing smashes the ground and sends debris flying, narrowly missing him and threatening Soyeon behind. Seo-jun realizes he can now read the monster's next move with certainty. He identifies exactly where the beast will attack next and positions himself to intercept. He senses the monster's muscles shifting one by one, turning its body language into a readable warning. Using that prediction, he vaults and redirects, avoiding the lethal line of force at the last instant. Seo-jun calculates he can hold out until professional reinforcements arrive, trusting the team leader has called for help. But he worries about the real limit, how long Soyeon can endure her injuries while he buys time. Soyeon struggles to breathe and stay conscious, making his time window feel brutally short. Seo-jun decides there is no time to wait for rescue and commits to defeating the monster himself. He launches upward in a blue streak, declaring he must end it now. The monster rears back, and Seo-jun's power surges with the promise of uprooting mountains. He channels a world-overturning spirit into his spear, gathering overwhelming force for a finishing blow. The beast looks up in alarm as Seo-jun dives like a spear of light toward its head. Seo-jun's face hardens with resolve as he commits to the strike despite the risk. Even with his heightened sense, he recognizes instinctively that raw power alone may not guarantee victory. He tightens his grip and aligns his descent, betting everything on precision and timing. He acknowledges that mere strength and technique are insufficient unless he uses his awakened intuition correctly. Blue aura concentrates at the spear tip, sharpening into a lethal point. Seo-jun roars as he drives the spear down with all his weight and will. The spear plunges toward the monster's skull as the beast tries to twist away too late. A violent impact erupts in a burst of blood and shock, signaling the strike has landed. Soyeon, dazed on the ground, stares in disbelief at the sudden reversal. Seo-jun staggers near her, battered but standing, as the monster's body begins to fail. The beast collapses in a bloody heap, and Seo-jun can only mutter that the outcome feels unreal. Exhausted, he clings to his spear and wonders how he managed to pull it off. A system window updates his lecture progress rates, reflecting gains from the intense experience. Seo-jun carries Soyeon out, half joking that he came to save her but might have died with her, and anxiously checks she's alive. Soyeon weakly confirms she is not dead yet, and Seo-jun exhales in relief. Soyeon urges them to leave immediately since there is no time, falling silent as she endures the pain. Outside, officials panic at their condition, and Seo-jun asks for the medical team first, promising explanations later. An emergency call goes out as Seo-jun kneels beside Soyeon and waits for help. Even while being saved, Soyeon coldly states she will never see Seo-jun as her savior. Seo-jun replies that he still believes he did nothing wrong and helped without expecting anything in return. The staff rush them to the hospital, horrified by how the contest turned into a near-fatal disaster. As they are evacuated, news of the dungeon sweep incident spreads worldwide and sparks chaos. Reports reveal a 6-star monster, Mercura, appeared in a 2-star dungeon, an unprecedented mismatch that draws government and association scrutiny. Public curiosity explodes, with people everywhere asking how an unknown cadet could defeat such a monster, and what academy he belongs to. Elsewhere, a hooded figure informs a blonde knight that the Apostle of Temperance is searching for Sir Kalia. The knight suspects the search is connected to the Korean distortion incident, and grows wary. Back at the academy, a student excitedly asks an elder if it's true the distortion-slaying cadet came from Seon's academy. The elder confirms it, and calls the boy a scallywag he never wants to see again, baffling the student. In the hospital, Seo-jun groans about his lost money, still fixated on the prize despite everything. A visitor challenges him on why he thinks saving someone was a waste, and Seo-jun complains he was supposed to take first place. He rages about the announced joint first place and splitting prize money, while the visitor bluntly asks why he acted at all. Seo-jun jokes about settling the split with rock paper scissors, only to be reminded Soyeon lost her left arm in the accident. The visitor coldly says that explains it, accusing Seo-jun of losing not just money but his humanity. A cheerful staff member arrives, and the visitor mutters that Seo-jun got wrecked for saving her, calling it his humanity. The staff member is confused by Seo-jun's meltdown, and the visitor dismisses him as someone who panicked over splitting money. The staff member points out Seo-jun should be the only winner, leaving both men confused. She explains that Lee Soyeon forfeited on her own and confessed to cheating in this contest and in past contests. She adds that Soyeon also reported her father, East Academy headmaster Lee Suk-man, for his atrocities, and legal proceedings are underway. Seo-jun, still insisting he did nothing wrong, wonders why Soyeon suddenly turned herself in. He admits he suspected she had another scheme, but says she told him something that changed her. Soyeon's reflection is recalled. She still thinks Seo-jun was wrong, but admits her own thinking may have been wrong too. She continues that she might have misjudged what his actions meant, hinting at a shift in her values. Seo-jun confesses he still does not fully understand her meaning, leaving him unsettled. The staff member announces it is Mr. Seo-jun's solo win and that the government is adding extra benefits due to his actions. She states the reward will be tax-free and includes an additional $100,000. Seo-jun erupts in shock at the extra reward, and she frames it as reparations for what he endured. She hints there is another important factor beyond the money, as Seo-jun calculates his total in disbelief. She reveals Dream Hunter Academy has been promoted to a League 3 academy, and Seo-jun is stunned. Because Seo-jun won first place, the academy's promotion requirements are met, granting access to raid up to 4-star dungeons. Seo-jun accepts the news with relief, and the staff thanks him for making it possible. She advises the academy to start recruiting cadets besides Seo-jun, while he laughs awkwardly at the implication. A companion remarks that everything worked out, and Seo-jun jokes they no longer need rock paper scissors. Outside later, Seo-jun offers to buy Seo-yun food with his winnings, and she chooses sushi while someone teases his sudden generosity. Seo-jun privately celebrates that money problems are solved and good food awaits as he relaxes in his hospital bed. He shifts from celebration to planning, preparing to use his phone for the next step. Seo-jun opens the Transcendent shop and decides to go shopping for gear. He notes he now has $400,000 to spend and starts prioritizing purchases. He considers buying the Lance of Longinus for $100,000 but worries about unknown costs once the free pass ends and causality recalculates prices. He concludes that saving money might only raise his causality and make things worse, so delaying is dangerous. Deciding to act, he resolves to buy more equipment immediately and scrolls through options. He reviews items like Kestos, Hemas, and Gleipnir, reading their myth-based descriptions to judge usefulness. He leans toward the Lance of Longinus as his best weapon choice but struggles to decide what else to buy. The suspiciously perfect pricing bothers him, making him suspect causality is manipulating the shop's bargains. He reasons prices may rise each time he purchases or when the free pass triggers causality calculations, so he must choose carefully. Another issue is that the shop does not clearly explain item effects, forcing him to guess based on mythology. For obscure items without known myths, he admits he would have no clue what they do, making research overwhelming. He realizes the cadet community board might have item reviews that solve his problem. He opens the Freshman's Talk board but notes he lacks a user ID and can only browse, wondering why he cannot create one. A post catches his eye promising 100 Transcendence gear reviews with personal recommendations, and he perks up. He reads the long review thread and is shocked someone has used 100 pieces of gear, though the mascot-like emoticon seems suspicious. The reviewer trashes the Aegis shield as dangerous because its Medusa head effect petrifies even the user with no control. The reviewer jokingly rates it terrible in general but perfect as a prank gift, reinforcing how risky some gear can be. Seo-jun marvels at the sheer length of the post, convinced the reviewer truly bought and tested everything. The reviewer reaches item 87, Kibisis, insisting the entire thread exists to recommend it and explaining it as a subspace pouch with multiple enchantments. The review urges buying Kibisis early to avoid later price spikes, praising its durability and strong weight reduction despite being a copy. The reviewer gives Kibisis an absurdly high score, and Seo-jun repeats the name, intrigued. Seo-jun recalls Kibisis as Hera's pouch used by Perseus to store Medusa's head, realizing its myth fits the review's claims. He decides to check Kibisis's price, triggering a causality-based calculation. The shop displays copy Kibisis at $100,000, and Seo-jun is surprised it is affordable. He imagines how useful it would be for hauling gear and bodies during raids, deciding the imperfect weight reduction is still worth it. A sudden realization makes him pause, sensing a catch. He reads a note that packing everything into the pouch makes exercise and carrying heavy loads easier, and his expression shifts with concern. Despite doubts, he commits to an absolute purchase, choosing to buy it immediately. After buying, Seo-jun admires the Lance of Longinus in person, amazed by its extravagant presence. He shows off the newly acquired Kibisis pouch too, impressed by its aura even before testing its abilities. His bank balance is suddenly wiped out, and he realizes Kibisis's price jumped right after purchase, leaving him furious at causality. Seo-jun curses the causality system for punishing him and decides he must earn money again quickly. A concerned woman questions why he is raiding right after discharge, but Seo-jun insists resting is pointless when he feels fine and needs cash. When she mentions his prize money, Seo-jun casually admits he spent all of it. She is stunned that he burned through $400,000 and demands to know what he bought. Seo-jun wordlessly presents the gleaming Lance of Longinus, which looks undeniably new and expensive. The woman dryly notes his excitement is obvious, recalling how picky he was when she offered to buy it for him. She resigns herself that it is his money, and she cannot dictate how he spends it. Seo-jun enters a 4-star dungeon, ready to test his purchases in real combat. The woman warns she will intervene if something dangerous happens, and Seo-jun agrees as they proceed cautiously. They reach a grand hall lined with gargoyle statues and a treasure chest, and Seo-jun senses a trap-like tension. Stone grinds as the gargoyles begin to awaken, their bodies cracking free of petrified stillness. Seo-jun identifies the enemy as a gargoyle, and judges its defense to be among the highest of 4-star monsters. Seeing it as the perfect test target, he swings the Lance of Longinus with intent to measure its raw power. He decides to start with a basic strike, holding back his uprooting mountain's power and any magic amplification. The gargoyle roars and charges, but Seo-jun is confident the lance should at least land a hit through its defense. The lance slashes in with a sharp impact, and the gargoyle reacts in startled pain. Seo-jun drives the weapon into the gargoyle's body, and it collapses into broken stone pieces. Both Seo-jun and his companion stare at the instantly shattered gargoyle, confused by how easily it went down. After the fight, Seo-jun blurts out in confusion, demanding to know what just happened. Seo-yun, equally stunned, can only question why he is even asking her that. They stand amid fallen gargoyles, both trying to process how abruptly the battle turned. Seo-yun admits she thought she was used to strange things happening around Seo-jun, but now she is reconsidering. A surviving gargoyle lunges, and Seo-jun reflexively cuts it down in a single sweeping strike. As more gargoyles get shredded effortlessly, Seo-jun marvels that they fall apart far too easily to be stone. Seo-jun casually mentions he has collected a lot and wonders if he should put it into his pouch, catching Seon's attention. Seo-jun watches him scoop up loot and is baffled how he plans to fit anything into such a tiny pouch. Seo-jun notes the pouch's weight reduction seems limited, making the haul heavier than expected. He decides to store everything at once after the raid ends, while another gargoyle collapses nearby. Seo-jun presses him, suspicious that his spending doesn't match the contest's prize money, and he denies any larger payout. She demands to know how he bought so many items and, more importantly, where he bought them. Seo-jun claims he bought them from a hunter shop he happened to hear about, which excites Seo-jun. He identifies it as the Transcendent shop in an obscure alley near his home, and Seo-jun immediately wants to go. Seo-jun warns the shop is likely gone because the owner was already closing up to leave on a journey. When Seo-jun doubts him, Seo-jun insists his face doesn't look like someone lying. Seo-jun reluctantly accepts his explanation, and Seo-jun hurriedly apologizes for upsetting her. A sudden impact or tremor interrupts them, scattering debris and signaling a new danger. Both snap to alertness, realizing something else is moving in the dungeon. They take in the ominous hall lined with gargoyle statues and agree the place feels dangerous. Seo-jun moves to handle the threat herself, but Seo-jun stops her, asking her to wait. She explains she only wants to test something first, keeping her weapon ready. Seo-jun reflects that the Lance of Longinus is far stronger than he expected. He realizes even a casual swing can slice gargoyles apart like tofu, confirming the weapon's absurd power. Seo-jun decides to push further by combining his PTUM technique with the mana he learned from Merlin. He activates PTUM and MTOW, flooding the lance with blue energy as gargoyles surge toward him. The mana swells around Seo-jun, his focus sharpening as the power gathers to a point. He commits to a piercing attack, his eyes glowing as he channels everything into the lance. A massive blue shockwave erupts, blasting through the hall and throwing Seo-jun off balance. Seo-jun reels in alarm, realizing the scale of Seo-jun's unleashed force. The energy wraps around the weapon's shaft, intensifying as if forming a blade-like aura. Seo-jun recognizes the effect as an aura sword-like manifestation around the lance tip. The gargoyles, eyes blazing red, charge in a furious swarm toward the source of the power. Seo-jun drives forward through the mob, his aura-laced lance carving a path as bodies fly apart. He maintains control mid-assault, keeping the aura stable while pressing the attack. The technique escalates into something on a completely different scale, as if the strike itself is being amplified. A towering column of blue force tears upward, ripping through the dungeon space with overwhelming pressure. The lance's tip hums and steadies, the energy condensing as the attack concludes. When the light fades, Seo-jun and Seo-jun stand before the huge sealed doors, surrounded by wreckage. Seo-jun can only gape, stunned by what he just witnessed. A gigantic gouge and crackling residual energy mark the dungeon floor, showing the strike's terrifying aftermath. Seo-jun internally curses, realizing he may have overdone it. He recalls the lance's origin as the holy spear that pierced the crucified Jesus, and admits he underestimated even a copy's power. Still exhilarated, Seo-jun thinks being overgeared feels incredible and mocks the idea that skill matters more than tools. He resolves to buy future gear more carefully by checking online reviews, but worries money and rising difficulty remain problems. Seeing his free pass time limit, he steels himself to cram lectures and squeeze every day for progress. Back in the real world, Seo-jun tells Seo-jun she forgot something important and asks his attention. She says Jimin Yuni wants to meet him, leaving Seo-jun confused by the sudden request. Seo-jun asks if Jimin is Seon's sister, and Seo-jun clarifies she is just an older acquaintance. Seo-jun reveals Jimin is the magic saint's apprentice, shocking Seo-jun with the implication. A dramatic introduction frames Jimin as the secret apprentice who even surpassed the magic saint, a genius among geniuses. Seo-jun wonders why someone like that would want to meet him, and Seo-jun says it is to ask about the earlier incident. Seo-jun suspects the questions will be about the dungeon distortion, and learns Seo-jun delayed Jimin by claiming he was recovering. He worries Jimin might be as aggressive as the magic saint, but Seo-jun assures him she is not like that. Relieved, Seo-jun agrees to meet, and Seo-jun promises to contact Jimin and set a date. Seo-jun messages Jimin that Seo-jun agreed and asks when she can make time. She hits send, committing them to the meeting. At the arranged spot, Jimin arrives immediately and calls out to Seo-jun, startling her. Seo-jun is shocked Jimin is already there, and Jimin impatiently asks where Seo-jun is. Jimin introduces herself as young Jimin, the magic saint's apprentice, and asks about the man the magic saint praised. On seeing Seo-jun, Jimin panics because he looks like a high schooler, not the figure she expected. Seo-jun is equally thrown off, questioning how someone with that reputation can look so young. Jimin ignores introductions and demands to know where he got that item, her tone immediately hostile. She repeats the demand louder, pressing him for the source with no restraint. Seo-jun protests her sudden aggression and informal speech, while Seo-jun rushes in, sensing trouble. Seo-jun physically restrains Jimin before she can storm Seo-jun, but Jimin struggles to break free. Both Seo-jun and Seo-jun call out to calm her, shocked by her intensity. Seo-jun apologizes, explaining Jimin has no breaks when she wants answers, effectively quarantining her to cool off. Seo-yoon confirms to Seo-jun that the woman is indeed Jimin, the magic saint's apprentice, while Jimin glares from the side. Jimin questions why she looks so young, and Seo-yoon explains she maintains her youthful appearance in daily life. Jimin explains it is not a full polymorph but a memory-based alteration of her own body's remembered form. She adds that maintaining such an appearance is not easy, despite how casually she does it. Jimin refocuses and demands to know where Seo-jun got the subspace pouch, catching him off guard. When Seo-jun identifies it as Kibisis, Jimin's eyes light up and she lunges for it, amazed by its construction. Jimin asks if Seo-yoon also saw the strange distortion effect, and Seo-yoon admits she only recognized it after seeing Seo-jun use it. Seo-yoon says it is impressive even if she doesn't know the specifics, which only fuels Jimin's outrage. Jimin launches into a technical rant about multiple circuits and unknown magic, while Seo-jun wonders how a blacksmith would react to his lance. Jimin abruptly tries to buy the pouch from Seo-jun, and he hesitates, sensing it will be troublesome. She escalates the offer to absurd sums, and Seo-jun is stunned by how casually she throws money around. Seo-jun calls her out for shouting random numbers, and Jimin admits she would need sponsors to actually pay. Jimin insists the pouch is worth far more than 100 million, and Seo-jun realizes the price might actually be plausible. Seo-jun considers that if anyone can gather that much money, it might be someone like Jimin. Despite the temptation, Seo-jun says he cannot sell it, leaving both women demanding to know why. Jimin pushes the pouch into her own hands to test it, insisting the money should cover his losses. The pouch shocks Jimin with sparks and rejection the moment she tries to use it. The pouch drops to the floor still crackling, proving it refuses her. Seo-jun explains the pouch is bound so only he can use it, and Jimin begins to grasp what that implies. A system notice reveals the pouch was made for underclass cadets by passing students, and resale is strictly prohibited. Jimin realizes it may even be so bound with an additional circuit, and demands to know who sold it to him. She offers $1 million just for the seller's identity, while Seo-yoon tries to calm her down. Seo-jun summarizes that he bought it at a random shop near home, can't remember the seller, and the shop is now gone, leaving Jimin suspicious. Jimin decides that if he cannot sell it, she will at least research it herself. She proposes testing it without direct use since it is bound to him, promising to pay him for the cooperation. Seo-jun clarifies that as long as ownership stays with him, others will still be rejected, but research help could be compensated. He worries how causality will interpret him receiving money for a bound item he is only lending for study. Jimin agrees it is manageable, and says she will help with research if he can secure the funding, which makes her ecstatic. When Seo-jun asks to start tests immediately, Jimin says she lacks equipment here and will invite him to her lab later. Jimin remembers her real purpose was asking about the distortion, and Seo-jun confirms that is what she wants. Jimin demands a detailed account of what happened that day, shifting into interrogation mode. After hearing him out, Jimin notes the Nikura was already present, and the measurement device only acted strange afterward, confirming key details. She then asks the crucial question of how Seo-jun managed to defeat the Nikura at all. Seo-jun claims it was luck, and Jimin rejects that, insisting a 6-star monster cannot be beaten by chance without aura. Seo-jun admits he could not have faced it with PTM alone, and that Merlin's mana was the deciding factor. Mid-thought, Seo-jun pauses as a new idea clicks into place. He asks permission to share an opinion based on Merlin's lecture, and Jimin invites him to explain. Seo-jun lays out that magic and aura both derive from mana, differing mainly in how one wills mana to move. He suggests that if so, dungeon distortions might operate on the same principle as magic and aura. Jimin demands more detail, and Seo-jun reframes distortions as mana-based distortions of reality's laws. He recalls Merlin's emphasis that mana use is the distortion of the world's laws through an individual's will. Connecting that to their case, Seo-jun proposes dungeon distortions may be phenomena caused by someone's will. He concludes distorted dungeons might be artificial occurrences created intentionally by an individual rather than natural events. Realizing he is theorizing in front of a prodigy, Seo-jun awkwardly downplays it, but Jimin stares at him differently. Jimin bluntly asks what he is, probing whether he is also a magic scholar. Seo-jun insists he is just an aspiring pro-hunter, crediting Merlin for the idea, which makes Jimin even more incredulous. Jimin fixates again on the subspace pouch, her suspicion sharpening into a direct accusation. Seo-jun looks confused as she studies him like a suspect. Jimin asks outright whether Seo-jun was the one who made the pouch. The implication lands hard. Could an ordinary pro-hunter secretly be a genius magic scholar? Seo-jun is baffled and internally dismisses her leap as nonsense. Jimin, now energized, asks how he could think of such theories so suddenly, eager to dissect his mind. Seo-jun tries to answer calmly, gesturing as if to explain his reasoning process. He says he merely added his own thoughts to Merlin's teachings and did not expect such a huge reaction. Jimin nods intensely, treating his perspective as valuable, while Seo-jun worries it looks like he is teaching her. Seo-jun suddenly realizes that if knowledge can be treated like a product, teaching others might be a way to earn money. He starts calculating seriously, thinking that unlike lending kibisis, selling knowledge could be legitimate profit. He reasons that since he earned this understanding through effort, he should be able to teach it rather than hoard it. Then doubt hits him as he wonders who would pay to learn from a mere cadet. Jimin bluntly tells him he lacks the basics of sorcery, deflating his confidence. Even so, she says his initial idea was unexpectedly good and worth researching further. Seo-yoon returns with snacks and finds Jimin already leaving, satisfied she got what she came for. Jimin promises to invite Seo-jun to her lab later, while Seo-jun and Seo-yoon remark on how different she is from her public image. Jimin heads off happily to research, and Seo-yoon muses that she might truly become the next magic saint as Seo-jun reflects on meeting so many legends. Seo-yoon suggests they eat the snacks together, and Seo-jun gratefully agrees. While eating, Seo-jun jokes that next the grand voice will come visit him, then grows thoughtful. His expression tightens as he turns serious about his stalled progress. Training alone isn't raising his lecture progress fast enough, and the displayed rates confirm the gains are painfully small. He realizes even with Kibisis improving efficiency, he still lacks time to advance lectures significantly before the free pass ends. Seo-jun approaches Seo-yoon with a question, while she is preoccupied with her own concerns. Seo-yoon mutters that she needs a lecturer to train new cadets and worries about wages, barely noticing Seo-jun calling her. When he calls again, Seo-yoon jolts and crushes the snack bag in surprise. She apologizes for not hearing him and asks what is troubling him. Seo-jun explains he was thinking through a cadet recruitment plan and got lost in the complications. He asks if any competitions are coming soon that he could enter to earn money and progress, like past tournaments or sweep events. Seo-yoon checks her phone and repeats his constraint. He needs something within the next 20 days. She reports there are no such events scheduled, leaving Seo-jun disappointed. However, she mentions a mock exam next month at Hunter Mills, which catches Seo-jun's attention. The story explains that mock exams are practice versions of the annual Pro Hunter exam, and failing the real one costs a full year. It adds that academies create mock exams to prepare cadets, and the top academies in Korea dominate the scene. Hunter Mills, ALE, and Jaein are named as the three major hosts, with rumors that mock exam scores mirror the real exam. A final montage shows elite cadets training and fighting as the looming mock exam becomes the next major hurdle. Lee Jun-hwan weighs entering a scholarship competition to fix his money problems and boost lecture progress, even though he expects stronger cadets to dominate. Realizing the timing clashes with his expiring free pass, he resigns himself to pushing forward anyway and seeing how far he can get. He reflects on a lecture's warning that techniques are never perfect and must adapt as situations change. The lecture stresses that intuition is the key in shifting circumstances, though relying on a single law can be risky. Back in his room, Jun-hwan is impressed by how deep the transcended teachings go, far beyond what he had considered. He remembers the transcended exam mock exam is coming soon, which jolts his attention. A lecturer's casual advice not to obsess over mock results makes Jun-hwan wonder if he heard correctly. He discovers there are mock exams specifically for the transcended exams, complete with analyses and solution videos. Stunned that a real transcended exam and license exist, he realizes it's judged like the Pro Hunter exam and recalls top accepted ranks like 5th class Sage and 9th class Sword Master. He rethinks an old student interview, ad he assumed was a joke, now suspecting it was real. He argues with himself that he's not even at a transcending level, so taking a transcended mock seems pointless. Even so, he taps into the option, thinking time spent on it might be better used raising lecture progress. A loud, trash-talking message urges cadets to try the mock and start using tum, mocking them as weak. The taunting continues, telling Trash to take the mock and learn their place, leaving Jun-hwan baffled. He stares at the mock exam prompt in disbelief, openly confused by the absurdity. He notices the program emphasizes videos and wonders if they are more than simple recordings and why they matter so much. Seeing famous names like Siddhartha Gautama and Merlin mentioned, he grows alarmed at how serious this seems. The mock's promotional tone repeats that results aren't everything as the exam approaches, hinting at guidance from legendary figures. Jun-hwan realizes even here the system keeps bringing up mock exams, confirming it's a major academy focus. He admits the Transcension Academy has been weird from the start, so maybe this is just more of the same. Still, he wonders if the mock exam is truly important, or just another distraction. He decides to check the community board to see what other cadets say about taking it. A post from an older student mirrors Junhwan's uncertainty, asking whether to take the mock despite being stuck in introductory lectures. Jun-hwan concludes most people think you should reach a certain level before attempting the mock. A reply recommends taking it anyway because even awful results can massively increase lecture progress, shocking Jun-hwan. Under the night sky, he debates whether to try the mock exam after all. Morning arrives, and the decision still hangs over him as the day begins. He heads to an empty training space, phone in hand and weapon ready, preparing to commit. The system calculates a price but offers the first application free, asking if he will take the transcended mock exam. Jun-hwan notes the first attempt is free, which makes the gamble feel more tempting. He worries wasting the free trial would be stupid, convinces himself he can earn money later, and leans toward using it now. He accepts, choosing the battle track and setting his target class as 9th class Sword Master. The system generates the mock questions, completes setup, and warns it's based on past exam questions and may differ from the real test. The first subject begins immediately with 15 escalating battle questions, catching Jun-hwan off guard. He panics that it's starting right away and that the exam is happening here and now. He demands to know how he's supposed to proceed with an exam that seems to manifest physically. He calculates that 15 difficulty tiers could mean facing something like a 20-star monster at the end, which terrifies him. A violent surge erupts as something begins materializing in front of him. Junhwan reels as a creature literally pops out of the phone, confirming this is no normal test. He braces with his polearm, realizing the first-rank opponent is actually appearing. The summoned presence keeps expanding, and Junhwan watches in horror as it grows larger and larger. He freezes, unable to process that the thing is still growing beyond expectation. As the shadow swells, he finally identifies it as a dragon and feels dread settle in. A colossal blue dragon towers over him, making the mock feel like a death sentence. The system announces Level 1, defeat Fafnir, Dragon of Ruin, within 30 minutes, and Junhwan can only think the academy must be insane. Fafnir moves, and Junhwan screams internally for time as the monster closes in. The dragon unleashes a devastating breath attack, flooding the area with lethal force. Junhwan barely manages a half-formed reaction before the breath overwhelms him. The screen instantly declares Level 1 failure with almost a full time still remaining, leaving Junhwan stunned. He lies wrecked on the ground, admitting he was completely massacred and has no idea how anyone could beat that. He spirals at the absurdity that this is only the first level and the opponent is the infamous Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Furious and shaken, he wonders what kind of nightmare Level 15 could possibly be. His mind jumps to gods as possible opponents, then he awkwardly realizes some transcended might actually be godlike. He sits in stunned silence, trying to steady his breathing after the instant defeat. In the training hall, he confirms nothing else was damaged and asks himself what he should do next. He stands, focusing on the one silver lining he can find in this disaster. The system offers another try and he realizes he still has 10 attempts left after the first failure. He doubts repeating will change anything, but his grip tightens as frustration turns into resolve. He decides to keep going anyway, framing it as a contest of stubbornness between him and the exam. Attempts blur into repeated instant failures, the system spamming Level 1 failure notices as he gets crushed again and again. With only 5 tries left, he bitterly accepts he cannot win by brute repetition. He collapses again, cursing himself for thinking he could beat it and admitting total defeat. Outside, he concedes he was the crazy one for believing the mock was manageable. Sitting on a bench, he despairs that if becoming a pro hunter was already hard, transcending feels impossible, and the mock ends too fast for his lecture progress to improve. He considers canceling or changing options, then notices a new prompt and pauses. The system offers an explanation lecture for the issue, warning he'll receive a penalty in evaluation if he listens, and Junhwan wonders what that even means. He hopes the explanation lecture might teach him how to attack or survive properly. He sees a menu of explanation lectures, including one by Heaven's Great Sage, and is shocked such a figure is involved. He imagines learning side by side with Heaven's Great Sage, Sun Wukong, and decides to register. He taps the register button, committing to the lecture despite his skepticism. A stern voice begins by confirming the first level problem is indeed Fafnir, Dragon of Ruin. The lecturer claims the question only seems hard and is basically an ability discrimination trap if you overthink it. The speaker is revealed as Buddha of fighting, the great sage equal to heaven, making the lecture feel absurdly high level. He explains many cadets obsess over the breath pattern, and Junhwan recalls mistaking Sun Wukong for a cosplayer when they first met. Sun Wukong insists Fafnir is defined almost entirely by his breath, so avoiding it ends the fight's main threat. He demonstrates by facing the dragon head-on, showing the breath attack in action. He warns not to think about splitting or analyzing the breath mid-attack. Instead, he says there's no need for fancy technique at all and the answer is simply to dodge. The dragon's breath tears through the space as the lecture drives home how overwhelming it looks. Sun Wukong adds that after using breath once, Fafnir cannot use it again for a while, becoming far less threatening. He challenges the obvious question of what that implies for the cadet's strategy. His blunt conclusion is to just beat Fafnir down once the breath window is gone. Junhwan listens, unconvinced, as the lecture's simplistic advice clashes with his lived experience. Sun Wukong names his weapon technique Heavenly Meteor Staff, signaling how casually he treats the dragon. He unleashes the first form, dropping a pillar of force like a falling star. The meteor-like strike crashes down with catastrophic power, implying the dragon is trivial at his level. The impact continues, emphasizing the gulf between Junhwan and the lecturer's strength. Sun Wukong calls it simple, leaving Junhwan baffled by the disconnect. He reiterates that even if the mock is meant to measure ability, it is still only level 1 and should be easy. He repeats his motto that the harder it is, the simpler you should think, then abruptly ends the lecture. Junhwan questions whether this is really what an explanation lecture is like, wondering if he or the academy is the weird one. He panics that other explanation lectures can't possibly be this useless, and looks at another option about face-to-breath. A different lecture preview shows a blue dragon blasting breath, and Junhwan can't imagine copying that. He ends the lecture feed in frustration, still stuck on how impossible the advice is to apply. Exhausted, he asks again what he should do now with his situation. He reminds himself he already spent the precious free pass, so quitting now would waste it completely. He selects a new explanation lecture focused on analyzing Fafnir's specialties, led by Siegfried. The lecture introduces Siegfried as a Northern European hero, owner of Ba Meng and the first Dragon Slayer. It explains Siegfried earned the Dragon Slayer title by killing Fafnir, implying he knows Fafnir best and may have set him as level 1. Junhwan decides that if this lecture is weird too, he'll give up for real. Siegfried calmly states Fafnir's key weapon is his breath, so the problem reduces to whether you can dodge it. Junhwan starts to dismiss it as the same useless advice, ready to turn it off. Siegfried stops him, noting that attending means dodging wasn't easy for him, and promises 2 concrete attack methods. Siegfried begins outlining the first method, shifting from theory to practical steps. He explains Fafnir fires breath at the exact spot you are summoned, so if you dash the instant summoning ends, the breath still targets your original position. He says it takes practice, but once understood, dodging the breath becomes manageable. Acknowledging some cadets still struggle, Siegfried introduces a second method designed for those who can't reliably dodge. The second method starts with an unexpected instruction: prepare some shiny gold, leaving Junhwan confused. A follow-up message thanks him for his patronage as the idea of gold becomes central to the plan. Junhwan suddenly finds himself holding a gleaming gold bar and wonders if this ridiculous tactic can actually work. Siegfried explains Fafnir became a dragon through obsession with gold and is enslaved by greed. The lecture says it doesn't need to be real gold, only look like it, and you must toss it in front of Fafnir the moment you're summoned. Because Fafnir won't use breath if it would evaporate the gold, the bait prevents the opening instant kill. When questioned about using skill versus tricks, Siegfried insists only solving the problem matters and invites cadets to his dragon-slaying lectures for more. Junhwan stands in the open field with phone and gold bar, preparing to test the bait strategy. He decides he has nothing to lose and commits to trying again. He brings up the retry prompt with 5 attempts left, and chooses to continue. Fafnir is summoned again, towering over him as the real test begins. In the instant after summoning, Junhwan remembers the instruction and prepares to throw the gold. He hurls the gold bar directly into Fafnir's line of sight as he moves to act. The dragon's attention snaps to the glittering bar, interrupting its lethal opening. Fafnir's eyes go wide with greedy fixation as it locks onto the gold. The dragon lunges toward the prize with love-struck obsession, giving Junhwan breathing room. Junhwan realizes the bait worked and celebrates that he successfully stopped the dragon breath. Fafnir inspects the bar and discovers it is only gold-plated, triggering confusion and anger. The dragon whips around violently, its mood turning dangerous again as Junhwan is caught off guard. Junhwan curses the monster's sudden aggression, realizing the window is closing fast. He panics that calling it a mere lizard was nonsense as the dragon charges with full menace. The system declares another level 1 failure with 4 tries left, and Junhwan notes he barely survived a minute despite all that effort. He lies stunned, asking how he's supposed to defeat something that still overwhelms him. He stares at his phone in silence, processing what went wrong and what he missed. A notice shows his lecture progress rate jumped by 0.7% to 62.8%, and he's shocked the increase is that big even from failure. He re-engages the fight, scrambling onto the dragon's body as it thrashes and roars. The dragon's movement flings him around, and he screams as he struggles to keep control. He slips and tumbles headfirst, barely holding his weapon as he falls. He sprints desperately to dodge, admitting that even just avoiding attacks is brutally difficult. He realizes he has no time to attack at all because survival consumes every moment. A sudden shift makes him realize he's in trouble, and he mutters that he's too late. He recognizes he cannot dodge the incoming strike in time as danger closes in. He sees the gold bar flying again and realizes what that timing implies for the dragon's behavior. The dragon's tail jerks with agitation, signaling it's reacting to the gold distraction in a new way. Junhwan gets slammed aside by the dragon's movement, losing position and control. He gasps that he almost died, shaken by how close the hit was. Fafnir rears up to attack again, roaring as Junhwan braces for another lethal exchange. Junhwan wonders if the dragon is enraged because the bait was only gold-plated, meaning the trick may backfire. He steels himself and edges closer, trying to set up a new plan under pressure. He escalates the bait tactic by scattering multiple gold bars at once to overwhelm Fafnir's greed. Fafnir freezes, eyes bulging as the sudden shower of gold short-circuits its focus. The dragon waddles after the glittering prizes, visibly obsessed and distracted by the gold. With Tum surging to a mountain-uprooting level, Junhwan launches a decisive strike while Fafnir is distracted by the scattered gold. Kim Seojun throws everything into a spear strike, convinced his momentum will finally turn the tide. The dragon-like monster reels as his blow seems to connect. A surge of power flashes through the impact, suggesting he actually pierced its defense. He commits to the attack, determined to break through no matter what. Panting, he realizes in disbelief that the hit really landed. But the monster only suffers a tiny sting, making him doubt the result. A chill runs down his spine as he senses the counterattack coming. The creature's retaliation hits with terrifying force and he screams. The system declares level 1 a failure as Seojun is slammed to the ground with time still remaining. Bruised and aching, he admits he thought he had won and is shocked by the pain. Checking his phone, he notices his attack also raised lecture progress, confirming practice converts into learning. He decides that keeping this pace might let him finish 1 lecture before the free pass ends, maybe even 2. The system offers another try with limited attempts, and he steels himself. He pumps himself up to keep the momentum, and immediately retry. Back at work, someone asks why he has not been raiding dungeons lately. He claims he has been too busy for raids because he is self-training, which confuses his coworker. He worries it looks strange to say he has no time while staring at his phone all day, and the coworker leaves him to paperwork. The mock exam score report confirms he failed badly, reinforcing how outclassed he is. He reflects that progress gains are smaller than hoped because real understanding matters more than mere repetition. He resolves to use the 3-day breaks between mock exam questions to listen to lectures and truly internalize them. Determined, he vows to aim for fully completing a lecture as 3 days pass. The second subject exam begins, and he wonders how this attempt will go. The first question is released and a fiery object suddenly appears in his hand. He stares at the blazing orb, unsure what it is or why he has it. A massive dragon looms behind him as he realizes the orb is the dragon pearl he must protect. The system clarifies the task: flee from Imugi Steely while holding the dragon pearl for the duration. He taunts the monster, then sees the rule that he must not be hit for an hour. Steely charges, filling the area with overwhelming pressure as Seojun freezes. He realizes this is supposed to test basic endurance, but it feels absurdly lethal. He fails level 1 again, yet the failure still boosts his lecture progress significantly. The third subject begins, reaction speed, requiring him to defeat or survive a sphinx for 10 minutes with his senses blocked. Hearing the sphinx speak in incomprehensible riddles, he panics at not understanding a word. The sphinx offers to explain, making the situation feel even more surreal. Before he can process it, the fourth subject starts, mana, where he must keep a Bulgasari fed with mana for 30 minutes or be eaten. He desperately channels energy with both hands, trying to supply enough mana. The Bulgasari growls hungrily, clearly not satisfied and eyeing him as food. As it lunges, he demands to know how much it is trying to eat, realizing he cannot keep up. He bolts in terror, choosing survival over the impossible task as the beast stares blankly after him. Even this failure spikes his lecture progress again, and the fifth subject begins, mental strength, enduring a siren's song for 30 minutes. A siren sings, her melody washing over the area. Instead of being harmed, Seojun finds the song soothing and passes level 1. He celebrates his first level 1 pass, but level 2 immediately escalates to Helheim's Requiem for the same duration. The harsher sound tears at him until his ear bleeds, yet it still increases his Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress. A new score screen shows his overall mock exam results are still pathetic despite the gains. He notes his lecture progress is high enough that he might complete 2 lectures soon and wonders what completion will unlock. He fixates on the 2 chosen subjects he still does not understand and why they were never asked before. He guesses he will choose those subjects on the actual exam day and keeps waiting. He decides to stop overthinking and simply wait until the system reveals it. Days of uncertainty make him increasingly anxious and irritable. A coworker notices his worried expression, but he insists nothing is wrong. Privately, he admits the lack of any message after 3 days is driving him insane. With only 5 days left on the free pass, he debates risking dungeon raids to push progress. He concludes action is better than waiting and decides to raid intensely. As he reaches for his phone to start, something activates. A tiny white-haired mentor suddenly pops out of the device, startling Seojun badly. The mentor casually asks how Seojun has been doing while Seojun tries to recover. Seojun recognizes him as the mentor and is stunned. The mentor greets him cheerfully and says Seojun seems to be doing well. Seojun angrily demands why the mentor took so long, while a coworker misreads the outburst as directed at her. Cornered, Seojun denies saying anything and the coworker doubts her own hearing. He laughs it off as fatigue and hurriedly escapes with the mentor hidden. Once alone, he presses the mentor again about being late. The mentor claims he assumed Seojun would be fine without him, which Seojun rejects as a real excuse. Seojun asks for the honest truth, and the mentor agrees to be blunt. The mentor admits he planned to return after checking Seojun's profile but found it so pathetic he hesitated. He begins to reveal Seojun's level, leaving Seojun bracing for humiliation. A heavy silence stretches as Seojun waits for the verdict. The mentor explains Seojun's level was too low for meaningful counseling, so he focused him on the 2 recommended lectures during the short free pass. Seojun cannot stay mad because the logic makes sense, but he insists the mentor should have told him. The mentor apologizes and asks whether Seojun kept studying the lectures while he was gone. The mentor grabs the phone to check Seojun's progress. He goes quiet, staring at the results as if something is wrong. His expression hardens into alarm as he double-checks, suspecting an impossibility. Seojun asks if it is an error, and the mentor points out the screen shows 4 lectures and bizarre progress rates. Seojun confirms he is taking 4 lectures, leaving the mentor muttering about causality being broken. The mentor insists the displayed information is accurate, then panics at what that implies. Seojun challenges him to explain, and the mentor explodes that it is obviously a serious issue. The mentor demands how Seojun advanced so much in 3 months, and Seojun explains the transcended mock exams massively boosted lecture progress. The mentor realizes Seojun is actively taking mock exams right now, and Seojun confirms it. The mentor, shaken, murmurs that Seojun did not need his help at all. Seojun asks the mentor about the mock exams, and the mentor invites questions. Seojun asks how to choose the chosen subjects, and the mentor says you simply pick the subjects you want. The mentor is confused why Seojun's chosen subjects are still undecided mid-exam, and Seojun adds that the system says he lacks a Transcension Academy ID. The mentor cannot believe he enrolled without creating an ID, but Seojun says the process was bypassed. Seojun shows the message that he cannot create a new post because he lacks an ID. The mentor admits he has never seen anything like this and struggles to make sense of it. He decides to report the anomaly to the principal. Before leaving, the mentor orders Seojun to finish the mock exam and promises to return. He says he will handle the chosen subject issue immediately and makes it so Seojun can choose without trouble. The mentor departs, promising he will be back before the free pass ends. Seojun is annoyed the mentor left before answering everything, but accepts he will return soon. A prompt appears telling Seojun to choose his chosen subjects, forcing him to proceed. His Seonyu lecture hits 100%, completing the course and granting him full mastery of a PTUM spear technique. Seojun reels at the realization that he has completely obtained PTUM. He tests it by lifting the lance of Longinus. Still stunned, it responds to him. He grips the weapon with growing confidence, ready to try a real strike. He swings, and PTUM power flows naturally into the attack without conscious effort. The resulting shockwave ripples outward, proving his new control is real. He wonders why the power now moves on its own, as if his body learned the flow. A new prompt offers enrollment in an epilogue lecture for This Is How You Use PTUM, and he is intrigued. The epilogue begins with Seonyu acknowledging Seojun finally completed the lecture. Seonyu explains that completion means Seojun can now use PTUM naturally, and that it is only the first step of transcendence. He warns not to get arrogant, insults the students into humility, and urges Seojun to formally learn and hone a spear technique. Seonyu cautions the path will be harsh and uncertain, insisting there are no absolute answers, only resolute direction. He emphasizes that the speed of achievement does not matter, only continuing forward. Seonyu's PTUM lecture ends. Time passes into evening near the Dream Hunter Mills building. Seoyun greets Seojun, saying his timing is perfect. She explains applications for the Hunter Mills mock examination open today for the next week and asks if he will apply. Seojun agrees immediately, relieved she brought it up first and confident the Hunter exam will differ from the transcended mock. Seoyun starts sending the application, while Seojun reflects on his new PTUM and ability to wield Longinus. Seojun wonders what level he is now, as Seoyun says the exam should be in 10 days if nothing happens. He briefly considers sparring with Seoyun to test himself, but she is flustered and confused by his sudden intensity. He drops the idea and asks instead whether recruiting new cadets is going well. Seoyun admits she has been worried about recruitment lately. She fears her grandfather will react badly if new people come, and warns the Sword Saint will show up to beat them up. Seojun considers sparring the Sword Saint when he arrives, but Seoyun says her bigger worry is choosing which lecturer to invite. She explains she cannot teach every style herself because each cadet is different, and Seojun realizes he underestimated the job. Seoyun says she needs lecturers matched to each subject, but popular ones cost too much money. Seojun asks how much popular lecturers earn, trying to grasp the scale. Hearing top lecturers cost millions, Seojun is stunned and understands why pros retire into teaching. Seoyun encourages him to ask for help anytime, and he awkwardly agrees. 3 days later, Seojun reviews his mock exam results, now totaling 29 points but still failing across categories. He notes Seonyu is completed while other lectures remain incomplete, and reassures himself he still has free pass time to finish Chiron. The mentor suddenly reappears again, announcing he is back. Seojun greets him calmly, and the mentor is surprised Seojun is not startled this time. Seojun explains he expected the mentor back soon since he completed a lecture, shocking the mentor. The mentor is speechless at the news and asks what happened to the issue he went to investigate. Seojun realizes he got distracted and waits for the mentor's report. The mentor announces a big problem, making Seojun brace for bad news. Seojun repeats the phrase, trying to understand what kind of problem could be bigger than his situation. The mentor says he tried checking Seojun's information before reporting, suspecting a complex error. He reveals there was no error at all, stunning Seojun. The mentor states the Transcension Academy has no information on Kim Seojun. Seojun protests, but the mentor insists there is no cadet registered under his name. Seojun concludes in disbelief that he is not actually a member of the Transcension Academy. He demands how he could attend lectures for months if he was not a member, and the mentor agrees that is the mystery. The mentor explains membership screening should prevent non-members from attending and even from being assigned a mentor, and asks what the principal said. He reports the principal also could not explain it, though the principal is clearly an extraordinary being. The mentor says if even the principal does not know, then nobody does, and rejects the idea of a system error because causality cannot change. He adds the principal detected traces of someone interfering, but they do not know who or how. Seojun asks what happens to him now, fearing punishment. He worries he will be expelled, and the mentor looks confused by the assumption. The mentor laughs and clarifies the problem is on the academy's side, not Seojun's, and they would never expel a member. Relieved, Seojun realizes his missing ID was intentional interference, not a glitch. He wonders who would do this and why target him, since he sees himself as an ordinary struggling pro-hunter. He asks if he is safe for now, and the mentor says he only needs to keep doing what he has been doing. The mentor apologizes that they cannot create an ID until they find the root cause, and Seojun accepts it as familiar hardship. With 2 days left on the free pass, the mentor turns back to the main issue of Seojun's remaining lecture progress. Seojun asks for guidance on what to do once the free pass ends, and the mentor agrees to consult him as part of his job. A mentor outlines Transcension Academy's Forter curriculum, and Kim Seojun wonders if clearing the upper level makes him a transcended. He is told upper level is not transcendence at all, just a point where guidance ends and students must forge their own path. Seojun learns the leap from upper level to true transcendence is far harder than everything before, making the road ahead dauntingly long. The mentor prepares him for moving into lower level, advising him to stick with his spear and buy another free pass once his current one expires, then attend individualized lectures. Seojun browses lecture options, including Heracles training that promises God's strength and another on foundational footwork toward transcendence. The mentor recommends he register for 2 specific lectures, and Seojun agrees to follow that plan. When Seojun asks about mana cultivation in spear arts, he's told those are middle-level lessons and he should build basics first. Realizing the mentor is emphasizing fundamentals for a reason, Seojun accepts the advice. The system calculates the membership registration fees, and the huge multi-million cost makes Seojun groan. Factoring in the free pass price too, Seojun concludes he needs far more money, and the mentor stresses he must work hard to gather causality. Seojun admits he still does not understand what causality is and asks for a clear explanation. The mentor defines causality as the justification cadets use as a basis to register within the Transcension Academy system. Seojun asks what the Academy gains from this justification, and the mentor insists it gains nothing and exists only to help cadets become transcended. Pressed on why that is, the mentor falls silent, unwilling to go further. The mentor says this is all he can explain at Seojun's current level and ends the lesson for now. He instructs Seojun to increase his justification, promising understanding will come naturally as it grows. The mentor cheerfully vows to support Seojun until then, trying to sound more reliable this time. Seojun asks one last question, and the mentor invites him to ask anything he can answer. Seojun asks whether there are other cadets besides him, and the mentor says yes and points him to the community board. Seojun clarifies he means others in the same dimension as the mentor, and the mentor hesitates at the sensitive topic. After thinking, the mentor admits it is risky but decides to share a limited answer. He explains that across countless dimensions, the most crowded one using the academy has only 4 cadets. Attention shifts to Korea's top 3 hunter academies, ALE, Hunter Mills, and Jaein, and how each is known for different strengths. The common saying is laid out: magic points to ALE, weapon mastery to Jaein, and those unsure go to Hunter Mills. Hunter Mills' lack of a single specialty is framed as both a weakness and proof of broad competitiveness, as it hosts a mock pro hunter exam today. At the venue, Park Seoyun from Dream Hunter Academy arrives with Seojun and guides him inside. She urges him to hurry because the crowd will only get worse, and Seojun notes the exam's atmosphere is unlike a tournament. Seoyun introduces Seojun as the participating cadet, and he learns first place earns $1 million in scholarships. Seojun remembers a new free pass costs $500,000 and realizes his $300,000 from dungeon raids is nowhere near enough. Though the lectures matter, Seojun decides the urgent priority is securing money for that free pass. He resolves that winning this mock exam is his best shot at a lump sum, and staff confirm his entry is approved. As they proceed, the entrance becomes chaotic with people pushing and staff shouting for an orderly line. Seojun is surprised by how overwhelmingly busy the mock exam is, and Seoyun says that is exactly what to expect here. Seoyun leaves him with encouragement to stay in good condition and do his best on the exam. A commotion erupts as someone angrily confronts a blatant line cutter. Seojun looks over, sensing a fight brewing as the shouting escalates. The line cutter dismisses the complaints and challenges the staff on what they plan to do about it. The offender is revealed as Kim Gangchul of Hunter Mills, carrying an enormous sword and projecting calm authority. When someone curses and tries to stop him, Gangchul coolly declares he will pass through first anyway. The crowd recognizes the name Kim Gangchul and the hallway buzzes as people turn to stare. Whispers confirm it really is Gangchul, and observers realize Hunter Mills sent a major contender. People explain that ALE sent Lee Doan and Jaein sent Jin Dongmin, making this mock exam a must-watch since Gangchul is top 3 within Hunter Mills. Gangchul and Seojun briefly lock eyes, sizing each other up in silence. Seojun watches Gangchul's massive weapon loadout and feels the gap in presence. Others scoff at Hunter Mills cadets, but the talk quickly shifts to predicting the winner. Seojun listens as spectators debate who will take first place. The consensus is that Gangchul has a slight edge over Lee Doan and Jin Dongmin, especially with the Order of Truth rumored to be sponsoring him. Someone argues Hunter Mills might give their own cadet inside information, but another voice rejects that idea as unfair and unlikely. The rebuttal is that a famous academy would not cheat so pointlessly, and Seojun wonders who has been commenting so sharply. The source is revealed as a pushy participant demanding to be let in too, insisting he has an application. Seojun turns, confused by the sudden interruption and the stranger's audacity. The crowd notices the stranger carries multiple weapon types and questions whether he can even use them all. The stranger keeps insisting he is a participant, but staff tell him to return and wait his turn. He protests that someone else just went through without waiting, demanding to know why he is treated differently. A bystander snaps at him to stop wasting everyone's time and go to the back of the line. Security steps in and physically restrains the disruptive participant as he continues to argue. He shouts that the rule is unfair while Seojun watches the scene unfold without intervening. Seojun is ushered along and reflects that cadets from all over the country have gathered for this exam. The disruptive participant vows he will join the exam no matter what, still seething as he's dragged away. Inside the stadium, the exam begins as the crowd's noise swells around the track. Participants sprint at full speed, immediately turning the first test into a brutal race of attrition. A red-haired runner introduces himself as Park Do-suk, a League 2 Academy cadet. Do-suk boasts he has the ability to join the top 3 academies, implying he belongs among elites despite his school. He admits he attends a League 2 Academy only because money forced that choice. Do-suk explains top academy tuition is crushing, so he took a scholarship at a lower league and rejected hollow consolation about status. He frames his ambition as choosing to compete with dragons rather than settle for lesser rivals. He contrasts that with being the head of a snake, which only lets you compete with other snakes. Do-suk decides this mock exam is his chance to enter the big leagues and feels satisfied with his choice. He declares Seo-jun is the reason he pushed himself this far, turning their run into a personal rivalry. The mock exam is explained as 5 practical subjects from the Pro Hunter exam, excluding the written portion. The first subject, basic endurance, requires repeatedly running 3 kilometers under 5 minutes until you fail. The key metric is simply how many successful runs you complete, and Do-suk realizes only he and Seo-jun remain after more than 15 repetitions. Forced to acknowledge Seo-jun as a true competitor, Do-suk keeps pace while the stadium blurs by. Exhausted but stubborn, Do-suk urges himself to go just a little farther to beat Seo-jun. He fixates on defeating Seo-jun as the one victory he needs to prove himself. As his breathing turns ragged, Do-suk feels a strange satisfaction in pushing past his limits. A timer ends the evaluation at 5 minutes 12 seconds, abruptly stopping the endurance test. Do-suk staggers while Seo-jun keeps moving, leaving him behind on the track. Do-suk reflects that competing against dragons is what lets someone surpass their own limits. He watches Seo-jun approach and realizes the gap between them is real. Do-suk reaches out, signaling the end and acknowledging the result. He admits Seo-jun won and offers a handshake, calling him comrade despite the rivalry. Seo-jun accepts the sportsmanlike gesture, still focused and composed. Do-suk claims he still earned a good score, trying to salvage pride from the loss. Seo-jun finds the endurance test oddly easy, suspecting his training has changed him more than he realized. In the next evaluation, onlookers in the gym are stunned by Seo-jun's inhuman strength. Seo-jun casually squats a heavy barbell as the crowd counts his reps in disbelief. He continues to a 3rd rep with ease, drawing shocked stares from everyone watching. Spectators question whether he is even human as the bar visibly bends under the load. Seo-jun realizes his daily training cannot explain this and suspects Seon-yu's lecture has let him instinctively use PTM. Excited by how strong PTM already is, he imagines how absurd he will become after completing Heracles' lecture for God's strength. Driven by the need for money, Seo-jun stays fiercely motivated to dominate the exam. Officials announce Kim Gangchul's strong performance and call for a quick break before the next subject. Cadets whisper that Gangchul's results are as expected, and it's noted that for those above a certain level the mock exam is mostly meaningless. The 3 top academy representatives, Gangchul, Lee Do-eun, and Jin Dong-min, are framed as showcasing their school's superiority. It is clarified that the event is really a contest of honor among the 3 academies. Elsewhere, a hooded figure orders Gangchul to participate and specifically observe Kim Seo-jun's behavior. The hooded figure tells Gangchul he need not do anything else, only watch what Seo-jun does. Gangchul notes the Order of Truth previously made no demands while sponsoring him, so this sudden request makes him suspicious of who Seo-jun is. Gangchul recalls hearing Seo-jun's name tied to the dungeon distortion incident about a month ago, though Seo-jun looked ordinary when they met. As results are about to be posted, the crowd gathers anxiously, sensing something unexpected. Gangchul waits for the posted rankings, curious and increasingly wary. The basic endurance results appear with Kim Seo-jun in first at 100, pushing Gangchul down to 3rd behind Lee Min-il. Gangchul stares, stunned by the ranking and the implication that he was outperformed. He fumes at the 11-point gap and cannot accept being beaten so decisively. Angrier still, he fixates on the unknown name Lee Min-il and wonders how someone capable of beating him stayed unheard of. He demands to know where this mysterious Lee Min-il came from, his pride taking a direct hit. Trying to steady himself, Gangchul reasons some cadets excel only in certain subjects and insists the next test will be different. But the combat proficiency against monsters results also put Seo-jun first at 100, keeping Gangchul behind again. The crowd's stunned silence deepens as the pattern becomes impossible to dismiss. Gangchul remembers the instruction that he only needs to watch Seo-jun, and he realizes he truly is expected to do nothing. The 3rd subject is announced as mana proficiency, measured by how much mana you can pour into strikes to shatter a barrier. Seo-jun worries because he knows mana basics from Merlin's lectures but lacks fine control, while another participant fails to even scratch the barrier. Lee Do-eun is called next, and Seo-jun watches the elite mage step forward. Lee Do-eun of Yahello Academy appears, and the crowd reacts like fans greeting a star. She faces the barrier and is told to begin whenever ready. Lee Do-eun calmly gathers mana, igniting a controlled flame in her palm. Her mana takes shape as swirling fire, showing refined manipulation rather than raw output. She unleashes a focused fire technique, channeling it with practiced precision. The flames coil around her as she compresses and directs the spell with cold confidence. Her strike detonates and shatters the barrier dramatically, proving overwhelming magical mastery. The scoreboard crowns Lee Do-eun first for mana proficiency, and observers marvel that she can even change the form of her mana. Seojun realizes this level of magic is more about Lee Doan herself than her academy, finally understanding what true spellcraft looks like. Lee Doan declines extra attempts and steps away, satisfied with her result. Seojun is called next, and he answers immediately, bracing himself. He approaches Lee Doan's position in silence, feeling her lingering pressure as she watches him. Lee Doan smirks as Seojun scratches his head, unsettled by her reaction. Seojun wonders if she is implying his best effort will not matter, but the official tells him to begin when ready. Despite low confidence, Seojun decides to try his hardest and commits to the attempt. He draws out mana and floods his spear with a bright blue aura, preparing a decisive strike. Refusing to rely on Tum's power, he focuses on extracting and shaping mana using what Merlin taught him. With eyes glowing, Seojun vows to pierce the barrier and prove his control. He launches forward in a high-speed thrust, driving the mana-charged spear into the barrier with full force. Mid-strike, he senses something off as the barrier reacts unexpectedly to his attack. The barrier splits apart instead of breaking cleanly, leaving Seojun staring in confusion at the separated sections. A crackling backlash ripples through the barrier fragments, and Seojun is left wondering what just happened. A violent explosion erupts, blasting debris and shockwaves across the field and stunning the spectators. Seojun and Lee Doan both look shocked, realizing the outcome was far beyond a normal failure or success. From above, the arena is shown in stunned silence as smoke rises from the destroyed equipment. The posted mana proficiency results now show Seojun first with 100 and Lee Doan second with 85, overturning expectations. Seojun stands amid the crackling remains, baffled as he asks why this happened. He looks down at his spear and the wreckage, unable to believe he caused this result. Because the mana barrier generator was destroyed and no spare was prepared, officials are forced to pause the test. After the chaos, the finalized mana proficiency rankings confirm Seojun's 100, with the top academy cadets pushed down the list. The crowd erupts in disbelief that the top 3 academies are being shoved back, demanding to know who Kim Seojun really is. In the stands, Seojun connects Seojun to the dungeon distortion incident, and remembers he hunted a 6-star Nurkula alone. She realizes his feats explain his academy affiliation, yet admits even then it only suggested he might take first place. Seojun confesses she thought the mock exam would be meaningless for him, but she never expected him to be this overwhelmingly ahead of everyone. Officials worry Seojun's dominance will force them to adjust the Pro Hunter exam's difficulty, and one plans to meet the association president. Spectators are stunned that even Kim Gangchul is far behind at Hunter Mill's own mock exam, arguing the academy should have sent Lee Haeun instead. Spectators wonder whether Hunter Mills has any cadet who can truly contend with the overwhelmingly dominant Kim Seojun. The mana proficiency rankings confirm Kim Seojun at a perfect 100, making even strong contenders like Lee Haeun uncertain bets. Seeing the scores laid out, people conclude Kim Seojun's talent is outright monstrous. Seojun, quiet and composed, listens without reacting to the hype around him. Alone with his weapon, Seojun privately wonders how his situation has escalated this far. He studies the ornate spear he carries, uneasy about what it might really do. He recalls the legend of the Holy Lance that pierced Jesus, implying the weapon should possess extraordinary power. Yet he admits he only knows the legend and cannot identify the lance's actual ability, even whether it bypasses mana barriers. Unable to tell if its effect is special or just a mana gap, he realizes he has no reliable way to test it. He considers buying another weapon to compare, then gets distracted by someone loudly singing nearby. Seojun notices a boisterous cadet with a pile of weapons and wonders who this carefree troublemaker is. The noisy cadet's overloaded gear catches Seojun's attention as the singing continues. Seojun recognizes him as the odd guy who argued with staff earlier, now acting even stranger. The cadet rushes up and enthusiastically greets Seojun as the mock exam star, startling him. He introduces himself as Lee Minil, and Seojun repeats the name, trying to place him. Minil proudly notes he is currently in second place, and seems thrilled to be acknowledged by the first-place cadet. Minil jokes about how uncanny it feels to be second to Seojun, while Seojun sizes up his odd energy. Minil quickly reassures Seojun he is not here to pick a fight, just to satisfy his curiosity, then apologizes for being too casual. Seojun decides Minil is simply naturally weird rather than hostile, until an announcement orders everyone to finish preparations for the dungeon raid. The test begins as the cadets step into the simulated dungeon environment. Seojun registers the artificial world around him as the scenario fully loads. He remarks that the dungeon is augmented reality, and the exam explains the dungeon raid is judged by clear speed. Seojun doubts anyone could mistake this for reality as he advances into the field. The exam reveals the target monsters the cadets must hunt. 10 Nercuras appear, immediately presenting a large-scale threat. Seojun strikes first, cutting down a charging beast in a single decisive blow. As more Nercuras close in, Seojun identifies them calmly, shocking onlookers with his composure. Even with difficulty reduced by the simulation, the swarm's intensity still seems extreme to observers. Seojun tightens his grip and prepares to finish the fight efficiently. He unleashes a sweeping assault that tears through the pack in rapid succession. In the middle of the slaughter, Seojun reflects that he is no longer the person he used to be. He acknowledges the simulation differs from real Nercuras, yet still feels his current level is worlds beyond his past self. He remembers that only 3 months ago he was an ordinary person barely getting by, before everything changed. He credits becoming a Transcension Academy cadet and meeting Miss Seoyun as the turning point in his life. The last monsters fall, underscoring how completely Seojun dominates the raid. Seojun insists he is not trying to be prideful, only recognizing reality. Breathing hard but steady, he thinks that even if the path is long, he may be inching toward becoming the world's greatest hunter. The results flash. Kim Seojun finishes first in the dungeon raid with a perfect standardized score, reinforcing his growing legend. Back in the waiting area, other cadets stare at Seojun with a mix of awe and tension. Seojun notices the intense attention as the posted results confirm his first-place raid score and overall lead. A disgruntled competitor clicks his tongue while watching Seojun from nearby. Jin Dongmin and Lee Doan's placements are announced, and Dongmin wonders where the seemingly trivial newcomer Seojun came from. Seojun decides to ignore the hostility, believing he only loses if he gets dragged into their provocations. Minil loudly laments that he was so close to winning, and the results show he took second in the raid. Kim Gangchul, who seemed proud at first, stays unusually quiet despite earning third place. Minil compliments Seojun and urges him to speak casually too so their interaction feels fair. Minil laughs, pleased that Seojun is relaxed enough to go along with it. Minil asks if Seojun really uses all the weapons on his back, and admits he lacks a specialty because he learned by using whatever he could find. Seojun is startled by the implication of Minil's background and what it says about his skill. Seojun confirms Minil is self-taught, and Minil agrees he trained entirely on his own. The narration explains self-taught cadets usually lack resources and talent, but rare exceptions are born with special ability. Seojun accepts Minil's talent is real, yet remains wary of what kind of person he is. Seojun asks why someone at Minil's level was not recruited by an academy, and Minil says he dislikes being tied down. Minil adds that he does have a master, but the master does not even know Minil considers himself a disciple. Seojun is baffled by the claim, and cannot tell what Minil is really implying. Before Seojun can press further, staff announce an unexpected problem has occurred. The cadets gather as officials move in to address the disruption. Seojun and Minil exchange uneasy looks, wondering what the unexpected problem means for the exam. Gangchul watches tensely, sensing the situation could shift the power balance. They are told the assigned exam evaluators cannot arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. Officials explain the personnel combat proficiency evaluators encountered a sudden dungeon break on the way, and it was a 10-star emergency requiring direct intervention. Cadets immediately ask what will happen to the mock exam now. Staff say an emergency meeting is underway and everyone must wait until a decision is made. A hooded figure concludes the Order of Truth likely caused the 10-star dungeon break, threatening to end the mock exam prematurely. He notes that if the exam ends now, Seojun wins effortlessly, which seems unlikely to be the Order of Truth's true goal. Gangchul proposes changing the testing method to salvage the remaining personnel combat proficiency subject. He suggests a tournament-style battle among cadets to preserve the exam's essence. Nearby cadets react that the idea is not bad, sensing a chance to shake up the standings. Staff object that too many participants and too little time make a full tournament unrealistic. They add that scoring fairness would become messy and could distort the mock exam's overall results. Gangchul argues that waiting for replacement A-rank examiners is also unrealistic on such short notice. He insists they cannot just stand around indefinitely while the broadcast and audience wait. Gangchul proposes an event format where only cadets who want to participate register, reducing the burden. He emphasizes the mock exam is being live-streamed nationally with government and association members watching, so ending early would disgrace everyone. He warns Hunter Mill's reputation is already under scrutiny, and an abrupt failure would look like incompetence rather than Seojun's brilliance. Gangchul frames the event match as a spectacle to redirect attention, while privately aiming to defeat Seojun and steal the spotlight. He imagines that beating Seojun publicly would make Seojun's achievements feel like his own victory. Others agree the event format is a great idea, accepting the plan to continue the show. The elite trio backing the idea approve it, and Gangchul worries they may have noticed his ulterior motives. Minil lights up at the prospect, thrilled that the exam is turning into something fun. Minil turns to Seojun and eagerly asks if he will participate too, pushing him into the spotlight. The elite trio's presence feels like a trap as the question becomes how Seojun will respond under pressure. Seojun quietly thinks it over, weighing risk against opportunity. He suggests that since it is an extra test, they should add additional prize money to raise the stakes. A surprise event match is officially announced, with 15 participants registered. The crowd erupts as hopefuls from Hunter Mills, Jaein, and Ale all join the event. Spectators hype that both Seojun and Minil are in, and online excitement is exploding. The arena atmosphere surges as the event match begins in earnest. The first result is announced. Jaein Academy's Jin Dongmin wins his bout decisively. Next, Ale Academy's Lee Doan wins by overwhelming her opponent with flame magic. Kim Gangchul then crushes his opponent so completely that it looks like a mismatch. Dongmin vows he will be the one to defeat Seojun, staking his pride on it. Doan declares she will prove a mage's superiority in real combat. Gangchul promises to make Seojun regret entering, escalating the challenge. The threats reach Seojun, but he remains seated and unshaken as they call for his downfall. Seojun is more surprised by the announced $1 million prize than by the taunts. He calculates that winning both the mock exam and the event match could net him $2 million, enough to fund expensive training lectures. He realizes even after paying for a free pass, he would still have enough to register for new high-cost classes sooner than expected. Seojun concludes he is not worried about Gangchul, Dongmin, or Doan, convinced he will not lose to them. Still, he admits there is exactly one participant who does not feel like an easy opponent. The match begins and the audience is stunned as Lee Minil suddenly discards his sword and draws a bow instead. Seojun reflects that most fighters should not juggle many weapon types and usually specialize in one. Minil's many weapons suggest versatility beyond common sense, raising doubts about what he can truly wield. Minil grins as he aims, making it clear he intends to use far more than a single style. Minil fires a rapid volley, forcing his opponent to scramble under relentless pressure. His opponent panics, realizing Minil's true main weapon is the bow and the earlier sword was misdirection. The arrows curve unpredictably, turning the arena into a deadly trap zone. The opponent refuses to be a stationary target and charges to break through the barrage. Minil's bow is knocked away in the clash, but he is already transitioning to another approach. Minil lunges in with a savage grin, shifting from ranged control to close-quarters aggression. Steel meets steel as the fighters collide, the pace turning brutal. Minil slams his opponent down hard, ending the exchange with raw force. Watching from the sidelines, Seojun repeats Minil's name, recognizing the danger behind the goofy persona. Observers note Minil's style is crude but freeform, unlike the disciplined forms of the elite trio, reflecting his self-taught brawling. Seojun realizes Minil's background mirrors his own unconventional path, making him uniquely unpredictable. Seojun wonders if Minil might even be a Transcension Academy cadet like him. He recalls that some dimensions have multiple Transcension cadets, and that Earth could theoretically have up to 4. Seojun connects Minil's claim of a master to the possibility that he learns by secretly watching lectures. He reasons that lecturers would not know who is watching, allowing a hidden disciple to exist. The result is announced. Lee Minil wins his match. Minil celebrates loudly, while Seojun thinks it is still more likely Minil is not a Transcension cadet, despite the clues. Even so, Seojun believes there is enough reason to suspect Minil's connection to Transcension. The announcer praises the second-place contender's overwhelming performance, as the crowd roars. The announcer builds suspense for the next match, signaling the pairing everyone has been waiting for. The stadium buzzes with anticipation as spectators lean in for the marquee bout. The next contestants are introduced as the prodigy acknowledged by the Magic Saint's apprentice steps forward. Ale Hunter Academy's genius mage Lee Doan is announced to thunderous cheers. The announcer reveals her opponent, setting the stage for a clash of styles. A composed woman watches closely, emphasizing the significance of this matchup. The broadcast hypes Kim Seojun as the first to ever score a perfect 100 in the Hunter Mills mock exam, a once-in-history record. Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seojun is announced as Doan's opponent, drawing massive attention. Narration frames Lee Doan as a true genius whose talent makes the word itself feel insufficient. She is described as a top 5 cadet at Ale and a standout among the top 3 academies, recognized by the magic scholar lineage. Doan believes impossible does not exist for her, and insists her lower ranking only reflects the exam's disadvantage to mages. She claims that in a mage-favored exam she would outperform the current results, and she unleashes flames towards Seojun to prove it. But her confidence falters as she senses her attack is not unfolding as expected. Doan stares, confused, as her magic fails to dominate the way it should. Realization hits, and she erupts in shock at what she is seeing. Seojun swings his lance and cleanly splits her fire magic apart, nullifying the attack mid-flight. The severed flames arc away, leaving Doan exposed and the crowd stunned by the impossible counter. Seojun casually asks what is wrong, while Doan trembles at the implication of what he just did. Doan screams that it makes no sense, unable to accept her magic being cut apart. She calls it nonsense and fixates on the fact that he literally severed magic itself. Doan analyzes that he must have either overwhelmed her spell with mana or used a true dispel requiring deep understanding, either plausible for a non-mage in an instant. Seojun admits he was simply curious what would happen if he swung at magic, and it just split. He concludes the Lance of Longinus must have a special ability after all, even if he still does not know what it is. With the prize money now within reach, Seojun considers buying spare weapons to begin proper comparison testing. Doan rallies and floods the arena with multiple flaming projectiles, trying to overwhelm Seojun with sheer volume. She thrusts her hand forward, intensifying the spell as the fire surges toward him. The flames roar across the arena in a blazing storm, bearing down on Seojun as the confrontation escalates. Kim Seojun focuses as the match reaches a decisive moment. He calmly deflects a flurry of fiery spear strikes without budging. His opponent, Lee Doan, is ordered to land a hit and grows frantic. Doan keeps pressing, but Seojun still stands unshaken amid the flames. Seojun barely reacts, signaling how outclassed Doan is. A sudden blast of force leaves Doan stunned and off balance. Doan's spear is knocked away, ending her momentum. She collapses to her knees, defeated and dazed. Doan realizes she cannot win and is shaken by her own admission of defeat. Seojun steps in close, making her question what just happened. Seojun teasingly asks if this means he has won. Doan, sweating, can only stammer in disbelief. She calls him a monster as the crowd learns the winner is Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seojun. The event immediately shifts to the next bout, announced as Lee Minyo vs Jin Dongmin in close quarters combat. Minyo and Dongmin clash at point-blank range in a fierce exchange. Dongmin believes the tight engagement proves he is ahead and questions Minyo's perception. Minyo strains under pressure but keeps smiling through it. Dongmin tries to control Minyo's weapon, but Minyo slips the bind. Minyo suddenly attacks from range, catching Dongmin off guard. Dongmin scrambles to recover, shield raised and furious. Minyo reveals hidden weapons and tricks, shocking Dongmin mid-fight. Minyo laughs as he keeps changing tools and angles. Dongmin dismisses it as cheap tricks, but he is clearly rattled. Dongmin admits he cannot read Minyo's rhythm and fears being dragged into Minyo's pace. Minyo taunts that Dongmin's style has limits while Dongmin realizes he is losing control. Both fighters reposition at speed, the tempo escalating. Minyo lands a decisive blow that breaks through Dongmin's defense. Dongmin crashes down as his gear scatters, leaving Minyo standing ready. The match is called for Lee Minyo, who celebrates while Dongmin hangs upside down in disbelief. Dongmin trembles with anger and humiliation as he processes the loss. Spectators erupt, accusing Minyo of cheating and demanding an explanation. Dongmin screams that the match is invalid and refuses to accept the result. Onlookers argue that tactics are part of real combat, even if Minyo's methods look dirty. Dongmin keeps protesting, but Seojun coolly states Dongmin would have lost regardless. Seojun asserts Minyo's victory was inevitable even without constant weapon swapping. A blonde cadet, Kim Gangchul, grimly concludes he understands why the Order of Truth advanced so far. He realizes the Order of Truth has been watching both Seojun and Minyo closely. Gangchul recalls being told to simply observe Seojun's actions, implying he was used as bait. He deduces the Order of Truth's goal was always to force Seojun and Minyo to fight, and suspects Minyo may be connected to them. As the event nears its climax, the crowd is told the next match is unmissable. Gangchul enters with a massive sword, framed as the steel-strong pride of Hunter Mills. The announcer introduces him as Hunter Mills Kim Gangchul, who was told only to watch. Gangchul realizes he was set up as a foil as Seojun approaches as his opponent. Seojun is announced again, and Gangchul's suspicion of the Order of Truth hardens. Gangchul vows he will not let the Order of Truth's plan proceed as intended. He surges forward with crackling aura, launching a lightning-charged opening strike. Seojun meets the charge head-on, spear poised to intercept. Their weapons collide with a violent shock that ripples across the arena. The impact fractures the ground, sending debris flying from the clash point. Gangchul steadies himself and presses with brute strength, refusing to yield. Seojun slides back under the force, maintaining balance and composure. A wide view shows the cratered arena as both fighters reset their footing. Seojun squares up, measuring Gangchul's stance and intent. Gangchul fixates on Seojun's spear, sensing something off about it. He notes the spear lacks aura spear power yet somehow nullifies his aura sword as if it cannot be felt. Gangchul concludes the weapon is abnormal and likely explains Seojun's earlier mock exam dominance. He decides that if he avoids the spear's special property, Seojun's skill cannot match his. Gangchul unleashes another electrified overhead attack with full force. He declares he will win, trying to overwhelm Seojun through sheer aggression. The announcer marvels that Gangchul can strike so quickly despite wielding a heavy broadsword. Seojun blocks and reads the exchange, admitting Gangchul is stronger than the cadets he faced before. Gangchul drives in close, attempting to crush Seojun's guard with power. A towering lightning slash crashes down, but Seojun withstands it and holds his line. Seojun recognizes the pattern and calmly acknowledges what he is seeing. Gangchul's aura flares as observers concede his top 3 status at Hunter Mills is real. Seojun drags his spear along the ground, preparing a counter while Gangchul gathers energy. Seojun considers a new approach as Gangchul watches warily. Gangchul flinches, sensing a shift in Seojun's pressure. Seojun decides to stop holding back and truly fight. Dark, turbulent aura swirls around Seojun, startling Gangchul as the atmosphere changes. Gangchul feels something strange and asks what is happening to him. Seojun's spear movement snaps into place, signaling the start of his real offense. Seojun swings with crushing speed, forcing Gangchul to block hard. Their faces tighten in close contact as Gangchul strains to resist the pressure. Gangchul is knocked back by the force of Seojun's counter, grunting in pain. Seojun stays composed and ready, showing no sign of fatigue. Gangchul realizes Seojun's aura has changed drastically mid-fight. He recalls Seojun's earlier aura felt like calm waves, unlike this new intensity. The memory contrasts with Seojun's current violent, eruptive power. Gangchul senses Seojun's aura now resembles a volcanic eruption, far more dangerous. Gangchul is forced backward, shocked that the attacker is now being pushed back. Seojun surges forward relentlessly, turning the tide and driving Gangchul into retreat. The exchange blurs into rapid impacts as Seojun's pressure mounts. Seojun judges Gangchul's style as rigid and forceful, but predictable. He concludes Gangchul's approach is too simple to break through him. Seojun notes that compared to refined swordplay and cultivation, Gangchul is essentially just swinging. Even so, Seojun recognizes there is something more behind the spear's effect. The spear's head glows ominously as its strange power asserts itself. A massive shockwave erupts, stunning the stadium with the scale of the impact. Gangchul stands amid shattered ground, suddenly dwarfed by Seojun's presence. He cannot understand why these simple swings feel so unbearably heavy. Seojun looms over him as Gangchul struggles to rise and keep fighting. Gangchu realizes this is not just about weight, since Seojun has not even used an aura spear from the start. Seojun's calm expression underscores how controlled his dominance is. Gangchu panics at the thought of Seojun actually using aura spear on top of everything else. He spirals, insisting the situation makes no sense. Seojun's presence reminds him of a terrifying figure from the past, triggering dread. A dark-haired woman appears in his memory as he recognizes that same oppressive feeling. She coldly belittles him, asking if this is all he amounts to as he kneels. Her contempt stings as he remembers being mocked for his supposed top 3 status. The nightmare of first encountering Lee Hyun floods back, paralyzing him. In the memory, she dismisses his expectations and embodies overwhelming hopelessness. Gangchu rejects the comparison, raging that someone like Seojun cannot be that strong. He grips his sword desperately, electricity crackling as he tries to force himself onward. He sees at being looked down on, his pride turning into fury. He screams his own name in defiance as Seojun stands opposite, unshaken. Gangchu launches himself into another all-out charge, closing the distance fast. Seojun watches with steady eyes, waiting for the opening. Gangchu roars for Seojun to die, committing to a killing blow. Seojun's aura coils around his spear as he prepares a decisive response. The clash sends fragments flying, signaling Gangchu's attack has been broken. Spectators recoil as the heavy sword is knocked aside and chaos ripples through the stands. Gangchu ends up kneeling, disarmed, with Seojun's spear leveled at him. Seojun stands over the fallen Gangchu, confirming the outcome without words. The announcer declares Kim Seojun the winner. Seojun exhales in relief, the fight ending cleanly. Seojun advances to the finals as Minyo watches from the waiting area. Minyo grins, energized by the prospect of facing Seojun. Fans buzz excitedly, amazed that Seojun's skill matches his outrageous gear. The crowd predicts Seojun will face Lee Minyo in the finals since all other contenders are eliminated. The announcer proclaims the long-awaited finals are about to begin. The match is framed as 2 meteors colliding, with everyone stunned by how it turned out. Minyo admits he wanted to fight Seojun once, and is pleased they met in the finals. Seojun notes Minyo seems to have many questions for him. Seojun presses Minyo about being self-taught despite claiming no specific teacher, and Minyo confirms it. Minyo is reminded he also said he has a master, even if the master does not know him as a disciple. Seojun asks directly who Minyo's master is, making Minyo tense. Minyo asks why Seojun cares, testing his motives. Minyo suggests Seojun might know the master, and Seojun is startled by the possibility. Seojun calls Minyo a liar and considers whether to mention the Transcension Academy. He decides against it, reasoning that if Minyo is not from that academy he can pretend it was a misunderstanding, but if he is, everything changes. Seojun concludes that sharing an academy would not make them comrades, only rivals. Not knowing Minyo's reaction, Seojun chooses not to reveal his hand and wonders if he should hint instead. The announcer declares introductions unnecessary as Seojun hints that Minyo's master should be unimaginably powerful, shocking Minyo. The finals are announced as Kim Seojun vs Lee Minyo, and Minyo demands to know what Seojun really is. Seojun proposes a wager that the loser must answer the winner's questions, raising the stakes. Minyo questions how truth can be guaranteed, wary of empty answers. Seojun tells him he will have to decide for himself as the match is about to begin. The start signal echoes through the stadium as both finalists take their stances. Seojun lowers his spear into a ready posture, measuring Minyo across the arena. Minyo reaches for his weaponry, preparing to engage Seojun's range. The crowd grows confused as the two hesitate, locked in a silent stare-down. Seojun admits it looks awkward from outside, but he is searching for an opening. Minyo also finds no openings, realizing Seojun's guard gives him nothing. Minyo finally commits, stepping forward to break the stalemate. He taunts Seojun as he charges, confident in his toughness. Seojun's eyes sharpen as he registers that Minyo has drawn a sword. Minyo brings the blade up, ready to test Seojun directly. Seojun decides Minyo's sword cannot be treated as ordinary, and resolves to go full power immediately. Seojun launches a full power opening technique, Pierce, driving his spear in with lethal intent. The archer swordsman blocks a sudden spear strike, realizing his opponent's reach and power are no joke. The spear user's eyes sharpen as he presses the attack, confident he has the archer on the back foot. With a sweeping motion, the spear fighter whips his weapon around to force the archer to yield space. The archer is driven into evasive flips as the spear's arcs batter the arena and keep him from settling. The spear user notes the archer narrowly avoided defeat by abandoning a weapon and retreating at the last instant. The archer senses something off in the spear user's rhythm and hesitates, unsure what he's missing. A storm of arrows is unleashed, but the spear's spinning wind pressure disrupts their paths. The spear user plants himself and accelerates the rotation, building a defensive vortex with disdain. He snaps a hand into the flow, guiding the spin to control the battlefield rather than simply defend. The arrows are flung outward and neutralized by the swirling force, denying the archer his ranged advantage. The archer is thrilled by the spectacle, recognizing the spear user's technique as absurdly strong. The spear user admits he is also curious about the archer's unusual weapon and fighting style. The archer proposes a bargain that if he wins, the spear user must answer questions about his weapon too. The spear user agrees mid-exchange while still attacking, making it clear the answers come only with victory. He smirks and reiterates that any information depends entirely on the archer actually winning. The archer laughs and takes the challenge as motivation, deciding to push harder rather than back down. The spear user dashes past, keeping the archer chasing and preventing him from dictating tempo. He pauses, puzzled by the archer's attitude, as if something about his intent does not match his actions. The archer praises the spear user sincerely, impressed even while under pressure. Amid the roaring wind of their clash, the spear user feels an unsettling incongruity he cannot name. He digs in and shifts his footing, preparing to test the archer more directly. Even as he lands clean hits with borderline cheating methods, he senses the archer lacks desperation. He concludes the archer is not fighting with the usual hunger to win. Boos and blocked attacks do not seem to bother the archer, deepening the spear user's confusion. The spear user realizes it is as if the archer does not truly care about the outcome. He confronts the archer, asking whether he actually wants to win at all. When the archer insists he wants to win, the spear user challenges why he cannot feel that urgency. The archer admits he does not understand the accusation but insists he wants to beat the spear user most of all. The spear user calmly reveals his truth. He is fine with losing. The archer is shocked and calls out the contradiction of using dirty tricks while claiming losing is acceptable. The spear user dismisses public opinion as irrelevant to how he fights or values himself. He declares that insults from others cannot diminish his self-worth. Those words hit the archer unexpectedly, making him pause and reassess the spear user. The spear user's faint smile suggests he has been waiting for the archer to notice something. He subtly repositions his spear, signaling a shift from taunting to teaching through combat. Standing tall, he looks down with quiet certainty as if he has reached a conclusion. His expression hardens into resolve, ready to state what he really believes. He clarifies he is not looking down on the archer, only speaking plainly about his stance. The archer's mind drifts to a past lecture questioning what kind of world one truly sees beneath appearances. He recalls the harsh idea that the strong prey on the weak and the unfit are eliminated. The lecture insisted people must constantly whip themselves to avoid being weeded out. It framed life as endless improvement to avoid falling behind others. The message was relentless: improve today over yesterday, and tomorrow over today. Back in the arena, the two face each other as the archer processes the spear user's philosophy. Listening to Lee Minyo, the archer remembers Siddhartha Gautama's lesson and its opening question. The remembered question presses him: has he ever escaped his own thinking even once? The memory shifts to a scene under a tree, beginning an illustrative story. A calm ascetic asks whether one can transcend thoughts and view the world from a different angle. He introduces it as an anecdote from his training on Earth. The tale is set before enlightenment, when he was still Siddhartha Gautama in training. He watches children racing, their competition loud and carefree. Siddhartha encounters the children repeatedly running races for fun. They keep restarting the race again and again, treating it like play rather than judgment. Each time, the same child finishes last, yet keeps joining in. Strangely, the last-place child never loses his smile. Curious, Siddhartha approaches the child to ask why he runs. He asks the child directly what motivates him to keep running. The child answers simply that he runs because he likes it. Siddhartha confirms the child enjoys running and asks about fatigue and pacing. He then asks what happens if the others catch up. The child insists they cannot catch him because his finish line is different from theirs. Siddhartha points out a visible finish line in the distance and asks what that is. The child explains that finish line is something other people decided. To the child, it is only a checkpoint, not the true end. He runs on, leaving Siddhartha to contemplate the meaning of competing without being trapped by it. The story notes the child kept finishing last, yet his path did not end there. In the far future, that same child eventually won a great national race with a record-setting performance. Siddhartha admits he once believed life meant building a perfect tower through total effort for oneself. After digesting the child's words, he realizes the tower need not be built with all his strength and may even collapse. He wonders why he could not think that way earlier, recognizing the trap of a single rigid perspective. The lesson becomes clear: society is conflict, but insight can be born from unexpected places. The archer remembers how he was taught that failing to improve means being weeded out and disappearing. He recalls the survival of the fittest mindset that made him fear being left behind. That fear drove him to work hard every day, chasing constant improvement. He obsessed over becoming better, measuring himself against others and his own imagined progress. All he cared about was not falling behind, even when it hollowed out his reasons. Yet, he recognizes a turning point, a spark however that interrupts the old logic. As his anxiety grew, he fixated on the Transcension Academy and its metrics of advancement. He became consumed by the system, staring at numbers and letting them define him. The pressure to work even harder swallowed his life, leaving him exhausted and restless. He ran endlessly to avoid being weeded out, as if life were only a race against elimination. He pushed to avoid being overtaken, treating survival as the only goal. The memory shows his strained breathing and the cost of living by fear alone. Now the spear user's words echo with the child's idea that other people's finish lines do not matter. The archer connects the lesson to Lee Minyo's confidence and the notion of a self-chosen checkpoint. Lee Minyo's calm stance makes the archer realize he has been trapped by external measures. The archer's eyes widen as the insight lands, loosening the grip of his old mindset. He finally understands what Siddhartha's lecture was trying to teach him back then. He asks himself why he never considered that perspective before, and his body begins to relax. With renewed clarity, he grips his spear more naturally, no longer forcing himself into rigid patterns. A small smile forms as he accepts the shift, as if a weight has lifted. He decides that whatever tricks Lee Minil uses, he can break through by fighting on his own terms. His goal to win remains, but he now accepts that equipment differences and tactics are part of skill, not moral panic. Still, he senses something unique about this match that is changing him in real time. He reasons that if insults do not lower his worth, then applause should not raise it either. He rejects living for validation and declares he alone decides his own worth. Lee Minil stares, momentarily stunned by the archer's sudden transformation. He admits the archer is a better friend than he thought, recognizing the sincerity behind the change. Lee Minil steps back and adjusts, preparing to respond to the archer's new resolve. He drops his previous weapons to the ground, signaling a shift to a different approach. He repeats that he is not looking down on the archer, framing his next move as a test rather than contempt. Lee Minil draws a curved blade and claims it is the one thing he learned from his master and trusts most. The archer refuses that framing, saying he does not like being forced into someone else's style. Lee Minil's expression tightens as he commits to proving his point through action. Both fighters shift their footing, the arena quieting as they prepare for a decisive exchange. A violent impact shatters the ground as their clash escalates into heavier, more dangerous strikes. They lock in close, each insisting he must win, turning philosophy into raw collision. The spear user braces his polearm against the curved blade's pressure, testing its leverage. Lee Minil grins, confident his weapon's weight and angle will overwhelm the spear user's guard. He smiles wider, enjoying the contest as he forces the spear user to absorb the strain. The spear user's eyes flick with surprise as the blade's momentum threatens to break his posture. Lee Minil drives in with a body-checking rush, turning the clash into a grappling shove. The spear user is startled by the sudden close-quarters pressure, and the blade's unpredictable follow-up. Lee Minil unleashes a flurry of heavy strikes, battering through defenses with relentless rhythm. The spear user takes a cut and realizes the new weapon's weight changes everything about the exchange. He thinks the blade is heavy, and the force behind it is harder to redirect than expected. He judges that without his usual lance, Lee Minil's slashes are now genuinely dangerous to handle. Lee Minil continues pressing, adding more variations to keep the spear user from adapting. The spear user is forced to guard tightly as Lee Minil's shifting angles deny clean counters. He admits Lee Minil's ever-changing attacks are difficult to respond to in real time. A sharp exchange lands, and the spear user's hands strain under the repeated impacts. The spear user is knocked back, the pressure wave carving space and forcing him to reset. Lee Minil advances through the lingering wind trails, keeping the spear user pinned in uncertainty. The spear user realizes that accepting the possibility of losing makes his body feel strangely light and free. He embraces the idea that losing is acceptable while still fighting sincerely for victory. He wonders if combat has ever felt this enjoyable, now that fear no longer controls him. Lee Minil taunts that the spear user truly only learned this one weapon from his master. He adds that it is too early for the spear user to be surprised, implying more tricks are coming. Lee Minil spins and hurls the spear user into the air with a sweeping, rotating strike. The spear user crashes down amid shattered debris, the arena floor breaking under the impact. He coughs and notes the dust cloud, realizing it can be used to hide movement. He shields his face and scans through the dust, alarmed as Lee Minil's presence becomes unclear. Lee Minil vanishes into the dust, leaving the spear user momentarily without a target. The spear user searches the arena, shocked by the sudden disappearance. He confirms Lee Minil is gone from sight entirely, heightening the danger. He recognizes the technique as stealth arts and is stunned Lee Minil can use something so advanced. He assesses that Lee Minil cannot use it perfectly yet, but it is still a serious threat. He realizes that if he loses focus even briefly, Lee Minil keeps slipping out of his vision. He decides this must be Lee Minil's final trump card and prepares to counter with Merlin's mana. A brief flashback shows a similar close-range grab, hinting the spear user has seen this kind of setup before. Another memory of arrows and a spinning spear reinforces how Lee Minil manipulates space and attention. Back in the present, the dust thickens again, obscuring Lee Minil's approach. The spear user's eye narrows, sensing movement and forcing himself to stay calm. He tightens his grip and shifts his stance, ready to strike the moment Lee Minil reveals himself. Sweat beads as he concentrates, refusing to be baited by fear or confusion. He questions whether this is truly the right way to fight, even as he commits to adapting. He realizes his belief never wavered. Seeing Minil's free-willed style simply exposed his own rigidity. He admits his fighting style has been too rigid up to now, and that must change to win. A lesson echoes that learning is valuable, and the spear user absorbs it as fuel for growth. He recalls the warning that obsessive learning can hinder self-expression, and he resolves to fight as himself while using what he has learned. A stern inner voice challenges Kim Seojun to stop imitating others and pretending he is fine. He realizes the real danger is relying on borrowed power and must draw out his own mana instead. Remembering his mentor's warning, he's told to go beyond study and apply the mentor's methods. He steels himself to repeat the attempt, accepting learning as a path to his own self-expression. Kim gathers multiple legacies into one focus, combining Merlin's intelligence, Chiron's senses, Xian Yu's power, and Siddhartha Gautama's calm mind. He reaches for something that belongs to no one else, aiming to claim it as his own. A breakthrough hits as his eyes sharpen with sudden resolve and awareness. He declares the power is his alone and channels it into his weapon. A golden aura erupts around him, announcing a new level of force on the field. Spectators gasp as he manifests an aura blade, stunned it could be real. The crowd and officials panic, insisting it makes no sense that a cadet could form an aura blade at all. Kim holds his glowing weapon in silence, letting the shock settle. He launches forward, the aura blade carving the air as he commits to the strike. The attack surges with overwhelming speed and pressure, forcing his opponent into a desperate defense. Kim's opponent reels in disbelief at the sudden shift in power. The aura blade breaks through, landing a decisive blow that ends the match. The impact blasts the opponent away and cracks the ground, making the victory undeniable. The arena falls into stunned silence as the aftermath spreads across the field. Kim relaxes with a faint, confident smile, satisfied the result speaks for itself. His opponent, shaken and sweating, admits defeat outright. The match concludes as the two stand separated, the outcome settled. News spreads that Kim Seojun has taken overall first place. Kalia, calmly sipping tea, reacts with mild interest to the report. A hooded subordinate asks if she noticed any distortions during the event. Kalia reports they sense something like a distortion but cannot confirm what it truly was. She adds that Kim unexpectedly switched weapons mid-match and even used an aura blade, which was not anticipated. The subordinate orders continued surveillance of Kim and says the incident will be reported to the apostle. Kalia questions why they must go to such lengths over one cadet. The subordinate argues Kim is worth scrutiny, but Kalia demands what he is implying. He explains the recent 10-star dungeon break triggered a Korean association investigation, delaying their long-prepared plans, making the focus on one cadet seem excessive. Kalia snaps for the Apostle of Temperance's exact instructions, demanding a clear answer. The subordinate stiffens under her pressure, sensing he has overstepped. He hesitates, visibly intimidated by her sudden intensity. Kalia coldly apologizes, but the tone signals she is not backing down. She composes herself, arms crossed, still glaring with controlled anger. In a larger chamber, the subordinate reports to a higher authority that a distortion occurred in Korea and confirms it. When asked who resolved the distortion, the report names Kim Seojun, and the authority finds that detail strange. The hooded authority notes the apostle already knew the distortion was resolved, yet still asked who did it, implying deeper awareness and suspicion. An order is issued to keep close watch over Kim Seojun's actions, startling Kalia. Kalia dares to ask the reason for targeting Kim so intensely. The hooded authority turns, silent but threatening, refusing to entertain her curiosity. Kalia is struck down hard for questioning, left bruised and gasping on the floor. The authority reminds Kalia she may be the top candidate to succeed the Apostle of Chastity, but that status does not grant immunity. He warns she keeps forgetting she is not yet the Apostle of Chastity, forcing her into submission. Kalia trembles in fear, realizing she has provoked someone far above her. The hooded figure looms over her as she struggles to rise, humiliated and powerless. He states bluntly that her wishes do not matter, crushing any remaining defiance. Kalia tries to speak again, but her voice falters under the oppressive authority. He emphasizes the Apostle of Temperance is untouchable within the Order of Truth, one of the 7 apostles no one dares disrespect. He acknowledges Kalia has been acting without elder approval, tolerated only because she is a successor, but anything involving Kim must be reported fully with no omissions. Kalia realizes someone is using the Apostle of Temperance as a mere messenger, meaning only a tiny number of people could be behind it. She concludes there is effectively only one person capable of pulling such strings. Back at the academy grounds, people marvel at Kim's performance and talk about contacting him before the Pro Hunter exam. Seoyun teasingly tells Kim he is becoming more and more of a monster as his strength grows. Kim deflects her jab, but she presses that using an aura blade makes the label feel accurate. Seoyun demands to know where he learned aura blades, and Kim awkwardly claims it was just luck, which she refuses to accept. Kim suggests going home, but Seoyun insists she must meet someone first. Seoyun asks who she needs to meet as commotion approaches from behind. Recruiters pitch scholarships and elite facilities, urging a self-taught cadet to visit their academy and stop training alone. Seoyun confirms the person she planned to meet was one of these recruiters, while another cadet loudly refuses any academy offer. Kim observes that everyone is clinging to the self-taught cadet because his independence makes him highly desirable. The recruiters swarm the cadet, treating him like a prize they can steal from rivals. Kim notes this chaos is why Seoyun wanted a secret meeting, while the cadet protests the relentless pursuit. The recruiters hesitate as someone steps in, confused by the sudden interruption. The cadet abruptly announces he will join Dream Academy, stunning Kim. Kim is left speechless, unable to process the sudden declaration. Seoyun and Kim both react in disbelief as the situation flips instantly. The recruiters scramble and then realize they have lost their target as he slips away. Seoyun sighs with relief, believing they finally shook off the recruiters. Kim angrily demands to know why the cadet said that, while Seoyun watches, baffled. Kim suspects the cadet never truly considered joining an academy and is hiding something. The cadet admits he did consider joining, but specifically wanted to attend the same academy as Kim. Kim is stunned and unsure how to respond to the unexpected attachment. Kim decides to postpone the argument, recognizing he lacks standing to forbid it, and doesn't want to meddle like the Sword Saint does. Kim reminds the cadet about their promise, shifting the conversation to what matters. The cadet agrees firmly, ready to honor the promise. Kim demands the truth about the so-called master the cadet keeps mentioning. The cadet hesitates, searching for an answer he can give. He steels himself, but still looks uncertain and cornered. He finally admits he does not know who his master is. Kim reacts with disbelief, convinced the cadet is messing with him. Kim's anger flares as he threatens violence to force the truth, while the cadet insists he genuinely doesn't know. The cadet repeats that his master doesn't even know he has a disciple, despite the techniques he copied. Kim points out the contradiction of praising a master beyond imagination while claiming ignorance of his identity. The cadet clarifies he never learned directly and only picked things up by watching from afar. He insists he has never received direct teaching from anyone. The story reframes him as a self-taught cadet, an unusual case. Normally self-taught aspirants lack ability or money, but Minyo's case is different. Minyo had both money and talent, choosing solitude only because he refused to be tied down. He explains he trained alone in the mountains and enjoyed freedom from academy constraints. One day during training, he sensed someone else nearby. He discovered an injured old man collapsed in the forest and froze in shock. Minyo rushed to check the man and asked if he was alright. Back in the present, Kim listens as Minyo prepares to explain what happened next. Minyo says that moment became his first encounter with the man he calls master. In the past, he tried to help the injured man on the forest path. He saw the man was bleeding badly and realized the injuries were severe. Minyo attempted to carry him to a hospital, fearing he would die otherwise. The old man begged him not to go down the mountain, refusing despite the danger. The old man weakly insisted he couldn't leave the mountain. Sensing desperation, Minyo gave up on the hospital plan and complied. With no other choice, Minyo treated him in an abandoned mountain house. He stayed to nurse the old man, feeding him and watching over him. He carefully spoon-fed the unconscious man, keeping him alive day by day. At first the man seemed likely to die, but over time Minyo felt him steadily recovering. A month passed, and Minyo hoped the old man would finally regain consciousness. Instead, intruders appeared, mocking that the old man survived and went into hiding, confusing Minyo. Hooded attackers surrounded the house, taunting Minyo for coming for a dying geezer and implying an elder's freedom. They questioned whether the old man woke today and whether someone helped Minyo, refusing answers as Minyo demands what is happening. One attacker sneers at Minyo's attempt to act tough and dismisses him. They call out Minyo's hiding spot, exposing him as an inexperienced bystander. The attackers move to kill Minyo, and violence erupts around the house. A blade flashes as an unseen force cuts through an attacker with terrifying precision. The old man, now awake, counters effortlessly, his movements too fast to follow. The attackers stagger back in panic as their comrades fall. Someone orders the attackers to kill him, but they cannot even track his position. Back in the present, Kim grows tense as Minyo's story reaches the crucial point. Minyo admits it was the first time he had ever seen someone fight so perfectly. One attacker realizes this intervention was never part of their plan and panics. The old man reveals he is invisible to them, leaving the attackers helpless as bodies drop around him. He commands the survivors to leave immediately and never return, protecting Minyo with absolute authority. A surge of power knocks Minyo back as the old man's presence overwhelms the area. Minyo watches in disbelief as the old man vanishes, leaving only the defeated attackers behind. Not understanding what he witnessed, Minyo hurriedly packed his belongings, trusting the old man's warning. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a forgotten manuscript left behind in the house. Minyo took the manuscript too, intending to return it if they ever met again, but he never saw the old man afterward. Back in the present, Minyo finishes the account, and Kim and Seo-yoon absorb the implications. Kim asks why Minyo calls the old man his master if he never taught him, and Minyo reveals the manuscript was the man's most sacred text. Minyo confesses the text contained dagger and stealth arts, and he ended up reading it despite knowing it was wrong. Kim pieces together that Minyo learned from the manuscript and the old man's fighting, while the old man never knew his text was taken or copied. Minyo insists everything he said is true, pleading to be believed. Kim admits the story sounds unlikely and doubts Minyo is truly a Transcension Academy cadet. Minyo swears again that he is telling the truth. Seo-yoon asks if Minyo truly has no idea who the old man is, and Minyo admits he entered the mock exam hoping his master might find him through the publicity. Kim suggests the master might be Sir Dark Saint, shocking Minyo with the possibility. The Dark Saint is introduced as one of Korea's 5 heroes, the most hidden behind a veil, surrounded by ominous power. Kim explains the Dark Saint is a legendary assassination genius known only by name due to unmatched concealment, then asks Seo-yoon if she has ever seen him, and she says he visited her grandfather when she was young. Kim asks Seo-yoon to consult the Sword Saint about whether Minyo's sacred text truly belonged to the Dark Saint, and she agrees to request it if Minyo is comfortable. Minyo blanks at the mention of her grandfather, only now realizing the connection. The scene shifts to a city evening, signaling time passing after the revelation. The next day begins at Dream Hunter Academy under a clear sky. Kim wakes with a troubled expression, still weighed down by everything he learned. He checks equipment listings and is stunned that a copied Gungnir costs $500,000. Frustrated by endless academy expenses, he decides he can postpone buying a backup weapon. He notes the $1 million mock exam prize money was wired smoothly, though match prize settlements may take longer. He is shocked to learn Seo-yoon is the Sword Saint's granddaughter, reframing how he sees her. Minyo formally asks Seo-yoon for help finding his master, and she promises to speak with her grandfather, While Kim notes Minil was initially wary of showing the sacred text, Minil decides to return today so they can visit the Sword Saint together, and Kim wonders why Minil is so respectful to Seoyun but casual with him. While waiting, Kim decides to purchase the Academy's free pass through his phone. His phone suddenly shows lecture progress for Chiron, Siddhartha Gautama, and Merlin increasing to full completion even without buying the pass, leaving him confused about who is stacking the progress. Seojun finishes Chiron's lecture and sees his progress hit 100%, triggering a new reward. He freezes, realizing something about this completion feels different than before. The system confirms he completed the Combat Transcendent Intro course and obtained Metamorphosis A. He burst into excited celebration at finally getting the skill. His cheering turns into a goofy victory dance as he revels in the achievement. The excitement abruptly dies as he senses something off and stops cold. He wonders why he feels no obvious power flow or bodily change like past upgrades. Recalling Nurim tales, he expected dramatic physical transformation and starts doubting the stories. A terrifying presence manifests behind him, making him snap into alert focus. He's jolted and thrown off balance by the sudden pressure closing in. A chill runs down his spine as he realizes he's being targeted by something unseen. It feels like a blade at his throat, and a voice marvels that he noticed its existence at all. The unseen speaker notes, Seojun can't actually see its form and is surprised by his natural senses. The presence assures him it didn't come to kill him, prompting Seojun to demand its identity. The stranger appraises him as someone who'd be troublesome for a certain young man. Seojun connects the hint to the legendary figure he's heard about and starts to guess. He blurts out the name Dark Saint, and the shadowy man's eyes confirm it. The Dark Saint steps into view, calm and imposing, while Seojun keeps his weapon ready. Seojun recognizes him as the famed assassination genius and stealth master known as the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint acknowledges Seojun's quick understanding without lowering his guard. Both admit curiosity about how Seojun detected him, and Seojun suspects metamorphosis is involved. Seojun wonders if the skill is more like heightened senses and asks if the visit is because of Minil. The Dark Saint assumes Minil told Seojun about a sacred text and warns that's dangerous. Seojun clarifies Minil never knew the Dark Saint's identity, which irritates the Dark Saint. Seojun mentions Minil is on his way, and the Dark Saint realizes time is running out. He insists he must not meet Minil now and says that urgency is why he came to Seojun. Cutting to the point, the Dark Saint asks if Seojun has ties to the Order of Truth. Seojun denies any connection beyond meeting Kalia once, which makes the Dark Saint think. The Dark Saint reveals he's been tracing the Order of Truth's movements, alarming Seojun. He bluntly states he doesn't trust the Order of Truth at all. He explains the Order's heroic reputation is misleading and brings up their hunt of the monster Berserk. Seojun asks why Berserk is suddenly relevant, but the Dark Saint pauses ominously. The Dark Saint drops a bombshell. Berserk did not fall that day. He recounts Berserk as a calamity-level monster supposedly ended by the Grand Voice and 7 Apostles. Seojun struggles to parse it as the Dark Saint insists Berserk was never something that could be killed. The Dark Saint points out there's no corpse or record, calling the whole ending unnaturally clean. He states Berserk simply disappeared, shocking Seojun. Seojun demands how the Order could be credited with saving humanity if Berserk wasn't slain. The Dark Saint says the Grand Voice did something to Berserk, but it survived, and he became certain after a later incident. He pivots to ask why the Apostle of Chastity's seat is empty, unsettling Seojun. The Dark Saint says the Apostle of Chastity also vanished suddenly, just like Berserk. He mocks the official story of dying of old age, arguing it makes no sense among the 7 Apostles. He claims the disappearances are linked, and reveals the Order tried to kill him for investigating and staged the recent 10-star dungeon break because of Seojun. Seojun is stunned and asks why the Order of Truth would target him at all. The Dark Saint admits he doesn't know the reason, but is sure the Order is watching Seojun. He explains he's telling Seojun this because he needs a favor. The Dark Saint asks Seojun to take care of Minil in his stead, since he can't approach him now. He explains the Order's special watching method lets them see consequences of a target's actions. Because the Order wants to watch him, anyone he contacts leaves a trace, so Seojun must act as the bridge to Minil. Seojun realizes that means the Dark Saint has now left a trace on him and panics about it. The Dark Saint calls Seojun the exception. He says the Order is watching Seojun but cannot actually watch him, so actions done through Seojun would look like Seojun's alone. When Seojun asks why he can't be watched, the Dark Saint admits he has no idea. He notes he can evade watching by entering non-existence, but Seojun's immunity is beyond him, leaving Seojun overwhelmed. Seojun wonders if this relates to the Academy lacking his personal information, while the Dark Saint says he truly has no time. The Dark Saint hands Seojun a thick book to deliver to Minil. He says it contains more detailed information than what he previously recorded of his dagger and stealth arts, and Seojun questions why he's trusted with it. The Dark Saint warns Seojun not to meddle, since he can't interfere with people the Order isn't watching. He calls the book excessive compensation but insists Seojun take it. Seojun refuses the gift, saying he doesn't need it, which confuses the Dark Saint. Seojun asks for something else instead, leaving the Dark Saint baffled. The Dark Saint thinks Seojun is ignorant of how priceless this is and asks what he means by something else. Seojun shamelessly asks for child support, stunning the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint can't believe Seojun is asking for money of all things, especially from a former hero. Seojun bluntly says he won't do the favor without payment, confirming the demand is real. The Dark Saint asks the price, and Seojun names $3 million. The Dark Saint explodes in outrage at the absurd amount, while Seojun tries to calm him down. Seojun prepares to justify his price like he's about to drop a decisive argument. He argues only someone unwatchable like him can do this job, and the Dark Saint grudgingly agrees. Seojun adds that Minil would distrust a random messenger, so Seojun's existing relationship makes him uniquely suitable. He presses that Minil won't accept being controlled and would just disappear to train, so the Dark Saint needs a reliable intermediary. Seojun emphasizes the personal risk of drawing the Order's suspicion through his actions, insisting that justifies the fee. He declares his conclusion that $3 million is the minimum fair compensation. The Dark Saint immediately accepts, and Seojun is shocked it worked so easily. Seojun promises to wire the money and checks it's not a monthly payment, and the Dark Saint denies being that shameless. Seojun clarifies he means $3 million after taxes, and the Dark Saint insults his non-existent shame. Seojun says the association will handle the transfer cleanly, then asks if he can tell Minil about the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint says it doesn't matter because the Order can't watch Seojun anyway. Still, he orders that Minil must not mention the Dark Saint's existence, or their relationship to anyone. Left alone, Seojun processes that the Order of Truth is watching him as Minil arrives loudly. Minil, stunned, realizes his master truly was the Dark Saint. Seojun explains the Dark Saint left urgently and asked him to deliver the book, omitting the child support deal. Minil accepts the book with a startled gasp. Seojun daydreams about spending the incoming money while Minil silently stares at him. Minil asks why Seojun is giving him this, and Seojun repeats it's the Dark Saint's request. Seojun notes he could have stolen the book, realizing Minil is questioning his motives. Seojun struggles to answer without exposing the Transcension Academy or sounding disrespectful to the Dark Saint. He thinks hard, searching for a safe explanation. Seojun decides stealing would be cruel and instead frames his choice as basic decency. Minil falls silent, weighing Seojun's words. Minil announces he's made a decision, leaving Seojun confused and wary. Minil declares he wants to attend the Dream Hunter Academy together with Seojun, shocking him. Minil excitedly insists they start today and praises Seojun as a good guy. A dramatic aura of trust flares around Minil as Seojun reels at the sudden emotional intensity. Minil begs for Seojun's approval, while Seojun panics at the misunderstanding. Minil concludes he's enrolling no matter what, clinging to Seojun with enthusiasm. Ms. Seoyun approves the enrollment, which makes Minil celebrate. Seojun realizes this outcome is actually convenient, and tries to accept it despite Minil's clinginess. Minil decides to train using the Dark Saint's secret book, motivated and confident. Seojun reflects that keeping Minil close will make future dealings with the Dark Saint easier, and jokes about the delivery chain. He privately realizes Minil can become a steady source of money from the Dark Saint. Seojun laughs greedily while Minil happily plays along, and the Dark Saint senses something is wrong from afar. As Seojun plots profits, Ms. Seoyun shifts the topic to team-based contests at the academy. Seojun asks what she means by teams as she explains contests are entered by academy student teams. She adds that because many participate, the rewards are much higher, catching Seojun's attention. She says Seojun and Minil together could win everything, making her unexpectedly excited. Seojun stares at Minil's goofy duckbeak enthusiasm and thinks again of his golden egg potential. The academy welcomes Minil officially as he awkwardly thanks them. Minil is suddenly shown in brutal training, straining through intense exercise. Seojun, elsewhere, rubs his face in disbelief at the academy's insanity. Minil insists on finishing his set, revealing he's training under extreme pressure. 3 days later, after contest winnings and the Dark Saint's payment, Seojun lounges while admiring Minil's growing muscles. Seojun laments that $4 million vanished instantly as he buys expensive new lectures. A massive weight slams down as the training escalates to absurd levels. Hercules begins the first class, skipping introductions and promising to keep it short. He introduces himself as Hercules, a mythic god of strength and heroes. Hercules notes most students come after Chiron's lectures and urges anyone behind to finish Chiron first, revealing he's Chiron's apprentice. He teaches that a combat warrior's body matters most and that he will focus on explosive muscular strength. He mocks the idea that strength makes you slower, calling it a misconception. Hercules laughs and declares that belief pure prejudice as his power crackles. He insists strength, speed, and reflex all come from muscle power, stunning Seojun. Seojun watches in shock, clutching his device as Hercules' display defies common sense. Hercules demonstrates that even a little exertion massively boosts muscle size and tells everyone to watch closely. He launches into motion at blinding speed, leaving only a streak. Hercules explains lightning speed comes from lower body muscles as he moves like a projectile. He showcases sky-carrying strength by smashing through a massive structure with sheer force. He follows with upper body power, emphasizing how arms deliver overwhelming impact. He demonstrates reflexes beyond instinct, multiplying into afterimages from speed. He boasts of stamina that never runs out, continuing relentless movement. He concludes all these feats come from the beautiful muscles covering the body. Seojun, overwhelmed, can only mutter awe while recording or watching the lecture. Hercules urges students to strengthen muscles for faster reflexes and speed, and Seojun wonders if he can become like that. Seojun's daily personal mission arrives, listing a brutal regimen, and he notes it's basically like Chiron's assignments. He agrees he can handle it until he notices a strange condition attached to the mission. The system clarifies the mission only counts weight of at least 1 ton, scaling with the student's level. Seojun smiles in disbelief, trying to process what 1 ton minimum even means. He face-bombs, realizing the Academy's missions are completely unhinged. Still smiling nervously, he tries to keep his composure despite the absurdity. He wonders if everyone here is insane as the Academy's intensity sinks in. He realizes Hercules' promise about reaching 500 tons wasn't a joke and fears the footwork lecture might be just as extreme. The foot technique lecture defines footwork as combat steps coordinated with full body movement. A new instructor appears, Jang Samong, an elder martial artist credited with creating a supreme sword and fist art. Seojun compares him to Hercules and asks if the legend of his ascension means he's truly an immortal. Jang Samong says he'll demonstrate examples, snapping Seojun to attention. Jang Samong casually steps into the sky, standing above the clouds as if on solid ground. He explains Void Walk is literally walking in the air, showing multiple figures strolling on clouds. He adds that by using inner energy, one can place their feet on the air itself. Seojun is told not to overthink the principles yet, but he realizes aerial movement would remove all mobility restrictions. Another daily mission arrives, and Seojun prays it won't be as bizarre as Hercules' tasks. The mission reveals a nightmare requirement: maintain 300 km per hour for 30 seconds and repeatedly fall from 30 meters or higher 20 times. Seojun stares at his phone, wavering between confidence and doubt about a risky idea. He talks himself into believing he might actually be able to pull it off. Almost immediately, he second-guesses himself as unrealistic and may be losing it. A young woman approaches asking for Seojun, and he turns, surprised to be found. He recognizes her, and is caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Seojun excitedly confirms his identity, calling him Seojun. Seojun demands to know why she is here and how she tracked him down. Seojun introduces herself as Manchel's daughter and says her father once told her about Seojun. Seojun asks if she has contacted her dad recently, and she says she last did when applying for the hunter exam. Seojun hesitates, unsure how to explain why she is asking. She admits she suddenly lost contact with her father, and came hoping Seojun might know something. Seojun is shocked by the news. He presses for details, and she says she has been unable to reach him since yesterday after he went to work. Trying to stay hopeful, she suggests he might just be drunk and sleeping somewhere like before. Seojun asks whether anything else happened that could explain it. Seojun confesses she fought with her dad yesterday. She explains it started when she said she wanted to become a pro hunter, and Seojun reacts to how dangerous that is. Seojun reveals he already has a power and has had it for about a month. Seojun adds she wanted Hunter Academy instead of college, but her dad disapproved. Seojun reflects that parents fear hunter work and understands why Manchel would oppose it. Outside, Seojun warns Seojun to be careful and to contact him if anything happens, while she wishes him luck. They part ways, Seojun still anxious as Seojun waves goodbye. Seojun pauses mid-wave, troubled by what he just heard. He tries calling Manchel but gets no answer. Reading Seojun's worried message, he wonders what the old man is doing. He thinks hard, sensing something is off. Seojun calls Manchel again, still unable to reach him. He tries to reassure himself this has happened before, and decides waiting another day might be fine. Elsewhere, shadowy figures conclude the evil star has noticed their movements. They discuss the evil star and Dark Saint, and question what to do about Kim Seojun. They report they still cannot locate Seojun and ask for orders. A leader orders them to keep the truth about the 10-star dungeon break hidden at all costs. She coldly tells them to proceed with the plan. Seojun's system assigns brutal daily missions requiring weighted reps of at least 1 ton. He fixates on the absurd requirement of 1 ton. Regretting past choices, he laments selling monster carcasses and being stuck unable to raid for now. He activates his Kibisis gear, preparing to use it in a way he never intended. Mana surges through him as he braces for extreme training. He realizes the weight feels even heavier than a ton and grits through the strain. The crushing load slams down, forcing him to the floor. He decides PT alone is not enough and resolves to amplify himself with mana despite the misery. He steels himself to go all out. With mana flaring, he forces his body to keep moving under the mission's punishing conditions. The pressure overwhelms him, and his eyes widen in alarm. He collapses face first, completely flattened by the weight. Ms. Seojun finds him pinned and asks what on earth he is doing as he begs for help. She stands over him, speechless at the ridiculous situation, while he pleads to get the weight off before he dies. Seojun drags the heavy bag away and demands to know how much he stuffed into it. She strains in disbelief at how impossibly heavy it is. A burst of power flares around her as she exerts herself to move it. The weight finally flies off, and both of them sit there panting in relief. Seojun checks her hand, unsettled by the strange sensation from the effort. Seojun thanks her, admitting he genuinely thought he was about to die. He abruptly asks Seojun how tall the building is, and she estimates 5 floors, about 15 meters. Seojun mutters that 15 meters is not enough, alarming Seojun about his sudden interest. He bluntly announces he wants to jump off the roof. While calculating whether a 15-meter fall is survivable for him, he tells Seojun to wait, while he tests it. Seojun hears a scream from above and freezes in confusion. A heavy thud follows, leaving her baffled. Seo-jun returns pleased that he can do it, while Seo-yoon is too stunned to respond. He excitedly decides to try again, and Seo-yoon concludes he is insane. Seo-yoon worries how this will look to new students and despairs about the academy's reputation. A male student appears, awkwardly reacting to the chaos. The student asks what happened while Seo-jun fumes that he wants answers, not questions. The student wonders if Seo-jun's behavior is normal, and Seo-yoon admits he was like this when she first met him. Seo-jun notes he has been unable to contact Manchul for 4 days, which has never happened in the decade he has known him. Seo-yoon texts that she still has not heard from her dad and plans to call the police, convincing Seo-jun something definitely happened. Determined to confirm the truth himself, Seo-jun announces he is heading out, shocking Seo-yoon, who thinks he means jumping again. He clarifies he is going to look for Manchul, recalling bizarre police reports about zombies and subway explosions. Seo-yoon asks if something happened to Manchul, and Seo-jun admits he does not know yet. Seo-jun says he will explain after confirming, then leaves in a hurry. People outside recognize him as the superstar Kim Seo-jun. At Manchul's monster transport company, Seo-jun greets the workers who praise his performance and dedication. He awkwardly accepts their compliments and admits he expected their success after seeing their hard work. They ask why he came and whether he needs a monster carcass transported, but he says he just wanted to check on them. They report business is better since the awful supervisor was fired and credit Seo-jun after Manchul told them the truth. Seo-jun asks if anyone has seen Manchul lately, and the workers realize they have not seen him in a long time either. They guess Manchul might have passed out drunk somewhere again, but Seo-jun realizes no one knows anything. Seo-jun remembers Manchul disappeared after following someone and focuses on that clue. He demands details, and they recall a strange client came 3 or 4 days ago offering a huge commission that Manchul handled. One worker confirms the offer was tempting even to them. Seo-jun asks if anyone went with Manchul, and they say he went alone. They admit it felt suspicious because it bypassed official procedures, usually a sign of danger or illegality, and Seo-jun wonders why Manchul accepted. Seo-jun realizes Manchul likely needed money desperately for Seo-yoon's tuition. He asks where Manchul went, but they cannot tell him. Seo-jun decides the association's transport and raid records might reveal the truth. He thanks the workers and rushes off, leaving them cheerfully waving goodbye. At the association, a staffer refuses to reveal anyone's whereabouts to an unrelated third party. Seo-jun argues Manchul is missing, but they insist they cannot disclose anything without confirmation and not to non-relatives. He is shut down with a firm apology. Outside, Seo-jun sits in frustration, wondering what he should do next. He reasons that losing contact right after Manchul left with a suspicious person means something likely happened to him, but he admits the association claims there is no evidence of disappearance, leaving him stuck. An ominous feeling grows as he clenches his hands, sensing danger closing in. Elsewhere, Manchul's co-workers recall him as a good man as they travel with their truck. In a hospital room, someone presses an envelope into Manchul's hand, telling him to take it. Manchul, injured in bed, looks up at the offered envelope. The visitor says it is an envelope with 3 million won meant for Manchul. Manchul refuses, saying Seo-yoon needs college money too, but the visitor insists he accept and thank an adult's gift. The visitor tells Manchul to recover quickly, and says money can always be saved again. The giver looks pained yet resolute as Manchul takes the envelope. Seo-jun remembers that when he lost 9 years of savings in an accident, Manchul comforted and cared for him. He recalls Manchul giving him 3 million won without hesitation, which Seo-jun used for the Transcension Academy entrance fee. Seo-jun acknowledges that kindness shaped who he is today. Unable to sit still, Seo-jun decides he must act instead of waiting. He rises with renewed determination. While walking, Seo-jun calls Miss Seo-yoon and asks for her help. He declares he has to take action and demands an immediate meeting with the Sword Saint. Seo-jun stands face to face with the Sword Saint, the old hero towering over him. The Sword Saint acknowledges he has heard about Seo-jun's situation. He asks directly whether Seo-jun wants his help. Seo-jun refuses, surprising the Sword Saint. Instead, Seo-jun challenges the Sword Saint to a duel and asks if he accepts. Seo-yoon reacts in shock at Seo-jun's reckless escalation. The Sword Saint's attendant is equally stunned by the audacity. The Sword Saint demands to know what Seo-jun is thinking. Seo-jun proposes stakes. If he wins, the Sword Saint must actively intervene in the incident, not just offer advice. If Seo-jun loses, he will quit Dream Academy, leaving Seo-yoon horrified. The Sword Saint notes Seo-jun cannot win fairly and considers what this challenge really means. Seo-jun adds that if he can injure the Sword Saint even once, he wants that counted as his victory. He explains Manchul likely suffered after following the suspicious person, yet the organization refuses to share information. Seo-jun argues it would be different if the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 heroes, demanded answers. Seo-jun admits it is a gamble but insists it is the only way to save Manchul, and the Sword Saint praises his bravery. The Sword Saint agrees and tells Seo-jun to follow him, while Seo-yoon calls out in protest. They head inside toward a sealed training space. The Sword Saint enters with grim resolve, preparing for something serious. A ceremonial weapon stand is revealed, radiating ominous power. The Sword Saint draws a legendary blade, stunning his attendant. It is identified as the Azure Dragon Sword, its aura filling the room. The story of the Azure Dragon Sword is invoked, a divine weapon tied to ancient victory. Though this is an imitation, it is still a masterpiece forged by Korea's greatest blacksmith. The attendant explains the headmaster only brings it out when he believes he must kill his opponent, terrifying everyone. They note he has not used it since the catastrophe ended, underscoring how extreme this is. Seojun demands to know what the Sword Saint plans to do to him. The attendant warns that if something goes wrong, the young lady will suffer, but the Sword Saint cuts him off. The Sword Saint says Seojun is still a student and suspects his challenge is driven by more than mere determination. He decides he should properly entertain Seojun's resolve by accepting the duel seriously. Seoyun begs Seojun not to do this, fearing he will be killed. She says she will ask her grandfather instead, but Seojun refuses. Seojun shuts out her pleas, steadying himself. He tells Seoyun he appreciates her concern but insists this is necessary because there is no guarantee such tragedies will not happen again. Seojun admits he does not know why Manchil disappeared, but fears he might be the reason and that it will keep happening. He confesses he lacks the strength and authority to protect those around him yet, and tightens his resolve. He vows to force the Sword Saint to act publicly so anyone targeting him will hesitate, then promises to return after winning. Seojun faces forward, expression hardened as he commits to the fight. Seoyun watches, shaken and worried by his determination. She reaches out as if to stop him but cannot bring herself to interfere. Her hand falls back, realizing she cannot change his mind. In the duel hall, Seoyun silently urges Seojun that he must win. The Sword Saint warns Seojun not to expect mercy because of Seoyun, and signals the duel will be fought in earnest. Seojun insists he is not asking for special treatment, only that the other man keeps his promise. The Sword Saint acknowledges Seojun's resolve as they face each other in the dojo. Both men ready their weapons, silently agreeing the duel is about to begin. The Sword Saint offers Seojun the first move, confident he can handle it. Seojun lowers his stance and steadies his breathing, committing to attack. He tells himself he can at least endure for a while even against the Sword Saint. Seojun launches forward with a decisive step, initiating the fight. He swings his glowing polearm with full force, channeling blue energy into the strike. Seojun resolves to go all out from the very start rather than hold back. His eyes flare with power as he accelerates into the opening blow. A massive blue arc surges toward the Sword Saint, who stands calmly in its path. Seojun focuses intensely, gauging whether his first attack will land. The Sword Saint blocks cleanly, stopping the energy-laced strike with practiced ease. Seojun's attack passes close enough for the Sword Saint to recognize something unusual about the weapon. The Sword Saint taunts Seojun, implying that was not enough to impress him. The Sword Saint counters with a swift slash that forces Seojun to brace. Seojun grits his teeth under the pressure, struggling to keep his guard intact. A sudden escalation makes Seojun realize the Sword Saint's speed is beyond normal expectations. The Sword Saint's blade sweeps past Seojun's defense, narrowly missing as Seojun twists away. Seojun retreats at high speed, trying to reset his footing before the next cut. Another slash crashes into Seojun's guard, rattling him with the impact. The Sword Saint's continuous sword pressure fills the room, leaving Seojun little space to breathe. Seojun recognizes the Sword Saint is fighting seriously and not merely testing him. The Sword Saint's expression hardens as he keeps the tempo relentless. Seojun realizes every attack and movement is calculated to pin him down like a finishing sequence. The Sword Saint's aura swells, signaling he is tightening the noose around Seojun. He names his technique Sword Dance, announcing a higher level of swordplay. The sword dance explodes outward in sweeping arcs, forcing Seojun to dodge and guard simultaneously. Outside the duel, a woman and a suited man are jolted by the shockwaves and panic at Seojun's danger. The woman tries to call out to Seojun, alarmed by how violent the exchange has become. Seojun hears his name shouted but stays locked in survival mode under the barrage. Observers frame the Sword Saint as a legendary S-class hero, far above ordinary elites. The narration emphasizes the Sword Saint's status as an elite among elites. The title Sword Saint hangs over the moment as he advances without hesitation. The sword dance continues, its intersecting arcs cutting off Seojun's escape routes. Seojun is forced into the air and into awkward angles as the Sword Saint slashes around him. The Sword Saint mutters that Seojun has become troublesome, surprised by his persistence. He recalls Seojun being an immature brat only months ago, making this growth hard to accept. Though he sensed potential before, he admits Seojun once seemed only exceptional for a typical student. He contrasts that past impression with what he is witnessing now in the duel. Seojun keeps moving through the storm of blades, refusing to collapse under the pressure. The Sword Saint notices Seojun's adaptation and sharpens his focus. Seojun darts in with his polearm, trying to break the Sword Saint's rhythm at close range. The narration notes Seojun is constantly striving to develop himself, even mid-fight. Seojun's weapon clashes with the Sword Saint's blade, startling the Sword Saint with its durability. Seojun's eyes widen as he senses the Sword Saint's next move coming too fast. A violent exchange erupts, the Sword Saint's power blasting through the dojo like a wave. The shockwave intensifies, threatening to overwhelm Seojun's defenses entirely. The Sword Saint steadies himself after the burst, still in full control of the battlefield. He narrows his eyes, reassessing Seojun with a colder, more serious gaze. The Sword Saint acknowledges the weapon is unusual and can withstand his aura better than expected. He admits the fight would have ended earlier if not for that weapon's resilience. The Sword Saint considers that he did not intend to exert himself, but Seojun is forcing his hand. He decides to put in a little effort, leaning into the duel's intensity. Seojun swings again with a wide, committed strike, trying to seize momentum. Seojun cries out as the exchange turns brutal and punishing. The Sword Saint stands firm as another surge of power tears through the room. The energy continues to roar, drowning out everything but the duel's violence. Seojun coughs blood, showing he has finally taken a serious hit. Seojun realizes he was too cocky and is paying for underestimating the Sword Saint. He reflects that beating a few prospects misled him, since real-world hardship is different from student sparring. Seojun admits he failed to see reality, as he forces himself back up. He recognizes the enormous gap between himself and the Sword Saint, even while still fighting. Seojun feels frustrated that the Sword Saint still has not truly gone all out. The Sword Saint's slashes keep coming, driving Seojun backward across the floor. A heavy impact lands nearby, emphasizing how close Seojun is to being finished. Seojun's desire hardens into ambition as he thinks he wants what the Sword Saint has. The Sword Saint mocks him again, questioning why Seojun challenged him with such limits. The Sword Saint's sweeping power is described as the kind that silences enemies by name alone. Seojun, despite the pain, admits he cannot help but acknowledge that overwhelming strength. Seojun remembers looking up to the Sword Saint and wanting to become like him. He admits he revered not just the Sword Saint's power but the method that forged it, yet he was arrogant. Seojun realizes he was intoxicated by the title of Transcendent and unconsciously looked down on the Sword Saint. Seojun unleashes a vertical burst of blue power, trying to force a breakthrough with sheer output. Even as he fights, Seojun admits he is still far weaker than the Sword Saint. He plants his foot hard, refusing to fall and pushing himself forward again. Seojun frames this duel as a rare chance to evaluate his true level objectively. He vows that someday he will reach heights higher than the Sword Saint. Seojun declares he wants to go beyond the Sword Saint, turning desperation into determination. A sudden shift hits Seojun, and his expression changes as something feels off. Both fighters hang in a tense moment mid-motion, as if the flow of combat has been disrupted. Seojun realizes he cannot feel anything in his hands, as if his grip and sensation have vanished. He senses something is wrong with his movement, and even his steps feel unnatural. Seojun's body betrays him as his motions become awkward at the worst possible time. He fixates on the strange sensation, trying to understand what is happening to him. A blade-like arc cuts through, and blood sprays as Seojun is struck during his lapse. Seojun flinches in shock, realizing he has been cleanly hit. The onlookers rush in, shouting Seojun's name as he collapses. The woman runs towards Seojun while others note he lasted impressively long against the headmaster. The Sword Saint looks down at Seojun and thinks about the promise he made. He tells Seojun to keep that promise, reinforcing the duel's true purpose. Seojun lies motionless on the floor as the room settles after the clash. The Sword Saint watches in silence, his expression unreadable after the outcome. The woman kneels beside Seojun, worried and checking on him as the Sword Saint stands nearby. The Sword Saint remains quiet, as if deciding what to do next. The woman reaches towards Seojun's body, still anxious about his condition. Seojun remains unconscious, battered and still. Elsewhere, a sudden distortion opens in a rocky, dark space, hinting at a dangerous dungeon anomaly. Two men stumble through the darkness, running as if escaping something after the distortion. One complains he only came for money and never expected this sudden distortion to trap them. The other apologizes and says he would have come alone, but tries to reassure that rescuers will arrive. The first man coldly says rescue will not come, crushing that hope. He reveals he asked the association president to keep this secret, admitting that secrecy caused severe damage. He fears they may not make it out alive, acknowledging the situation is dire. A grim smile suggests someone is hiding in tent or enjoying the chaos. One man claims that guy would have struggled out somehow, confusing the other about who he means. He warns that someone is here with them, raising immediate alarm. He dismisses the threat as just a very silly guy, as if baiting a reaction. Seojun jolts awake, startled as if pulled back from unconsciousness. A woman asks if Seojun has come to his senses, watching him sit up in bed. Seojun asks how long he was out, but she warns there is no time to rest. She insists he cannot lie down leisurely anymore, implying urgent developments. The Sword Saint enters, and the room's tension rises as he approaches them. The Sword Saint's stern presence fills the doorway, making everyone fall silent. Seojun and the woman look up at him, unsure what he intends. The Sword Saint closes his eyes briefly, as if settling a decision. He tells Seojun to take it, offering his own sword. Seojun recognizes the offered weapon as the Azure Dragon sword and is stunned. Others react in disbelief, calling the Sword Saint headmaster and even grandfather in shock. Seojun asks why the Sword Saint is giving him such a priceless weapon, and the Sword Saint says he is simply keeping his promise. The Sword Saint explains that if Seojun takes the sword as a token, the association will understand what to do, and he would rather Seojun handle it than deal with it himself. He tells Seojun to do his best, leaving the responsibility in Seojun's hands. Seojun confirms he is really being given the sword, and the Sword Saint orders him to bring it back when finished. The story shifts to the Pro Hunter Association, explaining it is a government-managed yet profit-driven organization. Lee Tae-bum, president of the Korean Pro Hunter Association, is introduced as he considers the situation. The Azure Dragon sword lies on display, its presence causing unease. Seojun sits across from the president, irritated and wondering why the Sword Saint's sword is here at all. Seojun introduces himself and says he came without notice to ask questions, while the president recalls being pressured to transfer 3 billion won to Kim Seojun. A flashback shows the Dark Saint demanding the 3 billion won transfer to Seojun, leaving the president bewildered. The president wonders who this mysterious person is, noting Suk Manchul vanished 4 days ago after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Seojun demands to know which dungeon Manchul entered and with whom, emphasizing proper notification is required. The president recalls being asked to keep the matter secret, questioning why it had to be handled that way. He says they must first verify the Azure Dragon Sword's authenticity before answering, pressing Seojun to respond quickly. The president insists authenticity still takes priority, stalling the conversation further. Seojun warns that if things go wrong because of the delay, the president will be responsible. The president is put on the spot, asked whether he can take responsibility if the delay causes disaster. Frustrated, the president curses under his breath, feeling cornered. He resigns himself, thinking that if it is the Sword Saint's will, it cannot be helped. Seojun asks if the Magic Saint took Minchul with him, connecting the disappearance to a larger plot. The president confirms the Magic Saint was investigating a 10-star dungeon break for him and secretly went to a 6-star dungeon after finding a lead. Seojun recalls the Dark Saint blaming the Order of Truth for the 10-star dungeon break, sensing a contradiction. He concludes something smells fishy and ends the meeting, thanking the president for the information. Seojun leaves, the door closing as he moves to act on the new lead. Before going, Seojun adds a question meant as a precaution, turning back with a calculating look. He asks if he can use the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral for a loan from the association. A woman on the phone urgently asks Seojun if her father contacted him, sounding desperate. Seojun says he has not heard from him, but has a rough idea where he is. The woman panics as Seojun suggests there was a problem with the dungeon her father entered at someone else's request. Seojun hears her fear that her father might die, and it's revealed her mother died in a dungeon break 11 years ago, saving her. As she breaks down asking what about her, it's explained she cannot bear to lose precious people to monsters again. Soo-yin breaks down on the phone, terrified of being left alone, and her desperation hints at why she wanted to become a hunter. Someone calmly reassures her not to worry as she sobs into the call. The young man on the other end promises with certainty that he will bring the missing man back. He ends the call and recalls the association president's report that the Magic Saint and Manchul Ujrasi entered a dungeon swarming with 6-star dryads. While rushing out, he reasons that even if the Magic Saint is old and sick, being trapped suggests foul play, possibly a trap by the Order of Truth. He concludes that because the Order of Truth is watching closely, any outside rescue would be noticed immediately, leaving him as the only viable intervention. He transfers 500 million won to the Korean Hunter Association and is relieved the payment goes through. He remembers the president initially refused the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral until he forced the issue with a formal memorandum. He reframes it as using causality to reduce the price and decides to sell the Azure Dragon Sword for exactly 500 million to fund what he needs. Accepting the bargain, he commits to buying equipment from the Transcension shop to prepare for a place even the Magic Saint cannot escape. The shop interface calculates a fair price through causality and confirms the 500 million payment. He finalizes the purchase, revealing this was the item he had been watching since last time. A blinding summoning erupts as a legendary weapon manifests before him. He catches the newly acquired copy of Gungnir, stunned by its presence and power. He steadies himself, feeling the weapon's weight and aura as he prepares to move. With resolve, he opens a portal-like light and commits to entering the dungeon. He arrives in a bleak forest where the trees feel unnaturally still. Seeing countless threats, he complains there are far too many to deal with easily. He identifies the enemies as dryads that mimic ordinary trees, realizing he could be overwhelmed if they ambush him in numbers. He decides to try sensing them rather than blindly probing each tree. He focuses intensely, shutting out distractions to extend his perception. A wave of detection spreads outward as his senses skim through the forest. He suddenly picks up something off and snaps to attention. He feels a subtle but unmistakable foreignness emanating from one tree. Though it looks like any other tree from the outside, he recognizes it as different and dangerous. He decides to test his suspicion with his new weapon. He unleashes power to gauge Gungnir's strength before committing deeper into the dungeon. The spear's energy surges as it launches with lethal speed. He drives the attack forward in a straight, crushing line through the forest. The strike intensifies into a piercing beam-like thrust aimed to obliterate the target. The impact slams into the tree with explosive force. A dryad reveals itself, shrieking as it emerges from its disguise. He follows up with another strike, trying to finish it immediately. The dryad dodges, shocking him with its speed and awareness. He whips the spear through the air, adjusting his angle for another attempt. Gungnir arcs and then shoots away, leaving his hand as he commits to a thrown attack. The spear plunges down like a falling pillar, carving into the ground with overwhelming force. The blow detonates through the dryad's body, tearing it apart. He looks up, startled by how much destruction the throw caused. He recognizes the weapon as Gungnir, the mythic spear tied to Odin and world-shaping legend. Holding it, he repeats the spear's legend to himself, confirming what he bought. He notes the power is immense even as a copy, implying a transcendent-made item's baseline is terrifying. Wondering if it can return to him, he attempts to recall the thrown spear. The spear trembles as if responding, suggesting the recall function is activating. He forces more mana into the recall, straining to make it work. Gungnir begins sliding back through the air toward him, drawn by his mana. The returning spear whips past dangerously close, nearly clipping him as it snaps back. Breathless, he realizes recall works but consumes huge mana, limiting him to roughly 1 recall per battle at his current level. He accepts that copied items cannot fully bypass their limitations, even if the legend says Gungnir returns on its own. He resolves to grow strong enough to wield it freely someday, but for now it is a risky trump card. He grimly jokes that if the Sword Saint ever turns on him, he can throw Gungnir to buy time to escape. A sudden violent shockwave erupts elsewhere, interrupting his planning. The disturbance intensifies into a red catastrophic surge that shakes the forest. He sprints toward the source, urgently searching for Manchel Edgercy. Elsewhere, Manchel struggles forward carrying the unconscious magic saint, both battered and exhausted. A wall of enraged dryads closes in behind them, forcing Manchel to flee faster. A massive red attack sweeps through the area, threatening to cut them down. The blast strikes, throwing them violently and nearly tearing them apart. Manchel crashes hard to the ground, momentarily separated and stunned. A purple barrier-like burst flares as the magic saint expends power to protect them from being finished off. Manchel calls out in panic, but the magic saint orders him to run while he holds the monsters back. Manchel refuses to abandon him, demanding to know what will happen to the old man. Guilt and fear twist Manchel's face as he realizes the sacrifice being demanded. Manchel blames himself for bringing the magic saint here, but the old man screams at him to run immediately. Manchel hesitates, torn between obedience and loyalty as the danger closes in. The pressure mounts and Manchel panics, realizing they may not survive either way. The magic saint collapses into Manchel's arms, his strength failing at the worst moment. Manchel curses helplessly as he tries to keep the magic saint from slipping away. Overwhelmed, Manchel apologizes to Sillon in his mind, blaming himself for everything. He clenches his jaw and holds the magic saint tighter, refusing to let go despite terror. He senses something approaching and freezes, unsure if it is salvation or another attack. A blinding blue presence arrives, cutting through the chaos and forcing the monster's attention away. A voice confronts Manchel, asking if he understands how desperately Sillon has been searching for him. The young man turns back toward them, revealing he has arrived at last. Manchel's face crumples with relief and shame as he recognizes the rescuer. The rescuer orders Manchel to carry the magic saint and retreat, promising they can talk later. The forest trembles as something huge shifts, signaling the Dryad's counterattack. The rescuer blocks a crushing strike and notes he has successfully drawn the enemy's attention. He decides he must quickly locate the Dryad's main body to end the fight. A heavy impact lands nearby, escalating the battle and forcing him to react instantly. A sweeping blue slash-like motion cuts through the air as he maneuvers to survive. He spins and evades amid spiraling attacks, barely staying ahead of the Dryad's reach. He curses under his breath, realizing the enemy's pressure is relentless. He observes that no matter how many times he cuts the branches, they regenerate endlessly. Unable to close the distance safely, he decides to use Gungnir and target the main body directly. He calls for Gungnir, trying to bring the spear into play under pressure. Spotting it, he locks onto the spear's location with sudden certainty. He commits to the plan as Manchel and the magic saint retreat into the distance behind him. He focuses sharply, timing his move between incoming strikes. Manchel, still fleeing with the magic saint, curses the situation as the danger continues to chase them. The rescuer realizes they have not escaped far enough yet, increasing his urgency to finish the fight. A red-tinged attack slams down, threatening to crush the area around him. He braces and pushes through the pressure, refusing to be pinned. Multiple heavy strikes rain down as he slips through a narrow gap, narrowly avoiding being pulverized. Pain surges through him as the strain feels like his body is being ripped apart by the onslaught. He glances toward the retreating pair, measuring whether they are finally safe enough. He decides they have gotten far enough and prepares to unleash a decisive move. He bursts forward at full speed, committing everything to reaching the spear and the enemy's core. Gungnir streaks across the forest, glowing as it becomes the centerpiece of his counterattack. The spear's light intensifies, signaling it is ready to be reclaimed and used. He grabs the weapon mid-motion, reclaiming control at the critical moment. Using the momentum, he drives a vertical, beam-like strike that cleaves through the Dryad's mass. The attack tears open the tangled bodies, splitting layers of wood and branches apart. The Dryads shriek in agony as their structure is violently disrupted. A red aura flares around the battlefield as the monster's rage spikes in response to the damage. A retaliatory strike grazes him, forcing him to grit his teeth and keep moving. He narrowly avoids a follow-up slash that passes dangerously close to his face. He counters with rapid blue arcs, carving through multiple limbs to create space. A sudden opening reveals the main body's position, and he snaps toward it. He confirms he has found the true core and prepares to secure the kill. He reaches out with mana, attempting to pull the spear back into perfect position. He commands the weapon to come, forcing it to respond despite interference. Multiple spear images appear as he manipulates, or multiplies the weapon's trajectory to overwhelm the target. He catches and stabilizes the spear, readying a finishing thrust. He lands in a low stance with Gungnir in hand, regaining control after the aerial exchange. He pauses, eyes narrowing as he senses the enemy's next move and a shift in the battlefield. The Dryads recoil and tremble, their expressions turning uneasy as if something has changed. He notices the Dryads trying to sneak away, realizing they have learned fear after being hit repeatedly. Amused, he recognizes their retreat as proof his attacks are working and breaking their will. The Dryads mutter in panic, acknowledging him as a dangerous opponent they misjudged. One Dryad reacts in shock as if singled out, while he coldly confirms the pressure is on them. A precise impact strikes a Dryad's core, stunning it and exposing its weakness. The surrounding Dryads freeze in alarm as the core hit signals imminent collapse. The monsters' bodies begin to crumble and loosen, their structure destabilizing. He exhales in brief relief, sensing the immediate threat easing. The remaining Dryads surge again, seemingly trying to stop him from reclaiming or using Gungnir further. He welcomes their approach, noting the annoying branches have come to him and made targeting easier. He drives another vertical strike, blasting through the mass with a concentrated blue beam. He calls Gungnir again and remarks that it is not his only legendary weapon, hinting at deeper resources. The spear's head gleams as power gathers, signaling the finishing sequence is complete. With the forest now calmer, he signals Manchel to come back, confirming the immediate danger has passed. Manchel returns carrying the magic saint and angrily demands why the rescuer took so long and why he vanished, mentioning Suyan and the Hunter Academy plan. When pressed about his past conflict with Suyan, Manchel shuts down and insists it is none of the rescuer's business. The rescuer focuses on the present and asks about the magic saint's condition, hearing it has been critical and worsened by protecting Manchel. Seeing the magic saint up close, the rescuer admits the old man looks terrible. He decides to use the emergency medicine he always carries to stabilize the magic saint. He administers the medicine, acknowledging it is only an emergency measure but should help somewhat. The magic saint groans back to awareness as the rescuer asks if he has come to his senses. As the magic saint starts to speak, the rescuer identifies the young man as the punk he mentioned before. The magic saint confirms this is the Hunter Academy student he previously talked about. Manchel bombards the rescuer with questions about how he found them and what happened to the Dryads, and the rescuer answers that he handled them. Manchel is stunned that he defeated all the Dryads alone and demands an explanation for why they came to such a place. The magic saint explains he needed help transporting monster corpses for study and had to move discreetly due to personal reasons, which is why he brought Manchel. He adds that secrecy was necessary to avoid drawing attention, so he chose the most discreet helper possible. The rescuer bluntly asks if the secrecy was to avoid being discovered by the Order of Truth, making the magic saint go rigid. The magic saint panics, insisting he never even told the association president about that. Shocked, the rescuer knows. All three react in alarm as the ground begins to shake and the air turns ominous. The rescuer identifies the tremor as an approaching threat and calls it the bastard responsible. Manchel realizes the monster that reduced the magic saint to this state has arrived. Manchel admits he doubted the magic saint could be trapped unless something in this dungeon exceeded even him, and he thanks the rescuer for coming but fears what comes next. A tense warning lands that coming here was a mistake, signaling the danger is immediate and personal. They realize the looming mountain-like shape is not terrain at all, and panic rises as its true nature dawns on them. The colossal figure resolves into a towering tree-bodied horror, its presence overwhelming the forest. A single glowing eye and crushing aura confirm the creature is aware and monstrously alive. The group debates whether it even qualifies as a monster, concluding it looks like a grotesque mutation beyond normal categories. They identify it as a mutant dryad-like boss and take brief comfort that it has not noticed them yet. The young man urges everyone to avoid its gaze and escape the dungeon, but the others insist they already tried and failed. They explain the beast instantly detects and chases anyone who attempts to leave, which is why the famed magic saint is exhausted and injured. The magic saint describes the creature's near invulnerable hide and rapid regeneration, making conventional attacks futile. Hearing even the magic saint's spells failed, the young man grasps just how absurdly strong the boss is. The magic saint admits age and illness have weakened him, though he can still briefly soften the shell and suppress regeneration at a cost. He adds that even with weakening, they still need a decisive strike to destroy the core, and right now they lack the means. The young man seizes on the key requirement, focusing the plan on delivering one powerful finishing blow. He declares he will be the finisher, promising to break the monster's core while the magic saint weakens it. He reveals a massive spear-like weapon, stunning the others with its sudden appearance and ominous power. The magic saint cautions that ordinary force still may not suffice and that his spell will only weaken, not immobilize, leaving no room for error. He stresses they will only get one chance, since failure means collapse or death before a second attempt is possible. The magic saint offers to sacrifice himself by drawing the monster away so the others can flee, showing his grim resolve. The young man rejects the fatalism and insists victory is possible, shifting the mood from despair to action. He presents the spear as the tool for the killing blow, and warns it may reject anyone who tries to take it from him. When the magic saint touches the weapon, it flares with energy, shocking him into recognizing its extraordinary nature. He is baffled by the weapon's intricate, non-overlapping magic circuits, something that should be impossible to craft. Even the magic saint cannot interpret parts of the enchantment, and the raw energy pouring from the spear unsettles everyone. The young man notes how unusually talkative the magic saint has become, recalling a similar dynamic with someone named Young Jimin. The magic saint becomes excited, declaring the spear's power so excessive that his weakening spell might not even be needed. He demands to know where such a weapon came from, pressing the young man for the truth. The young man claims the sword saint bought it for him, offering a convenient explanation to avoid deeper questions. The magic saint doubts the sword saint was ever that generous, while the young man privately rationalizes the lie as necessary to save them. The forest trembles as the boss's movement draws nearer, forcing them to stop talking and commit. The giant mutant's looming mass closes in, its oppressive presence swallowing the clearing. The young man steels himself, signaling the moment to begin the operation. He announces they will start hunting the boss, taking the initiative as the others cling to hope. He states the plan is simple, cutting through fear with clear steps. He explains that once the magic saint weakens the monster, he will stab the core with the spear, formalizing their strategy. He asks if the magic saint can cast the weakening spell immediately, and the old mage agrees but warns it will be less potent and risky. The young man refuses to let the magic saint gamble his life and instead volunteers to lure the monster while the spell is prepared. He outlines step 1. He will provoke the boss and buy time, even if it means putting himself in mortal danger. Step 2 is assigned. The magic saint must focus everything on preparing the weakening spell while being carried to safety. Step 3 is the finish. Once weakened, the young man will destroy the core with the spear named Gungnir, ending the threat. As he thinks it through, he identifies 2 variables that could ruin everything, and the weight of responsibility settles in. He acknowledges the first risk is his own death while luring the boss, and the second is the boss switching targets to the helpless magic saint. He decides he can manage the first with skill, but the second demands protection since the magic saint cannot defend himself mid-cast. The muscular man volunteers to be that safeguard, vowing not to die and not to leave someone named Sion behind. He tells the magic saint to hold on tight while he carries him, and the magic saint accepts the help despite his pride. The carrier promises he will keep them alive, and the young man orders everyone to move out and execute the plan. The boss's immense form shifts again, confirming the hunt has begun and time is running out. They split roles as planned, with the young man advancing alone while the others withdraw with the magic saint. The young man notes the monster's size makes it easy to locate, and he prepares to draw it away. He orders the other 2 to stay back so the boss will not notice the magic saint preparing the spell, despite their concern for him. The magic saint concedes, recognizing the young man is best suited to dodge and maneuver in this terrain. With agreement secured, the young man commits to the plan and pushes forward to free them from the dungeon. The carrier and magic saint wish him luck, and the carrier calls him Kim Seojun as they part. The young man dashes away, leaving the pair behind as the forest echoes with the boss's approach. He pumps himself up, forcing courage to the surface as he closes on the monster. He steadies his breathing, locking in focus as fear threatens to break his concentration. Up close, the boss's scale is even more terrifying than expected, dwarfing him completely. Worse than its size, the oppressive energy around it crushes the air, making every movement feel dangerous. He understands why the magic saint struggled, as the monster's presence alone feels like an attack. He notes the area is already devastated and free of other dryads, meaning he can fight without interference. He plants his foot and commits to the first exchange, knowing hesitation equals death. He reminds himself to stay calm because one mistake will get him killed, then braces for impact. He senses the monster's attention shifting toward him, the moment before it strikes. He shouts to provoke it, successfully drawing its focus and starting the chase. The boss turns, its glowing eye narrowing as it locks onto the new target. Its face fills the space with menace, confirming it has accepted the bait. The young man's expression hardens as he prepares to survive the opening assault. A wave of killing intent and pressure crashes down, threatening to freeze him in place. He curses the monster under his breath, recognizing the fight has escalated beyond normal limits. The boss's massive body shifts overhead, signaling a crushing strike is coming. A violent blow tears through the terrain, sending debris flying and forcing him to evade instantly. The monster's attack detonates the ground near him, and he is flung aside by the shockwave. He grits his teeth as the force nearly overwhelms him, realizing he cannot afford even a moment's rest. Multiple branch-like strikes whip through the air, and he barely threads between them while keeping the boss engaged. He catches himself mid-fall and keeps moving, refusing to be pinned down by the relentless barrage. Panting, he demands whether the monster ever stops, as the assault continues without pause. He admits he stayed farther from the others than planned because the attacks are far more violent than expected. He worries the weakening spell still is not ready, fearing he may run out of room to survive. A red-tinted strike slices past, and he narrowly avoids being skewered by the monster's reach. A massive impact slams into the ground, blasting him upward and threatening to break his rhythm. He crashes down hard, momentarily losing control of his stance as the spear skids nearby. Another sweeping attack launches him again, showing the boss can juggle him like a toy. He realizes too late that the next hit is coming, panic flashing across his face. He twists and uses the spear to redirect his momentum, forcing a controlled landing instead of a fatal crash. He drives the spear into the ground to stabilize, carving a path through the chaos to keep moving. He lands and sprints, but the monster's pressure keeps closing, leaving no safe distance. He groans as the oppressive aura and impacts rattle him, his body protesting under the strain. The boss's presence surges again, the air warping as it prepares another overwhelming sequence. He acknowledges the pressure is so intense it makes the air tremble, and he fears he is reaching his limit. He decides he can no longer avoid using more power, accepting that survival requires escalation. He triggers a burst of energy through the spear, unleashing a bright surge that changes the fight's tempo. He recognizes this as the long-awaited signal, meaning the magic saint's spell should be ready. He concludes the weakening magic must be complete and prepares to transition from stalling to finishing. Elsewhere, the carrier runs with the magic saint on his back, confirming the spell's timing aligns with the plan. The young man praises the magic saint's timing as dark tendrils descend, indicating the boss is still attacking even at range. The boss's limbs slam down and then hesitate, suggesting the weakening effect is beginning to take hold. The young man taunts the monster to keep its attention, trying to prevent it from switching targets. He advances with renewed confidence, believing the debuff has opened the window they needed. A brief smile crosses his face as he commits to the kill, trusting his plan and weapon. The boss lashes out again, but its movements look less crisp, hinting the weakening is working. He challenges it to come at him, using bravado to mask the razor-thin margin for error. He sprints hard, closing the distance to the rendezvous point where the finishing strike must happen. The monster's attacks continue to crash around him, forcing constant evasive footwork. The boss roars and bears down, its face looming as it tries to crush him before the final blow. A huge limb sweeps across, threatening to clip him and ruin the timing. He is knocked airborne again by the sweeping force, barely keeping hold of the spear as he tumbles. He skids and rolls through the impact zone, narrowly avoiding being pinned by the next slam. He regains his footing in a crouch, eyes sharp, refusing to let the boss reset control. He listens for the monster's next move, tracking its rhythm to predict the opening. He confirms the boss is still chasing him, relieved it has not turned toward the magic saint. He declares he is nearly at the rendezvous point, pushing himself through exhaustion. He focuses on one objective: lure the monster exactly where the finishing strike will land. He runs into the prepared area as the boss's tendrils whip around, funneling it into position. The chase tightens, and the monster's reach nearly surrounds him as he forces it forward. He senses the boss's attention shifting, as if it has detected something more important than him. A subtle disturbance in the ground hints the monster is reacting to the magic saint's presence, or magic. Chains of blue energy erupt and bind the boss, the magic saint's weakening spell manifesting as a restraint. The bound monster jerks in surprise, and the young man is thrown back by the sudden magical surge. He scrambles to recover as the chain boss thrashes, the window for the kill opening and closing fast. He exclaims in relief that the moment has finally arrived, ready to strike the core. He observes the debuff has dulled the monster's movements and power significantly, confirming the spell's effectiveness. He commits to destroying the core while the chains hold, knowing this is their only real chance. The monster pauses, sensing danger, as if realizing its core is exposed. It lashes out despite the chains, trying to disrupt the finisher before the spear can land. Back with the others, they realize the boss may have targeted the magic saint for casting the debuff, raising alarm. They note the magic saint is nearly out of mana and the carrier is just an ordinary civilian, making them vulnerable if targeted. The young man swings his spear in a wide arc, forcing space and buying the final heartbeat needed for the strike. He declares this is his only chance, centering himself for a single decisive thrust. He pours every last bit of strength into Gungnir, committing fully even if it leaves him empty afterward. He steadies his mind, forcing calm and control as the weapon's power surges. He focuses on precision, aligning the spear for the exact point that will end the monster. The magical chains tighten and crackle, holding the boss in place just long enough for the finishing blow. The monster's core reveals itself as a glowing red orb, the true target pulsing with life. The young man's eyes widen with fierce concentration as he commits to the final thrust. He launches the attack at once, driving a beam-like strike straight toward the exposed core. A blinding column of power erupts on impact, engulfing the core and shaking the entire area. The chains strain under the blast, but they hold long enough to keep the monster from escaping. The explosion peaks, drowning the scene in blue-white energy as the core begins to fail. The red core shatters with a sharp crack, fragments flying as Gungnir completes the kill. The monster's eye snaps shut and its body slackens, signaling the boss has finally been defeated. The massive form collapses away, the oppressive presence lifting as the threat ends. The young man staggers, barely able to stand, drained by the all-in strike. He pants heavily, fighting dizziness and weakness as the adrenaline fades. He collapses into a seated sprawl, breathing hard and trying to stay conscious. He realizes he is completely out of strength and suspects it is the after effect of channeling everything into Gungnir. He reassures himself that destroying the core matters most, even if he cannot retrieve the spear right now, and hopes the others are safe. He calls out to check on Ajusi and the magic saint, rushing back despite exhaustion. Ajusi answers that he is fine but reveals he took a hit, insisting it is only a superficial wound. The young man moves to examine the injury, admitting that even with debuffs a normal human could not fully avoid the boss's attacks. The magic saint confirms the wound is not fatal and urges they hurry for treatment, while Ajusi boasts it was just a scratch. As relief settles in, they trade tired jokes about age and endurance, their bonds strengthened by surviving the dungeon together. With the monster's core seemingly destroyed, the group assumes the only thing left is to escape safely. Si-jun turns back to retrieve his spear while the others, battered, worry about whether they can even stand. A sudden ominous pressure descends, warning Seo-jun that something is still wrong. The ground trembles as something massive begins to move beneath them. A colossal tree-like monster surges up again, towering over the three and proving the fight isn't over. Seo-jun freezes, realizing the enemy has returned. The monster's overwhelming presence dwarfs them, and Seo-jun struggles to understand how it can still exist. He realizes his earlier strike with Gungnir missed the true target, meaning the core was never actually destroyed. A violent impact erupts nearby, confirming the monster is fully active. Seo-jun's shock turns to dread as he focuses on the word core and what it implies. The magic saint reveals the crucial truth. There were 2 cores. The monster attacks with explosive force, forcing them back into immediate defense. Debris and shockwaves tear through the area as the assault continues. The barrage intensifies, the monster's power flooding the battlefield. Seo-jun braces with his spear, shielding the injured men behind him as the onslaught closes in. The monster's strikes keep coming, hammering their position without pause. Seo-jun grips his weapon tighter, fighting panic as he searches for a way to reach the remaining core. The magic saint throws up a barrier to block the crushing blows, but the strain is obvious. Someone calls out to the magic saint as he coughs blood from the effort. Seo-jun concludes the magic saint is out of mana and they must destroy the other core quickly to win. The monster notices Gungnir is gone and rages, demanding to know where it went. Seo-jun realizes Gungnir is tangled and hidden among branches, likely deliberately to neutralize its threat. With only Longinus Lance left, Seo-jun asks the magic saint to use weakening magic one more time so he can pierce the core. The barrier continues taking heavy hits as time runs out. The magic saint decides to draw the monster's attention, even if it puts him in greater danger. Seo-jun accepts the urgency and steels himself to act immediately. As the barrier holds, Seo-jun launches forward despite shouted pleas for him to stop. He darts through whipping limbs, narrowly avoiding being crushed as he tries to close the distance. The monster's branches slam down around him, forcing constant evasive movement. Seo-jun knows a single hit will kill him and realizes the magic saint has been blocking these attacks while barely standing. He senses the magic saint has reached his limit, making Seo-jun's next move decisive. Seo-jun commits fully, believing no one else can finish this but him. He spins up a surging aura around himself, building momentum to break through the monster's defenses. Inside the barrier, the magic saint struggles to maintain control as the monster's limbs press in. Seo-jun is flung upward and away by a violent strike, losing his line toward the core. He crashes down hard, the impact blasting the ground beneath him. Gritting his teeth, Seo-jun forces himself back up despite the pain. The monster looms close, its glowing eye fixed on him as it prepares another killing blow. Seo-jun realizes he must push deeper to stab the core, but he cannot find an opening to get closer. He understands that simply luring the monster isn't enough. He needs a higher level breakthrough. A branch catches and drags him, disrupting his footing and control. Seo-jun curses as the monster's pressure closes in and his body falters. A sudden surge of blue energy streaks across the field, signaling a new intervention. Chains of lightning wrap around the monster's limbs, halting their motion mid-strike. Seo-jun recognizes it as the magic saint's weakening magic, binding the monster down. With the opening created, Seo-jun is urged to move now and finish it. He charges through the chain branches, cutting a path toward the core. Seo-jun notes the chains are fewer and thinner than before, showing the spell is weakening. He realizes the magic saint is forcing the magic despite insufficient mana, damaging his own body to keep it active. Seo-jun locks onto the moment, eyes sharpening as he spots a true chance. A gap appears in the monster's defenses, and Seo-jun seizes it as the decisive opening. He slips between the chains and branches, driving forward with Longinus Lance. Seo-jun accelerates into a full thrust, committing everything to the strike. He launches into the air, spear angled down like a falling bolt aimed at the core. Mid-flight, Seo-jun's focus hardens as he prepares for impact. He breaks through the last obstruction and closes on the monster's vital point. A branch lashes out and smashes him aside before he can land the finishing blow. Seo-jun coughs blood from the hit, his body battered and breath stolen. He crashes into a crater stunned, while the monster's shadowy chains and limbs regroup around him. Seo-jun struggles to breathe and move, pain and exhaustion threatening to shut him down. Even so, he reminds himself the core can still be destroyed with Longinus Lance if he can reach it. He admits his earlier assumption was naive. Getting close is far harder than he thought. The monster's killing intent surges again, signaling another incoming strike. Branches spear toward the crater, converging to finish Seo-jun while he's down. Seo-jun tries to dodge but his battered body refuses to respond fast enough. A blinding flash reflects in his eyes as the next blow descends. The magic saint screams for Seo-jun to run away, choosing to hold the line himself. The magic saint is shaken by Seo-jun's talent, realizing how extraordinary he is for his age. He believes Seo-jun will soon be famous across Korea and may surpass the nation's hero. He even imagines Seo-jun becoming a hero for all mankind someday. But he knows Seo-jun is not strong enough yet, so he resolves that Seo-jun must live even if it costs the magic saint his life. Seo-jun refuses to abandon him, insisting he does not want to run away. Despite trembling, Seo-jun rises again while the magic saint continues to face the monster. The magic saint snaps at him not to get carried away by emotion and recklessness. He insists Seo-jun must live, claiming he himself has little time left anyway. He demands Seo-jun face reality and stop clinging to an impossible fight. Seo-jun, bleeding, challenges him back, asking why the magic saint isn't the one running. He presses the point. The magic saint could have abandoned them and escaped, even leaving Manchel behind. The Magic Saint is startled, forced to confront that Sejun is right about his options. Sejun asks why the Magic Saint is still trying to sacrifice himself now, when escape was possible. Sejun's body shakes with strain, but his resolve doesn't break. He forces himself upright, using the spear as support to stand. Behind him, the barrier continues to take heavy hits as the monster pounds at it. Sejun admits running is the safest choice, yet he hesitates because it would mean leaving the Magic Saint to die. He recognizes the Magic Saint is choosing to stay and fight in his terrible condition. Sejun imagines the alternative, taking Manchel and escaping, abandoning the battle. He also sees the worst option clearly, fighting the monster while injured and outmatched. Sejun says he already knows his answer. Even so, he cannot bring himself to run away, despite knowing it would be rational. He lifts his head, determination returning as he commits to staying. A memory of Hercules' first lecture surfaces in Sejun's mind, asking what strength truly is. Hercules' lesson echoes that power is not simply physical force. Sejun recalls struggling through harsh daily quests as Hercules framed the deeper meaning of power. In the memory, Hercules pauses, letting the weight of the question settle. Sejun waits for the lesson to continue, confused by the sudden silence. He wonders why Hercules stopped talking, as if expecting Sejun to find the answer himself. The answer arrives. True power is atonement, and Sejun understands the lesson's core. Hercules' story explains his guilt, and how he chose the 12 labors as a path to atone rather than die. Sejun remembers the impossible trials Hercules undertook, each a brutal act of redemption. The list of labors continues, emphasizing the scale of what atonement demanded from Hercules. Hercules recalls his reputation growing as he completed the trials, proving himself through action. Yet people mocked him, insisting a man who killed his family could never claim glory. They kept insisting he could never atone, driving him back toward despair and suicidal thoughts. Hercules refused to give up and instead lived for others, sacrificing himself until people called him a fool. He hoped that someday altruism would feel natural, and only then could he forgive himself. By completing the labors, Hercules became a true hero, not by purity but by relentless redemption. The memory notes Hercules even saved Olympus in the Gigantomachy, cementing his legend. Sejun sees the tragedy that began it all, Hercules losing his mind and killing his family. He remembers that at the end of Atonement's path, Hercules became the greatest hero of all. Hercules' voice declares that the force driving him was the will to atone. He warns that when you try to become something, people will always tell you it is impossible. Hercules insists he heard those doubts constantly during his trials, yet kept moving forward anyway. He tells Sejun that such voices do not matter, because persistence is what defines the path. Back in the present, the monster's attacks continue as Hercules' words about endless doubt echo in Sejun's mind. The lesson continues, again and again, they will say you cannot do it, trying to break your will. Hercules rejects empty comfort, telling Sejun he cannot simply get over fear or pain. Instead, he says you only need one reason, one personal reason, to keep pushing towards success. Sejun takes that to heart, realizing that single reason is enough to become a hero. He gasps, the realization sharpening his focus as he prepares to act again. The Magic Saint begs him to stop, insisting the attempt is madness. Sejun admits he cannot win as he is, and that fear and excuses are overwhelming. Even so, he refuses to back down as the whisper of fear urges retreat. Hercules' voice returns in his mind with one word, reminding him of the lesson. Sejun acknowledges countless reasons to lose and countless excuses to run away. He recognizes that to the experienced Magic Saint, his choice must look reckless and immature. But the lesson demands forward motion, and Sejun commits to onward progress. The Magic Saint tries to restrain him, but Sejun keeps going anyway. Sejun accepts that this stubbornness has defined his entire life, and he will not change now. He declares he will not give up and ruin his future, drawing out a power that rises from body and soul. Golden energy surges as Sejun's divine power ignites, transforming his presence. A radiant shockwave erupts outward from Sejun, blasting the battlefield with overwhelming light. The monster recoils in confusion and alarm at the sudden divine force. Sejun's body glows with concentrated power, signaling a decisive shift in the fight. He channels an overwhelming force meant to destroy all obstacles, readying a crushing counterattack. The monster's branches converge again, but Sejun stands centered and unshaken within the storm. He swings with controlled precision, cutting through the incoming limbs as he advances. A massive arc of power tears across the field, carving a clear path through the monster's defenses. Sejun drives forward through the opening, his momentum unstoppable as he closes on the core. His expression hardens into fierce resolve, committing to the finishing strike. The monster thrashes and screams as Sejun's assault overwhelms it. A violent impact lands, shaking the monster's body as Sejun's power crashes through. Sejun rockets upward along the monster's trunk, aiming straight for the vital point. The forest canopy trembles under the shockwaves of the escalating clash. The monster's massive form shifts and collapses under the pressure, its structure breaking apart. The Magic Saint staggers back, shielding himself as the blast and debris surge past. He looks up in shock, realizing Sejun has reached a level he did not expect. Sejun drives into the monster's core area, his attack boring inward like a drill. The Magic Saint stands beneath the looming shadow, watching the decisive moment unfold overhead. Seojun descends in a final plunge toward the core while the others watch from below, bracing for the outcome. Seojun's body twists midair as he prepares to land the finishing blow, and someone below reacts in sudden alarm. In the aftermath of the dungeon fight, the magic saint snatches the exhausted Seojun out of danger with a burst of power. Manchel, battered but moving, rushes toward the fallen young man in panic. He reaches Seojun lying unconscious on the ground as the magic saint kneels beside him. The magic saint checks Seojun and assures Manchel that the injuries are severe but not life-threatening, blaming the collapse on overusing an unbearable power. Manchel is stunned by how abnormal Seojun's strength has become compared to the sickly kid he remembers. The magic saint falls silent, weighed down by what he just witnessed. He admits he was genuinely terrified, leaving Manchel confused by the confession. Manchel teases him for fearing the giant tree, and the magic saint concedes he is not fearless despite his age. The magic saint clarifies that what he fears is death, and what happens to the world after he is gone. Manchel presses him to explain what that ominous worry means. The magic saint warns that the world is not as safe as people believe, unsettling Manchel. He reflects that the closer he gets to death, the more that insecurity gnaws at him. He steels himself with the belief that the world still needs him. Manchel realizes this is why the magic saint accepted a disciple, and the old man admits Jinan exceeded expectations though his own darkness remained. The magic saint calls his paranoia a wake-up call rather than mere anxiety. He resolves that even if he dies, his students will carry on his legacy. Seojun, half-conscious, challenges him on why he is not running away from death. The magic saint answers that he saw something in this tenacious young man worth betting on. He frames Seojun as the spark for a new generation of heroes. Seojun rises and walks forward with his spear, embodying that new beginning. A faint, confident smile forms as he moves on. The magic saint watches, surprised and quietly moved by the change. Time passes quickly, and the story shifts away from the battlefield. Seojun jolts awake in a hospital bed, startled by where he is. Manchel appears at the door and confirms Seojun has finally woken up. Seojun realizes they escaped the dungeon safely, though he wonders why the VIP magic saint is in their shared room. Seojun immediately asks if everyone else made it out alright. Manchel reports his own wound will heal with treatment, and says he should be fine after rest. Seojun notes Manchel seems okay, but worries about the magic saint's condition. Manchel tells Seojun he was unconscious for a quarter of the day, and Seojun anxiously asks whether Seojun was contacted. Manchel confirms he contacted her, and Seojun finally feels relieved. Manchel adds that he also contacted Miss Seojun, shocking Seojun. He explains Seojun was very worried and likely met Seojun while searching, while Seojun realizes it looked like he vanished with Manchel and her grandpa's sword. Manchel confirms Seojun is his daughter and admits he took the job to earn money for her Hunter Academy tuition, then reminds Seojun to double his promised pay. Seojun suspects Manchel might try to dodge payment and protests that he has plenty of money. The magic saint interjects that he will pay, but has another request. He asks Manchel for permission to mentor Seojun. Manchel is so stunned he can barely respond. He calls the magic saint senile or crazy, and the old man insists he is either. Manchel demands to know why the magic saint suddenly wants this when he claimed to have many things to do. The magic saint says he wants to pass down his knowledge and admits he likely will not live past this year, so he wants to spend his remaining time teaching Seojun as repayment for being saved. He adds that if Seojun does not want to become a magician, he will not force it. He also offers to mentor Manchel, acknowledging Manchel saved his life too. Manchel refuses the mentorship and bluntly asks for money instead. The magic saint laughs and tells Manchel to name any price worthy of a life. Before Manchel can negotiate, a violent interruption crashes into the room. The sudden impact leaves everyone reeling as the intrusion announces itself. Seojun realizes contacting Seojun means her furious grandfather is coming, and he braces as the Sword Saint storms and refusing to let him off. The Sword Saint arrives enraged, calling Seojun a punk and warning him to run if he wants to live. Seojun panics, tries to explain, and scrambles for options while the Sword Saint vows he will not let him go. Seojun freezes as the Sword Saint's presence dominates the room. The Magic Saint greets the Sword Saint like an old acquaintance, catching him off guard. The Sword Saint demands to know why the Magic Saint is here after so many years. The Magic Saint reminisces about their youth together, and asks how the Sword Saint has been. The Sword Saint says he is unchanged, then questions why the Magic Saint is hospitalized. The Magic Saint jokes he nearly died and asks after Seojun, while Seojun explains she came first to stop her grandpa from going too far. The Sword Saint accuses the Magic Saint of faking illness because he keeps talking nonsense, but the Magic Saint insists he truly almost died. He credits Seojun for saving him, putting the young man in the spotlight. The Sword Saint's rage refocuses on Seojun as he repeats the insult with murderous intent. Seojun raises his hands in surrender and insists he had no choice as the Sword Saint looms. The Sword Saint berates Seojun for abusing Seon's kindness and says he cannot forgive someone who would sell what was entrusted to him, while the Magic Saint asks for leniency. The Sword Saint dismisses the Magic Saint's plea as irrelevant, but the Magic Saint argues Seojun acted under pressure and did not mean harm. The Sword Saint is shocked the Magic Saint can speak so gently now, and the old man says time teaches as it takes away. Even so, the Sword Saint insists Seojun crossed the line and demands to know what he did to deserve this. The Sword Saint reveals the offense. Seojun sold his Azure Dragon sword, leaving everyone stunned. Manchel blurts out that Seojun's incredible spear must have been bought with the sword's money, provoking the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint denies ever buying Seojun a spear, and Seojun realizes he is in deep trouble. The Sword Saint's killing intent erupts, and Seojun hurriedly claims he did not sell the sword but left it as collateral. Seojun begs for time to retrieve it, insisting the collateral was small and he can explain to the association president. The Sword Saint refuses to forgive him, while the Magic Saint urgently pleads that Seojun not be killed. The Sword Saint relents only slightly, promising not to kill Seojun but declaring he will be allowed to leave after exactly one hit. He makes the terms brutal: block it, dodge it, or die, and Seojun realizes the single hit is meant to finish him. Seojun desperately offers again to go find the sword, but the Sword Saint closes in. The Sword Saint confirms he intends to end it with one strike and cocks his fist. Seojun steels himself as the lethal blow comes down. The Sword Saint's punch detonates with overwhelming force. The impact blasts through the room like a shockwave. The Sword Saint stares, stunned that his attack did not end it. Seojun is still standing, having taken the hit head-on. A heavy silence follows as the impossible outcome sinks in. Seojun collapses in pain anyway, screaming as his body finally gives. The Sword Saint is shocked he endured it directly, and Seojun trembles on the floor. Observers realize Seojun's arm is intact when it should have been shattered. The Sword Saint steps toward him again, and Seojun protests that the deal was only one hit with no takebacks. Seojun bolts for the exit, wishing them a nice reunion as he flees. Seojun calls after him and tries to follow, but he is already gone. The Sword Saint clicks his tongue, while the Magic Saint notes he held back enough not to kill Seojun. The Sword Saint admits it would have been inconvenient to actually kill him, and the Magic Saint says he was surprised too. The Magic Saint suggests the Sword Saint does not truly hate Seojun that much, but the Sword Saint denies it. The Magic Saint needles him that the real issue is Seojun favoring Seojun, making the Sword Saint bristle. The Sword Saint ends the small talk and drags a chair over to get answers. He sits down heavily, facing the Magic Saint for a serious discussion. The Sword Saint demands a full explanation of what happened in that dungeon. The Magic Saint listens, preparing to recount the events. He admits the situation is hard to believe even now. He explains that after traces of the Apostle of Temperance were found in the Warp 10-star dungeon, things escalated further. A mutant appeared while they searched for the Order of Truth, forcing a crisis. The Sword Saint absorbs the implication that Seojun was the one who dealt with it. The Magic Saint says the Sword Saint should have seen it himself, because Seojun's skill jumped far beyond what it was days earlier. He tells the Sword Saint he still refuses to acknowledge Seojun's worth. The Sword Saint admits he will not acknowledge him regardless, blaming distrust of modern pro-hunters. Both old heroes agree today's so-called S-classes feel hollow compared to what a hero once meant. The narration reflects that in the Reformed era, pro-hunting became just a lucrative job rather than a calling. Even as they welcomed peace, the new era's complacency carried hidden cracks. The Sword Saint repeats the warning that the world is not as safe as people think. Manchel worries that if the old heroes vanish and the true threat awakens, the world may not be able to fight back. The Magic Saint suspects that may be exactly what the Order of Truth is aiming for. He pivots to a crucial point. Someone dismissed as nothing accomplished the impossible. He declares their era is passing, while Seojun outside catches his breath as others approach. Seojun finally reaches Seojun and immediately grabs him, furious and relieved at once. A bystander watches the reunion from a distance as the tension eases. Manchel reflects that the era may have already changed without them realizing it. The Sword Saint demands what Manchel means by that statement. Manchel smiles knowingly, as if accepting the truth of it. He tells the Sword Saint that a lot of time has indeed passed. Seojun clings to her father, and he holds her tightly, steadying her sobs. She cries openly, releasing the fear she had been carrying. Manchel looks down, moved and exhausted by the ordeal. He calls Seojun's name while hugging Seojun, drawing the young man's attention. Manchel sincerely thanks Seojun for saving him. Seojun brushes it off as nothing, trying to downplay his role. Time passes and the three are discharged one by one, as life begins returning to normal. People resume their original paths, including the Magic Saint returning to his work. Yet some things have changed, and Seojun stands alone, sensing the shift. Seojun vows she will do it, determined to pursue the path open to her. The narration confirms the first major change. The Magic Saint officially takes Seojun as his disciple. The next change is Seojun receiving the promised reward for saving the Magic Saint, a staggering 10 billion won. The Magic Saint says he would have given the money back to society anyway and urges Seojun to use it where needed. Seojun spends 500 million won to reclaim and return the Azure Dragon sword to the Sword Saint, nearly dying in the process but keeping his promise. Back to the present, Seojun checks his system status and sees Heracles' lecture progress jump by 47.3%. He notes that despite the chaos he obtained Gungnir and 9.5 billion won, and the items boosted his course progress dramatically. A friend greets Seojun enthusiastically, happy he is finally back. The friend complains Seojun never visited and Seojun insists he was worried but was told Seojun was fine. He praises Seojun as an awesome friend, and Seojun dismisses it with mild embarrassment as Seojun arrives. Seojun asks if they are alright, and Seojun answers that there are no issues. The friend asks Seojun to help him find a specific item, handing over details. Seojun says she can get it immediately, impressing him while Seojun rests nearby. Despite many changes, the Dream Academy remains constant, and Seojun wonders how far he counted in his training. He reflects that the academy now feels like home. In Heracles' lecture, the instructor revisits God power and notes rare students truly grasp its significance, hinting one such student just saw a sudden progress spike. Heracles explains the lecture was designed to teach God power, so the progress increase is nothing to be surprised about. He simplifies it as Seojun finally realizing what he needed from the lecture, and Seojun quietly accepts the explanation. Heracles abruptly shifts tone, preparing to scold him. He berates Seojun for thinking he can stop listening to lectures now, calling that attitude ridiculous. Heracles teaches that God power demands a body strong enough to support it, so muscle training is mandatory to withstand it. He emphasizes that the lecture's focus on muscle is to build a body capable of handling God power, and he flexes with confidence. Heracles declares the real lecture starts now, and Seojun summarizes that he can use God power but his body cannot keep up, leaving muscle training as the answer. Seojun considers applying for another lecture now that he has time and money, still searching for the Heavens Equal Great Sage course. He wonders if buying an elixir would be a faster solution. He rejects the idea of retrieving Gungnir with too much mana, realizing that level of power would make him a walking calamity. With the Transcendent Shop overflowing in mana-boosting elixirs and supplements, Seojun considers using them to cover his lack of mana. He pauses, weighing the shortcut against what he actually needs to improve. Deciding proper study is better, he turns to his phone to seek guidance instead of blindly consuming items. He realizes he can no longer fully absorb elixir energy with his current understanding, and that Merlin's lecture was about comprehension rather than cultivation technique. Since he must learn anyway and has money saved, he messages his mentor asking for recommended mana cultivation lectures. He sends the request, committing to a more systematic approach. Expecting a slow reply, he relaxes, only to be interrupted by an immediate notification. The mentor answers at once, explaining the choice between safer key cultivation and more efficient mana cultivation, recommending specific lectures and sample lessons first. Seojun notes the trade-off between safety and efficiency and decides to check the costs before choosing. Nearby, Seojun senses what he is doing and prepares to interrogate him about money again. She bluntly confirms he is hunting for upcoming contests because he keeps asking for funds, and he admits it. She addresses him formally, making it clear she is not amused. Seojun explodes, demanding to know where his money keeps going and mocking him for acting like his cash vanishes or feeds some pet. When he shows the lecture listings, the registration fees shock him. Each costs 10 billion won. He admits he is only 500 million won short, and both of them are stunned by how close yet impossible it feels. Seojun mentions a contest coming up soon, and Seojun immediately asks about the prize money. Hearing the winner gets 3 billion won, Seojun fixates on it as the solution. Seojun warns there is a catch, and Seojun waits for the bad news. She explains the contest requires team entry, not solo participation. The rule is stricter than expected. At least 3 members from the same academy are required. Seojun recognizes this as a major obstacle while Minyo continues training nearby, oblivious to the looming logistics problem. Seojun notes Dream Academy currently has only him and Minyo, so they cannot enter despite Minyo being capable. He awkwardly floats the idea of recruiting someone to join Dream Academy, then apologizes for how desperate it sounds. He also worries that any new recruit might be untrustworthy, recalling the kinds of people they have dealt with. What they need is someone reliable enough to enter the contest alongside them. He lowers his expectations, hoping to find even one suitable person. A cheerful voice cuts in, volunteering immediately and derailing his gloomy search. Seojun is startled as the eager volunteer steps forward with bright confidence. He calls her name, Sleon, and Seojun reacts in confusion. Seojun quickly connects the dots, asking if he plans to recruit Sleon into Dream Academy to enter the contest. Seojun confirms and heads out at once, but Seojun warns him that Sleon is already the Magic Saint's disciple. Seojun questions whether she needs to join an academy just for a contest, while Minyo wonders who Sleon is. Seojun argues it does not have to be only for the contest, implying broader reasons to bring her in. He goes to the Magic Saint's residence to speak directly about Sleon. Inside, staff asked him to wait because the Magic Saint will appear shortly. Seojun is impressed that a single call can secure a meeting with someone so important. The Magic Saint arrives with amused ease, and Seojun notes the luxurious comfort of the place. The Magic Saint asks why Seojun has come again so soon, and Seojun notices he carries a cane. Seojun greets him respectfully, and wonders if the cane means the Magic Saint is unwell, but the Saint welcomes him warmly. The Magic Saint immediately asks about Sleon's condition. Seojun reports she has been restless since trying to demonstrate elemental magic, which shocks him because she only became a disciple 2 days ago. The Magic Saint explains that mana proficiency and cultivation usually take weeks for beginners, yet Sleon learned mana proficiency in less than a day, stunning even him. He emphasizes how extraordinary that speed is, calling her a hidden gem. Delighted, the Magic Saint says dedicating himself to her growth has become unexpectedly fun, leaving Seojun quietly amazed. When asked what he wants, Seojun finds himself tongue-tied under the Saint's presence. The Magic Saint cuts through the hesitation and demands Seojun state his request plainly. The Saint reveals he learned Seojun is the Dark Saint's disciple and that the Dark Saint, wary of the Order of Truth, asked him to relay a warning. Seojun argues that if the Order of Truth is watching him, Seoyun could become a target too. He adds that even if Sleeon is only a student, the Order might eventually come after the Magic Saint as well. Seojun insists that with Seojun involved as an unseen factor, the Order will not be able to act freely against them. The Magic Saint understands Seojun wants Sleeon to enroll in the same academy and live there, but warns it will reduce the Saint's training time with her. He urges Seojun to consider every angle for both their safety. Seojun explains Sleeon is like family to him, and that he would have made this proposal regardless, showing his protective intent. The Magic Saint reflects that even the Dark Saint is cautious, and he refuses to rush the decision despite time pressure. Seojun accepts the seriousness and waits for the verdict. The Magic Saint agrees, choosing Sleeon's long-term welfare over keeping her close. He admits he cannot keep her sheltered forever, and that she needs broader experience. With approval secured, Seojun meets Sleeon and greets her, thinking about how contest experience fits his training plan. Seoyun is relieved to see Sleeon, and Minil enthusiastically introduces himself to the Magic Saint's disciple. Minil formally states his name and acknowledges her status, trying to make a good first impression. Minil nearly blurts out that he is the Dark Saint's disciple, but Seojun clamps a hand over his mouth to stop him. Seojun scolds him for revealing that secret to anyone but him, while Sleeon watches in bafflement. Seojun introduces Minil as the Dark Saint's disciple anyway, leaving Minil furious at the double standard. Minil protests the hypocrisy, and Seojun dismisses him, telling him to complain to his mentor instead. Seojun introduces Sleeon by name and status, then pivots to a warning. He tells Minil not to get ideas because Sleeon is still a high schooler, and she snaps back that she is graduating soon and hates being treated like a child. Seojun ends the introductions and signals they all understand the plan. He calls on Minil to confirm his role in what comes next. He calls on Sleeon as well, bringing the trio into alignment. Seojun states the plan clearly. The three of them will enter the team contest together. Minil cheers at the idea of teaming up, while Sleeon worries whether she can perform well, and Seojun reassures her they have time to prepare. Minil boasts that while he is strong, Seojun is on another level, boosting Sleeon's confidence in their chances. Seojun exhales, half amused and half exasperated by Minil's overconfidence. Seoyun reminds them that if they are entering, they need an official team name, catching Seojun unprepared. Sleeon and Minil start thinking, waiting for someone to propose a name. All eyes turn to Seojun, and he realizes he is expected to decide. They insist he choose because he is the leader, which makes him question when that was decided. Seoyun explains he is the leader because he effectively created the team, and Seojun resigns himself to it. Seojun admits he focused only on entering and never considered a name, now forced to improvise. He looks up at the Dream Hunter Academy building, searching for inspiration. The academy's name looms over him, nudging him toward an obvious choice. Seojun proposes Dream Team, and the others react with interest. Sleeon and Minil immediately approve, liking both the sound and meaning. Seoyun formalizes it as Dream Academy's Dream Team, making it official. Seojun agrees, satisfied with the simple, fitting identity. The team confirms the name together, cementing their unity. Seojun declares their only goal is to win, and pushes them to train hard until the contest. Their efforts soon draw attention beyond Korea as the Dream Team's reputation begins to spread. Their name becomes widely discussed, marking the moment the Dream Team is truly born in the public eye. Back at the academy, Seoyun is left speechless by how quickly everything escalated. Seojun, now labeled a Transcension Academy student, steels himself for the competition's scrutiny. Sleeon, recognized as the Magic Saint's disciple, becomes a focal point of attention as well. Minil, the Dark Saint's disciple, trains aggressively, showing the power that makes him dangerous and valuable. Seoyun watches the chaotic training environment, and wonders if this is an academy or a playground. The narration explains that contests like this exist partly so powerful groups can claim exceptional students early. It adds that while some pro hunters work alone, most belong to guilds and operate in teams. Therefore, the contest is designed to judge not just individual strength but teamwork. It also evaluates coordination under pressure and the potential a team can develop together. Because of that, organizations recruit promising students in advance, and this hidden motive is embedded in the raid battle format. As big guilds lobbied under the guise of sponsorship, broadcasters and groups joined in, creating the modern competition. Only cadets from League 1 and League 2 hunter academies are allowed to participate, raising the stakes. The raid battle becomes the stage where money and attention concentrate, turning it into a high-profile proving ground. It is framed as a competition for elites, setting expectations sky-high. At the venue, participants notice something unexpected and look toward a new arrival. Spectators recognize Young Saiwoo of Jaein, and realize top names like Park Eun-young and Do Min-jun are with him. The Jaein Academy class team, made of 3 of Jaein's top 5, arrives with intimidating focus. Onlookers speculate that if Jaein sent such a lineup, Hunter Mills and Ale must be sending their best too. They wonder if the legendary talent Lee Hae-un from Hunter Mills will appear, expecting the strongest to show. Rumors claim even disciples of the 5 heroes are participating, though some dismiss it as nonsense. Minil complains that if such figures exist, why would they take mere cadets as disciples, and he cannot understand why his own captain would be famous. Round 1 begins, a raid battle against a 7-star monster, Arachne, judged by clear speed. Teams plunge into a fiery spider-infested dungeon, racing to subjugate Arachne quickly. A B-class hunter observer, Lee Do-hyun of Ares Guild, watches with growing unease. Sudra Academy's team fails after 37 minutes and 12 seconds, showing how brutal the round is. Nature Academy's Sunshine team also fails after 51 minutes and 38 seconds as eliminations pile up. Observers question why so many teams are failing, concluding the dungeon difficulty is unusually high. They recall Jung Jimin's research into mutants being applied to this artificial dungeon, explaining the spike in difficulty. Lee Do-hyun realizes these results will surprise his master and decides to check which teams are still surviving. Jaein Academy clears first at 30 minutes 12 seconds, and he wonders when Hunter Mills and Ale will finish. Another clear notification appears, and he tries to guess which powerhouse team it is. The display reveals Dream Academy has cleared too, shocking him into checking the time. Dream Academy's class team clears in 9 minutes 34 seconds, leaving the observers stunned and suspicious. Lee Do-hyun insists 9 minutes is impossible and demands the officials check for a machine error. He points to the electronic display and claims the marking must be wrong, forcing an immediate verification. Officials announce a measurement error, and Lee Do-hyun smugly expects the result to be corrected. They explain the meter malfunction delayed the measurement by 30 seconds, which only deepens the confusion. Lee Do-hyun realizes the time was delayed, not sped up, and waits for the corrected display. The rectified record is even more absurd. Dream Academy's Dream Team clears in 9 minutes 4 seconds. Inside the dungeon, the 7-star Arachne roars, confirming the threat they overcame. Arachne is struck down with decisive force, its defenses failing to stop the assault. Seojun notes that if the real instructor Arachne heard this monster's name, she would be horrified, while his team continues moving through the cavern. He decides to conserve his trump card, Gungnir, for truly unexpected situations. A spider lunges toward him, but he closes the distance without hesitation. With a single overwhelming strike, he blasts through the enemy and its surroundings, turning the fight one-sided. He tests the famed strength of Arachne's webbing and prepares to break it anyway. He unleashes a sweeping attack that tears through the web and the spiders caught within it. Seojun dismisses the web as nothing more than thread before the lance of Longinus, underscoring the gap in power. The remaining spiders recoil, sensing danger and trying to reposition. A sudden impact shakes the area as the fight's momentum shifts violently in the team's favor. Minil charges through the chaos, cutting down spiders while Seojun's pressure keeps the battlefield controlled. Sleeon adds her magic to the onslaught, helping wipe out multiple enemies at once. Watching them, Sleeon is stunned by how effortlessly her teammates dominate. She admits both of them are incredible, noticing most monsters fall without even putting up a fight. Still, she refuses to just stand back and decides she must contribute too. Admitting she has not learned many spells yet, Sleeon begins casting with determination. Her focus sharpens as she senses the right moment to release her magic. A surge of blue energy erupts from her, flooding the area with a powerful spell effect. The spell engulfs the spiders, overwhelming them and clearing space for the team to advance. As the clear time of 9 minutes 4 seconds stands, Seojun and Minil glance back in impressed surprise at Sleeon's contribution. After the round, Minil excitedly praises Seojun's unbelievable movements, while Sleeon follows behind, still processing how strong her new team is. As the team bickers, the captain shuts his loud teammate down while the others tease that he keeps changing and growing. Asked what happened to his many weapons, the archer casually says he threw them away. When the others balk, he explains his master disliked him relying on too many weapons. He clarifies he kept only the twin daggers and his bow and arrows setup. Questioned why he didn't use arrows earlier, he says he stayed close to protect Seon since ranged fighting would leave her alone. Seon awkwardly calls to the captain, drawing his attention. She points out people are staring, and the surrounding crowd murmurs in disbelief at their absurd clear time. Onlookers recognize Kim Seojun and note Lee Minil beside him, spreading the buzz. The captain senses a sharp, hostile gaze locking onto him. He turns to see a red uniformed team approaching with obvious intent. A stern girl in red silently glares, making him feel targeted. She looks away without a word, leaving tension hanging as they pass. The captain realizes they've been identified as Young Saiwa's group, while his teammate celebrates the attention. The loud teammate announces the captain to everyone, and both the captain and Seon cringe at the embarrassment. Someone smugly remarks on the noise and assumes the crowd is just shocked by their performance. A flashback highlights an elite team's clear record at Hunter Mills Academy, setting a benchmark for comparison. Back in the hall, various competitors acknowledge that Kim Seojun and Young Saiwa are living up to their reputations. Another academy's team clears, yet the narrator notes people oddly ignore them despite their attempt to push through. Round 2 is introduced, and the dream team's clear time is shown as overwhelmingly fast, taking first place. Round 3 follows, and the dream team again takes first with a near-instant clear. Round 4 begins in the Dryad Forest endurance test as the environment turns dangerous. The dream team fights off swarming Dryad-like threats while trying to endure the onslaught. The archer panics that he has no arrows left, forcing the captain to reassess their situation. A teammate volunteers to hold the line so the captain can go finish the enemies, and the archer agrees to follow orders. The forest lashes violently, signaling the Dryad's relentless attacks intensifying. The captain raises his spear against the looming, many-eyed darkness closing in. A massive strike tears through the area, and the monsters shriek as the captain's counterattack lands. He swings his spear in a wide arc, cutting through the charging mass despite their screams. The shrieking continues as he presses forward, forcing space with another sweeping blow. He observes the monsters keep respawning but in reduced numbers, then notices a strange presence nearby. A bright orb-like object appears floating in the air, drawing his focus. He can't see it clearly, but Chiron's sense detects something foreign and an enormous mana concentration. He suspects it might be the dungeon's core or a medium responsible for regenerating monsters. A monster lunges, but the captain calmly slashes it aside while keeping his eyes on the phenomenon. He grips his spear tightly, preparing a deliberate test. Deciding to experiment, he channels power and launches a focused strike upward. A pillar of energy forms as his attack shoots straight toward the floating orb. The spear's tip closes in on the glowing sphere in the sky. The weapon passes through an unseen boundary with a slip, confirming something intangible is there. The impact detonates, shattering the barrier-like construct and sending shockwaves through the forest. Stunned, he realizes Gungnir just passed through the air as if piercing an invisible layer. He doubts himself for a moment, wondering if he imagined the target at all. But Chiron's sense insists it was real, pushing him to trust the detection. He steadies himself in the aftermath, realizing the environment has abruptly changed. Reflecting, he admits he still doesn't fully understand Longinus's powers compared to Gungnir. He reasons Longinus should be comparable to Gungnir, and decides to test it as well. The forest surges again as the remaining threats and the strange core phenomenon persist. Longinus is launched with force, streaking toward the same unseen target. The captain follows through, driving the attack into the glowing sphere's position. He commits to the experiment, determined to see what Longinus can do. Elsewhere, another team struggles to hold formation under pressure, showing how brutal the endurance round is for most. Their leader orders a member to stay centered while assuring them to keep holding on. They encourage each other to endure a little longer, still unaware of what the Dream Team has triggered. Jain Academy's class team clears with a long time, celebrating that it should beat others. They conclude their run was flawless and even doubled prior records, assuming Young Saiwa must be satisfied too. Back in the hall, the Dream Team returns, and Suyin and the archer are left baffled by how the captain did it. Seeing the Dream Team exit first despite entering at the same time, rivals assume they've won and suspect earlier feats were luck. Confusion erupts as someone notices something wrong with the posted record. A red-uniformed leader narrows his eyes, sensing something off. His expression shifts to shock as the implication sinks in. The stadium audience gasps, unable to believe what they're seeing. An official wonders how anyone could perceive the dungeon core's true nature at all. The display highlights Dream Academy as the focus of the unbelievable result. The scoreboard declares the Dream Team's round 4 clear as immeasurable, triggering outrage and disbelief. A staff member reflects that it's been less than a month since the mock test and can't grasp how they grew so strong so fast. He fears that at this rate they'll shake the professional hunter world far sooner than anyone expects. Concluding the impact will be enormous, he resolves to recruit them no matter what. He urgently considers his guild's available funds, framing the situation as too important to nitpick. The captain listens in silence, unreadable. Longinus is shown as the mysterious tool behind the impossible outcome. The captain, holding Longinus, reacts with mild disbelief at how well it worked. He explains he suspected Longinus might ignore mana barriers, recalling a similar effect during a prior fight. He notes Gungnir also has unusual properties, so he initially chalked it up to weapon differences. He admits he expected the effect might not be unique to Longinus, but the results proved otherwise. The moment of Longinus striking the orb is revisited as the key turning point. His earlier decision to test it is echoed, emphasizing the calculated gamble. The spear's arc is shown again, illustrating the decisive strike that broke the hidden mechanism. The orb's surface distorts under the blow, confirming it was a real target. Back in the present, he concludes Gungnir failed but Longinus succeeded in affecting the unseen structure. He hypothesizes Longinus can directly damage a target's existence rather than just its body. He says more testing is needed, while his teammates remain confused because the Dryads vanished too suddenly to be normal. A rival confronts him bluntly, demanding to know what tricks he used. The Dream Team faces the accuser head-on, surprised by the direct challenge. The red-uniformed leader calls out Young Saiwa by name, escalating the confrontation. The captain asks what they mean by tricks, noting their own teammates seem shocked he's even being questioned. The rival presses harder, accusing him of making excuses. The archer flares up, asking if they're accusing the captain of cheating, and the captain restrains him. The rival declares there's no other explanation for the current situation than foul play. He admits Kim Seojun is impressive, but insists the captain's past mock test story doesn't justify this result. He argues an immeasurable record in round 4 is absolutely impossible under normal rules. He concedes only someone like Lee Haeun might make it plausible, implying the captain is nowhere near that level. The rival turns away, ending the exchange without resolution. The archer shouts after him in anger, furious that they provoke them, and then walk off. As he leaves, the rival admits to himself he was more upset than he realized and that comparing the captain to that girl was unfair. The Dream Team starts moving on, letting the confrontation pass for now. The archer vents that the rival says whatever he wants, while the captain urges calm because round 5 is about to start. Suyin assumes their overall victory is already decided since they've placed first every round so far. The captain privately feels the tournament has been easier than expected, though he reminds himself to keep working. A staff member approaches and calls out to the Dream Team to stop them. He asks if they need help, hesitating as he prepares to explain his real purpose. The dream team turns to face him, wary but attentive. He reveals he's here to present them with an offer. The captain repeats the word offer, surprised by the sudden proposition. The staff member promises them the entire 6.5 billion won prize pool if they agree, shocking all three. He adds a condition and warns that round 5 will feature a 9-star boss monster. He explains the conjured 9-star won't match a real one, but it's still far beyond what cadets should handle. He clarifies round 5 isn't about defeating the boss, but evaluating how students fight powerful monsters and adapt. He says their score will be judged comprehensively, and the archer and Suyin nod along. He notes defeating the boss would yield the highest score, yet no team has ever done it, and the captain realizes the condition's intent. The organizer directly asks them to defeat the boss. He states that if the boss isn't defeated, the dream team must forfeit all prize money. When asked what happens if they refuse, he says there's no disadvantage, and they can proceed under normal rules for the usual prize. He admits the offer isn't truly from the organizers, and the captain deduces the 3 great academies use their influence. The captain reasons that given Young Saiwa's reaction, the other academies likely believe he cheated too. He concludes the 3 academies are trying to ruin the dream team and reclaim pride by baiting them into failure. His teammates tell him they don't care either way and leave the decision to him as captain. The organizer admits the staff hopes the dream team accepts, since the event lacks tension and they're struggling with sponsors and broadcasting. He awkwardly justifies the offer as a way to create excitement, while the captain's stare makes him falter. The captain weighs the gamble, succeed and gain 6.5 billion won, fail and lose the 3 billion they were set to win. He asks to make a counteroffer, catching the organizer off guard. The captain demands they use their influence to raise the total prize money to 10 billion won. He states that only then will the dream team accept the offer, stunning his teammates. The organizer reels at the demand, while the captain argues there's no point risking their lives without greater reward. The captain reminds them they can still take the safe 3 billion without doing anything reckless. He thinks about his urgent need for 500 million won and calculates that the current split won't cover his escalating needs. He realizes that increasing the prize to 10 billion would change everything for his plans. He decides the extra money would let him buy both lectures and elixirs, making the risk worthwhile. He extends his hand, pressing the organizer to respond to the new terms. The organizer, now speaking for the hidden backers, asks whether they will accept the offer. Watching from afar, a staff member is stunned that the dream team would dare make such a counteroffer. Staff watching the event note the dream team saw through the organizer's scheme yet still accepted the risky challenge, impressed by their confidence. As gossip spreads about the dream team, one observer doubts they can pull it off while another insists it's possible. A surprised staffer remarks it's rare to hear such certainty, and the discussion turns to the next summoned threat being a revenant. They review the revenant as a 9-star undead that must be killed twice, though someone dismisses it as not the real issue. Despite others calling a 9-star monster anything but ordinary, the confident observer maintains the dream team can handle it. In the stands, a student senses something off as the staffer's confidence wavers mid-thought. The staffer abruptly focuses, sensing a sudden change and turning serious. He decides the only option now is to wait and see what happens. Inside the 9-star dungeon, the students joke that their captain seems possessed by money lust. They ask Suyin if the captain was always like this, and she admits he was money-obsessed but never this extreme. The captain rallies them for the final round with 10 billion won at stake, and the team cheers themselves on. A sinister red-black presence begins to manifest above them, instantly shifting the mood from excitement to dread. The captain and teammates notice the ominous aura and hesitate, trying to understand what they're sensing. The shadowy entity's pressure intensifies, signaling something far worse than expected is approaching. All 3 students tense as the oppressive force closes in, their fear rising. A grinning, unseen menace reveals itself through its eyes and smile, prompting a stunned realization. Back in the control area, a cup drops as staff react to a sudden alarming development. The staff shout in panic as the situation escalates beyond their expectations. They realize the monster isn't 9-star at all but Draugr, a notoriously difficult 10-star, and fear the students will be wiped out. Worse, they recognize it as a forbidden mind-type monster, and can't believe it's present. Assuming a catastrophic error, they scramble into action and call out to Lee Do-hyun. Lee Do-hyun bolts to respond immediately, moving at full speed. He reasons that a 10-star alone shouldn't cause real deaths because conjured monsters normally can't kill students outright. Then he remembers the one exception. Mind-type mental attacks can kill by damaging the brain. The threat is explained as mental damage that harms the brain directly, even if the attack is only an illusion. They stress that illusions still apply full mental damage, making the danger immediate and lethal. Past fatal mind-type incidents involved only 5 to 6-star monsters, but this is a 10-star drawer. Lee Do-hyun concludes the students can't possibly handle it, while someone frantically denies responsibility. Under the mental assault, a girl screams to stop and begs them not to kill her father, showing the illusion is turning allies against each other. Lee Do-hyun realizes that if this continues, the dream team will be driven to kill one another. He explodes in fury, declaring they'll all die horribly unless they evacuate immediately. Staff report they tried to send help but can't access the dungeon due to overload, so Lee orders them to break the mana core or cut the mana supply. When someone hesitates about the cost, Lee's anger spikes at the misplaced priorities. He screams that money is meaningless compared to children's lives and demands immediate action. The operators comply in fear, while Lee curses the situation. Lee demands to know what research Young Jimin did that allowed this disaster. The room falls tense as everyone braces for the consequences of the mistake. Lee and the operators suddenly freeze, confused by an unexpected change. Another staffer looks down in disbelief, sensing something has shifted. Elsewhere, the dream team also reacts with confusion, as if the pressure has altered. The Drawer's glowing eyes stare blankly, momentarily uncertain. Facing the captain, the Drawer emits a strange sound as the girl collapses, overwhelmed by the mental attack. The captain clutches his head, struggling to keep his mind intact as the Drawer watches. He forces a shaky smile and claims he's fine, even as he's clearly affected. Still confused, he wonders why a Drawer is even here as the oppressive presence looms. The Drawer's eyes widen as if startled by the captain's unexpected resistance. The team's eyes glow red under the influence, showing the mind attack is taking hold again. The Drawer's grin returns as the victim's panicked cries repeat, feeding the illusion of betrayal and murder. A teammate tries to snap the others out of it, and the Drawer reacts with curiosity. The captain urges them to come to their senses, trying to anchor them in reality. A taunting inner voice praises the captain's winning streak, implying it's the source of his confidence. The voice twists the knife, asking how long that streak will last and insisting it means nothing. The mental assault intensifies with accusations of being worthless, threatening his future and identity. The captain grimaces as the intrusive thoughts crush down, nearly breaking his composure. He tries to reassure himself again, but his confusion shows the attack is still working. The Drawer tilts its head, puzzled that the captain hasn't collapsed completely. The captain holds his head and stares at the Drawer, hearing its strange growl as he fights to stay conscious. A system-like notification shows the Buddha lecture progress rate rapidly increasing, hinting at a growing mental defense. The Drawer's presence swells over the graveyard-like dungeon, still pressing its mind attack toward the team. The captain steadies himself and makes a decisive move, preparing to counter rather than endure. He launches forward with his spear, committing to an attack that surprises even him. The Drawer recoils as if struck by something it didn't anticipate, its confidence shaken. The captain realizes the taunting voice isn't truly the Drawer's but his own doubts being weaponized. The attack tries to reduce him to an empty shell, repeating that he would be nothing without luck and circumstance. He identifies the whispers as the Drawer amplifying his unconscious insecurities rather than speaking directly. He recognizes these are the seeds of doubt and anxiety he's carried, now eroding his mind under the monster's influence. A new inner guidance urges him not to tie himself up in imagined futures and fears. He focuses, eyes sharpening as he chooses to stop feeding the spiral of anxiety. A calm, luminous presence frames his resolve, suggesting coincidence leads to connection. The guidance continues that connection leads to destiny, reframing his life as more than random luck. He sees his path as something he can forge, and the Buddha lecture progress rises again as his conviction strengthens. The taunting voice mocks the idea of coincidence, insisting it's just an excuse for his emptiness. It claims he'd be nothing without the academy and its opportunities, trying to strip away his self-worth. The Drawer presses harder, sneering at talk of peace and abundance as if it's laughable. It accuses him of being incapable alone, framing his achievements as dependence and fraud. The inner lecture contrasts depression, anxiety, and peace, urging him to stay grounded in the present. It warns that greedily painting life with too many fears turns everything black, mirroring the Drawer's corruption. He's told to let go of burdens in his heart, releasing what the monster is exploiting. The guidance urges acceptance of the present self, like resting on a green mountain amid flowing water. He follows the calming imagery, listening to water and watching clouds, letting panic drain away. He's reminded he exists within nature's vastness, not trapped by a single narrative of failure. The Buddha-like presence asks if he isn't also a child of the universe, deserving of his place. It affirms he deserves to be where he is, even if he can't feel it, reinforcing his stability. The progress rate surges again as he charges the Drawer, his mind now resisting the assault. The Drawer mocks the idea of peace of mind, trying one last time to undermine him. It taunts that such ideals sound nice, but questions whether he deserves them. The monster challenges his worth directly, demanding proof he's earned anything good. The lecture counters by asking what enlightenment looks like to him, and what it means to those who remember. It suggests people call the enlightened omniscient, but that image is only part of a life fully lived. He's reminded enlightenment isn't made only of celebrated moments, but also ordinary and flawed ones. Memories show the Buddha figure stumbling, being teased, and living among people, emphasizing imperfection and humanity. He learns that every moment teaches something, and even small kindnesses become part of who you are. He recalls shared laughter and messy, ordinary times with friends as meaningful acceptance of life. The lesson warns that rejecting life's moments leaves nothing to give, cutting off connection. It adds that without anything inherent to share, you can't truly connect with others. He internalizes that the moments between breaths shape identity and provide strength when it matters. His eyes blaze with renewed power as the lecture promises strength in critical moments. He closes the distance and strikes at the Draugur's core presence with decisive force. The blow lands, blasting the Draugur with a burst of golden energy that disrupts its form. He follows through with a powerful swing, driving the attack home as the light erupts outward. A shockwave expands around the Draugur, its body destabilizing under the impact. The drawer staggers in the expanding blast, its cloak-like form tearing apart. Its glowing eye flickers, showing it's losing control and cohesion. The captain's spear strike connects cleanly, and the drawer reels in disbelief. He feels his whole body tingling as if electrocuted, sensing a major shift in power. Even as the energy surges, he braces for the aftermath of the exchange. He declares his long-held anxiety and doubt have already withered, cutting off the monster's leverage. He affirms he won't be swayed by evil thoughts anymore, holding firm. He states he's in an unwavering state of heart, radiating calm strength as the light surrounds him. The Buddha lecture progress rate jumps dramatically, confirming his mental breakthrough. He grips his weapon as the remaining energy settles, ready in case the threat persists. He activates a skill called God's Strength, channeling power into his next strike. A massive golden blast detonates from his attack, overwhelming the area with light. The drawer's face goes blank with shock as it realizes it's being overpowered. The captain's strike tears through the drawer's form, and it shrieks as it collapses. He notes it's too late for the enemy to dodge now, confident the finishing blow is unavoidable. He thanks the Buddha-like lecturer in his mind as he completes the decisive hit. The drawer's body disintegrates into a twisting wisp, leaving the battlefield suddenly quiet. The last remnants scatter as the shockwave fades, confirming the monster's defeat. In the arena, the broadcast feed turns to static, signaling the dungeon feed has cut out. The giant screen continues showing static as the audience and staff realize something unprecedented happened. A stark flash on the display suggests a system event or abrupt termination of the scenario. A monitor labeled Lucky Sliver shows the same flash, confirming the feed disruption is widespread. Control room staff freeze in stunned silence, unable to process what they just witnessed. Lee Do-hyun mutters in disbelief, struggling to accept how the Draugr could have been dealt with. They restate the horror. Draugr is a 10-star mind-type monster, emphasizing how impossible this should be. They explain no cadet should withstand its mental attack and that physical attacks shouldn't work on a bodiless ghost. They recall only the Soul Saint could handle past Draugr dungeons, underscoring the captain's feat. Lee notes even that Draugr was killed in one hit by Kim Seojun, implying this cadet is on that level. Someone laughs nervously, admitting their guild can't handle a person like Kim Seojun. In the player's waiting room, the screen remains blank as people wait for confirmation. Sooyun stands tense amid murmuring onlookers, bracing for the outcome. She stares at the screen, asking herself how this could be possible. She recalls that only an S-rank could fight 9-star monsters, and wonders if Lee Haeun might be the only one capable. Sooyun begins to deny what she's thinking, overwhelmed by the implication. She admits to herself she can't catch up to him, recognizing the widening gap in ability. Back in the dungeon, the captain's spear is planted in the ground, marking the end of the fight. The captain steadies himself, relieved he didn't pass out like before, still shaking from the ordeal. He suspects his resistance came from the Buddha lecture progress rate and checks it. He notes the progress skyrocketed from 17.5% to 31.7% in a short time, stunned by the sudden growth. He jokes that the Draugr was basically a progress rate booster, while the defeated monster's remnants linger comically behind him. His teammates begin waking from the mental attack, groaning and confused as they regain awareness. The captain asks if they've come to their senses, and they recognize him, still dazed. The girl marvels that he beat the Draugr alone, shocked by what he accomplished. The captain prioritizes survival and tells them to get out of the dungeon first, supporting them as they walk. Outside, someone announces the team has emerged, and the captain looks around, confused by the commotion. Guild representatives immediately swarm him with offers, begging him to join and promising anything he wants. The crowd presses in close, grabbing at him as they try to claim him first. As more guilds plead for him to lead them, the captain wonders what is happening this time. The mob continues shoving business cards at him and fighting over priority while a staffer yells for order, demanding to know what they're all doing. After the dream team is hit by a mental attack, staff rush in to assess them while the shaken students realize they have been saved. Amid the chaos, someone tries to stop the medical check just long enough to pressure Seojun again, even begging him to become their guild master because of how much they invested. The dream team is escorted away for treatment, with Seojun keeping his composure while his teammates look exhausted and wary. Seojun storms in, urgently calling for Seojun as she pushes past the commotion. Seojun acknowledges Seon's arrival, surprised to see her here. Seojun demands to know if everyone is okay, and Seojun confirms no one suffered lasting trauma. He adds that 2 of them are simply asleep and that examinations found no significant abnormalities. Seojun checks on Seojun himself, and he assures her he is fine. He admits he feels a bit sluggish, which finally lets Seojun breathe again. Seojun confesses she was terrified something awful would happen to him, revealing how deeply she worries about his safety. She reflects that Seojun no longer feels like just a student, while he awkwardly realizes he may have overdone it. As time passes, Seon's feelings grow more complicated as she watches him change so quickly. Seojun recalls that their connection felt inevitable from the first time they met and introduced himself. Seojun remembers thinking she also had something to gain from him, and that their meeting would be worth celebrating. But her confidence falters as she grips her clothes, unsettled by emotions she did not expect. She wonders what this confusing ache in her chest means, while Seojun notices her odd silence. When he asks if something is wrong, Seojun forces a smile and insists it is nothing. A knock interrupts the moment, drawing Seojun's attention to the door. A visitor enters politely, approaching the hospital room where Seojun and Seoyun are. Seojun is stunned to recognize the association president standing before him. Seojun asks why he is here, and the president says he came personally after hearing about the accident. Seojun is surprised the president would come in person over the Draugr incident. The president quietly repeats Seojun's name, studying him with interest. Seojun realizes this is the man who brought the Azure Dragon sword that even the Sword Saint never entrusted to anyone. The president recalls thinking anyone involved would have died once a Draugr appeared, and he was shocked Seojun was inside the raid battle. He processes that Seojun handled the situation alone, which changes how he evaluates him. The president concludes he finally understands why the Sword Saint is so interested in Seojun. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint suddenly feels uneasy and chilled, sensing something off despite the weather excuse. Back in the room, Seoyun notes even the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter is with Seojun, then asks how the president knows him. Seojun awkwardly clarifies he previously entrusted the Azure Dragon sword to the president, making Seoyun suspect a special relationship. The Sword Saint's discomfort spikes as if his blood pressure shoots up, alarming his attendant. The president asks Seojun how he feels now, and Seojun downplays it as nothing serious. With the president present, Seojun presses for an explanation of what really happened in the raid. He specifically demands to know why a Draugr appeared as the boss instead of a revenant. Seojun is shocked when the answer points to the dungeon's mana core overloading. The president explains Young Jimin applied her mutation research to the competition for the first time, making Seojun focus on the word mutations. Seojun reasons that if mutations cause the overload, then distortions might be artificially created. He pushes further, wondering if the cataclysm itself was also a distortion. The president apologizes and promises this kind of accident will never happen again. He adds he will not apologize with words alone and is prepared to compensate, even though he might have let it slide for Seojun's sake. The president offers to grant Seojun anything he wants to satisfy him. Seojun immediately signals a number with his fingers, making his demand clear. He proposes settling it with 3 billion won. The president agrees readily, thinking Seojun really likes money. Seojun clarifies it is 3 billion won per person, not total, calling the initial offer too cheap. The president freezes, caught off guard by the per-person condition. After a long pause, the president accepts anyway. The raid battle ends, and the Dream Team's overwhelming abilities become widely known, embarrassing the elites of the 3 great academies. News frames the incident as a 9-star monster Draugr caused by mana core overload, cementing the event's notoriety. Guilds scramble to contact the Dream Team, determined to recruit them with the best possible terms. Even ordinary people obsess over the story and argue Seojun deserves a pro hunter license already, as the whole country buzzes about him and the Dream Team. Amid that frenzy, Seon decides she will only take her 3 billion won share. Minil agrees to take only his 3 billion too, insisting Seojun deserves the rest for carrying the tournament. They argue they did little compared to Seojun, saying money is meaningless if he had not saved them, leaving Seojun exasperated by their sincerity. Overwhelmed by their gratitude, Seojun gets smothered in a group hug as they gush affection without hesitation. The narration tallies the prize money and sponsorships, including the association president's promised 9 billion won. Because Minil and Seon only take 3 billion each, Seojun's total climbs to 22.5 billion won when combined with what he already had. Seojun realizes he is only 4.5 billion won short of affording Heaven's Great Sage's lecture and gets excited. He asks Seoyun whether Dream Academy has been promoted to the first division, and she confirms it has. Seojun eagerly assumes that means they can raid 6-star dungeons, but Seoyun hesitates to answer. She explains they can only raid 6-star dungeons if their party includes at least one A-rank hunter. Seojun processes the restriction with a sinking feeling. He points out Seoyun is still B-rank, so they cannot get permission, and Seoyun looks guilty and unsure. Seoyun apologizes, but Seojun reassures her she made his participation possible and tells her not to worry. He steps out, ending the conversation before her apology can deepen into self-blame. Alone, Seojun regrets putting pressure on Seoyun with that question. He worries about what to do next since he cannot access 6-star dungeons to earn the remaining money quickly. He debates whether to wait and gather 4.5 billion won or buy the mana lecture first, wishing he could do both. Deciding to consult his mentor, he starts composing a message asking to meet for advice. His mentor suddenly appears in dramatic fashion, startling Seojun badly. The mentor teases him for being surprised again, and Seojun asks him to show up more normally, which the mentor refuses for fun. The mentor gets to the point and asks what Seojun wanted to see him about. Seojun explains he is torn over which lecture to take first, and the mentor confirms that is the dilemma. The mentor thinks it over, weighing Seojun's situation. He casually claims Seojun's level should make it possible, confusing Seojun. The mentor proposes a way to take both lectures by using a causality discount and asks if Seojun wants to try. Seojun asks what a causality discount even is. The mentor explains it is a special event that discounts the causality assigned to Seojun, showing a 50% example. Seojun learns Transcension Academy sometimes runs price discount events, though they are rare. When Seojun asks how big the discount can be, the mentor says it can reach 100%, shocking him. Seojun immediately imagines getting Heaven's Great Sage's lecture for free and begs for the discount. The mentor shuts him down, saying discounts are not given for doing nothing, and Seojun admits he expected that. Seojun asks what he must do to earn the discount. The mentor says the academy is running a support event tied to excellent mock exam grades, making Seojun panic at the mention of mock exams. Seojun remembers his last mock exam scores were terrible and feels sullen about repeating that humiliation. Reviewing his old results, he notes he has improved since then with new abilities and believes he can score higher now. Still, he doubts he can reach the very top tier of students with the highest grades and thinks he misunderstood the event. The mentor corrects him, saying it is actually for students with the highest grade improvement, not absolute top scores. He explains the discount rate equals the improvement rate compared to the previous mock exam. An example shows that improving from 40 to 60 points yields a 50% discount, helping Seojun grasp the system. Seojun realizes he only needs to beat his old scores by a large margin, not become the best overall. The mentor says it is possible at Seojun's current level, and Seojun calculates the point increases needed for 50 and 60%. Seojun decides he cannot miss this golden opportunity and commits to taking the mock exam. He prepares a fake gold bar as bait, planning to exploit Fafner's obsession with gold. Seojun holds the gleaming gold bar, ready to use it as a distraction. Confident because he knows Fafner's greed from experience, he tells the mentor to wait while he sets things up. The system calculates the exam application and displays a 1 billion won exam fee before asking if he will take the mock exam. Seojun realizes the mock exam is only free for first-timers, so he must pay this time. He does the math, concluding he needs at least a 60% discount and likely 70% once other costs are included. He converts the needed improvement into points, and convinces himself he only has to raise each of 7 subjects by about 3 points. Satisfied with the plan, he confirms the exam and starts it. The system announces the mock exam is beginning and tells him to wait. Rules appear explaining the mock exam uses past questions, has 7 subjects, and does not reflect personal causality, as Seojun stands ready. Stage 1 begins under combat proficiency, and Seojun braces as the first problem is set. He identifies the incoming threat as the Dragon of Destruction, Fafner. The problem is set and the environment shifts violently as the exam battle starts. When the mentor nearly gets hit, Seojun reflexively swats him aside to safety. Seojun hurls the gold bar away as bait, committing to the distraction strategy. He sprints after it, moving to strike while the monster's attention is drawn to the gold. Seojun draws his spear mid-run, preparing to engage. He accelerates, thinking this is the moment to attack while Fafner is distracted by the gold bar. The gold bar clangs against something massive, confirming it hit the target. A monstrous many-headed hydra appears instead, towering over Seojun and revealing the stage's true enemy. From above, the scene shows Seojun facing a huge 9-headed creature, stunned by the unexpected matchup. Seojun freezes in disbelief, trying to process what he is seeing. He stammers at the sudden shift, realizing this is not the Fafner fight he prepared for. The mentor notes, Fafner must have gained weight and now has 9 heads, while Seojun runs in confusion. The mentor floats forward with the device, pushing the exam onward. A prompt flashes that he must defeat the enemy within a 30-minute time limit. The objective clarifies the target is a 9-headed hydra, and Seojun realizes the problem changed completely. The hydra's heads unleash a barrage of blazing attacks, overwhelming Seojun immediately. The mentor cheers Seojun on from the sidelines, treating it like a spectacle. Seojun protests that he was never told the problem would be different as explosions engulf the area. He continues yelling in frustration, feeling tricked as the danger escalates. The mentor admits he assumed Seojun knew they would not reuse the same questions, since that would allow memorization. The mentor realizes Seojun's gold bar plan was meant for Fafner, explaining why he brought it. Seojun complains he should have been warned, even as the hydra's attacks close in. Seojun senses something incoming and snaps his focus back to survival. A violent impact erupts, blasting the ground and forcing Seojun into evasive movement. As he is thrown around, Seojun desperately clings to his earlier math, insisting he only needs 3 points per subject. He doubles down on that goal, telling himself it must be exactly 3 points, no more and no less. The mentor scoffs, unimpressed by Seojun's stubborn fixation under pressure. Seojun is flung through a purple-lit space, his spear tumbling as he loses control. He triggers Cloud Ascending Ladder to regain footing and reposition at high speed. The mentor reacts with impressed surprise as Seojun's movement technique carries him past the hydra's reach. The mentor asks when Seojun mastered that footwork so quickly, while Seojun admits he can only barely avoid attacks for now. A hydra head engulfs Seojun in a massive blast, catching him despite his evasions. The explosion slams him downward in a brutal follow-up, overwhelming his defense. Seojun coughs and reels, realizing he has been poisoned or badly hurt by the hit. Pain and shock distort his expression as the damage hits him all at once. He screams in agony, clutching himself as the suffering spikes. The hydra looms with glowing eyes as Seojun collapses, the threat still towering over him. Seojun panics at the bizarre, crushing sensation and demands to know what is happening to him. He admits the pain is unbearable, and he cannot take it anymore. The torment intensifies, and Seojun feels like the agony is tearing him apart. In desperation, he begs to be killed rather than endure the suffering any longer. The system declares Stage 1 failed with most of the time still remaining, as Seojun lies gasping on the ground. The mentor asks calmly if it hurt a lot, while Seojun, in tears, can only rage at what just happened. The mentor explains the hydra's poison is among the most painful, casually calling it quite painful as Seojun balks at the understatement. The mentor compares it to Chiron's mythic suffering from hydra poison, noting he begged for death too, while Seojun vows he never wants to experience that again. Kim Seojun realizes why his mentor had been forced to beg, as he lies exhausted while the tiny guide hovers nearby with his device. A system notice shows Jang Something's lecture progress rising, and Seojun